courage to preserve our civilization in the face of those who would subvert and destroy it.
Content, why don't you hit the like button? It really does help, darlings.
Oh my God, this is gonna get so diabolical. That's all I can say. This is gonna get really, 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 really. It's gonna get amusing at first because we know exactly what Trump's doing. Oh, they should have never done this shit. Should have never done this shit. Gives access to the internet, you know. They start telling us to dig, we start digging down, and then we start finding shit that we didn't realize actually existed. Odd, right? So, I do have a video to start us off. This just came out this morning, like 2 hours ago, because a certain somebody, I don't know, I'm sure everybody's heard about the whole death hoax of Trump, right? You guys. So, in the Q drops, when it says, before he departs Friday, he'll have a special message, God bless, right? So he left Friday, right? I was like, what happened to Trump? What happened to Trump? Nobody saw him. He must be dead. He took 3 days off. Who else took 3 days? And then they came out of a tomb. Just saying. Because for some reason, Trump posted it. Then you start seeing the reposts. The reposts are the key. Because who reposted it? You've got Mike Flynn. You've got Sidney Powell. Everybody. Grassley. Guys. The thing is September 2nd is a 9/11 as well. 9 plus 2 is 11. Your 2025 is your standard 9. But it all revolves around that Labor Day. Because the funny thing is that there's your 4. Because isn't it funny that this year, out of all the years, you had May Day, right? May 1st, National Law and Order Day. But then you have, and that is in Canada. That's Canada's communist holiday. Now we bring ours in the first Monday of September, which is September 1st. So yeah, I think we're about to see some big shit go down, because when we go over who Trump is literally modeling after, wow. And we're going to be going over that here real shortly, because we got this video and we got another one. And then, yeah, we're going to get, I mean, there's shit about North Korea, found out last night. You got a couple of videos on that. Got this whole North Korea thing, we swept under the rug. I'm glad for some reason the YouTube algorithm is blessing us with these popping up. Because remember, we talked about that Everything Inside Me. It's a show, it's a program on YouTube. Great videos, they're short, 8-10 minutes. Well, for some reason, one kicked up. And I'm like, well, this from like 12 days ago. I'm like, watch it. It's like the fourth part. I'm like, I'll go back. There's 4 parts. So I went back and watched the first part, second part. Then when we got to the third and fourth part, they bring up the Ryugyong Hotel. I don't know, mind control. And it gets way, way deeper. Way deeper. So I've got this one. We're going to throw up here first. I'll put this in the YouTube chat. So if that can get transferred over to the other one, and I will go ahead and put the second video in there as well. So we have them both. Because, oh. And one more thing. Guys, did anybody see this morning? Oh, it was yesterday, last night. Damn it. I really do hate their ads. Islamic Republic close to collapse in Iran. Civil war possible after U.S.-Israeli decimation of nuclear capabilities. Expert. What if the Civil War wasn't for here? What if the Civil War was for over there? There has to be 2. So you got the one Civil War that's not going to be a Civil War in Iran, because remember, we back the people. Now, not going to be Civil War here because it's going to be clean, swift. Well, wasn't that clean and swift? They just took out the nuke sites, right? So when it says Iran next, right? The Islamic Republic, well, the Islamic Republic was probably run by the CIA and Mossad. Just saying. Wouldn't put it out there, but whenever there's skepticism, always point to the CIA and Mossad. Always. It's basically a lock. So let's start off with this video here, because this one is a great one. Oh, shit. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hit play. Let me know if you could hear it. I'm going to mute mine.
Energy Arts family.
Hello there. Welcome back.
Welcome back, guys. So last night, the last one we did was on Heartsome. And again, this is our newest channel. Make sure you have subscribed to all the channels. And we appreciate you guys and your support. Again, we want to thank everybody for their support over on Patreon. New people coming in all the time and exclusives there each week. Before we get going on a very, very curious tweet by President Trump, just wanted to quickly make note of this. It's relatively quiet out there, but there is a swarm ongoing, and this is in northern Nevada. This is above Elko and Winnemucca, and you got 19 quakes here. The biggest one's 4.8, so, that's kind of curious. You get a lot of earthquakes in Nevada. We lived in Nevada. We're very aware of that. But this is not one of the typical areas to see a ton of quakes coming from. It's kind of curious. It looks like we're fairly consistent. Most of these are under 10 kilometers, between, let's say, 3 kilometers and 10 kilometers in depth. You'll see a lot of what is listed as quakes over here, but are literally bombing and other things going on in the military base. Again, 85% of Nevada is pretty much owned by the federal government. 85%. That's a huge percentage. Wyoming is another place where, the federal government owns most of it. This is just something that it still hits me as weird, but, of course, it's all in the name of our defense.
It is. So we kind of want to keep an eye on that up there. And I mean, if I remember right, those are fairly flat lands. There are a lot of mines out there, a lot of gold mines, and I imagine other things as well. Now, as far as the fracking goes, I'm not sure how much they do out there, but I am thinking that this is done because of mining. That's just what's coming to me right now. I could be wrong, but we'll see. There's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold to be mined for the Anunnaki. Yeah. And then we got this tweet. The world will soon understand nothing can stop what's coming. Oh, what do we got? We have like this halo around the globe. It kind of looks fiery. It kind of reminds me of the Earth in front of the sun, where you have that corona.
Or if you notice the map they showed with all the earthquakes, what's that called? It's called the Ring of Fire. So isn't that a ring of fire around the Earth?
Yeah, there's a little Q plus, or is that a cross? And again, Q, that whole thing, just even saying Q during the first regime of 47 when he was 45, had videos taken down. I had tons of videos taken down, just taken down, and, they just disappeared. So nothing can stop what is coming. The world will soon understand. What is he hinting at? It could be a lot of different things.
Also, if you notice, 5:22 p.m., August 30th, 2025, right? August the 8th month, that's an 8-3, that's an 11. 5:22 is a 9, 2025 is a 9. It's literally 11, it's a 9, 11, 11, 9. It's a palindrome. It's 9119, 9119.
What is he hinting at? It could be a lot of different things. Oh, everybody's buzzing. When you really look at this, it is curious because I think it's multiple things.
Now, already looking at this, right? 3914, there's your 17. That's post 3914. 4944 is your 21. There's your 777. It's literally, it's all numbers.
And of course, we have so many people that only see things through the Bible. Again, John Levy did a video all about just Jesus today, and showing how, and he made the statement that most people that are the strongest believers don't understand what they're believing in at all. And that is, I believe, the truth. It really is the truth. They're just basically taking things as they are given to them without any sort of spiritual or logical reasoning. Because, certainly when you look at Revelation and this was part of what he was doing in that video, was just showing with the use of ChatGPT how the contradictions abound. And absolutely, and you get people to say, you just can't understand divine will. No, again, it's pretty obvious what's going on and what has been going on the planet.
Also, if we look at this, right? September 1st falls on a Monday, right? It says October 31st, 2020, right? Well, what if the 31st is actually the 2nd? Because that's a Halloween, right? I mean, something's got to be here.
The world has been led astray, and the whole world, 60-something% of the world is looking at things through an Abrahamic lens. That tells you everything you need to know right there. And as he was bringing up that Jesus is truly a pacifist of the extreme. And then what do you have in Revelation? You have nothing but war, blood, and vindication and plagues. It's kind of like a revisiting of the Old Testament. nothing can stop what's coming. Does that mean, what are we talking about? Is it having to do with this? Everybody is buzzing about Three-Eye Atlas. Is it an invader? Is it a comet? Is it just a rock? What's going on? The mainstream media is pushing hard on this hostile, perhaps, object coming in. Is Project Bluebeam in motion? Well, do you think they're putting this out there at Bluebeam? I mean, people aren't even aware, I think, of sometimes the things that they say. And this world is such in which that which is taken at face value as truth, when we look at it in the bigger context, is actually crazy. It's actually crazy. It's just like, wow, are you serious? I mean, it's like people, again, truly, completely believing that Santa's coming or the Easter Bunny's coming, but then they think it's crazy that there's extraterrestrial life. And it's brainwashing to the highest degree. So even those that, again, are out there, quote unquote, illuminating minds, in some ways, they're still as in the dark as possible. Of course, they are always going to manipulate things to allow them to stay in control. So is it the extraterrestrial hypothesis or the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis? Is it that the Third World War is about to start? Again, Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini, which has been so heavily debunked. Yet again,
Heavily debunked by who? By who? Because if it's debunked, then you wouldn't have the correct outcome here and the correct outcome here. So how is it debunked?
When you look at it, there's references to this pre-1914, which means there's references to this before World War I ever started. But the reality is most people can't tell you the dates World War I started and ended, or World War II starting and ending. Most people don't know the capitals of half of the states. I mean, people are so ignorant on this world, in this world, because this is what the system has cultivated. They've done this to the world. They want an ignorant population. They want a population that cannot think clearly. And this is also part of the reason why we have, the Wi-Fi and the EMF all around us, why we've had fluoride in the water. Because they can't have you thinking clearly. They can't have you, being at your most intuitive. This is the attack on the pineal gland, where you will know, because you'll be able to see. A lot of people now can literally read energy. We talk to many different people every single week, dozens of people every week, regular sessions from around the entire world, Europe, Asia, both Americas. We've even had Africa. We've had India. We've had sessions with people in Malaysia and Singapore. And I'll tell you, there are people all around the world that are extremely gifted psychics. Yeah, because that's the norm. That's what things were supposed to be. And, again, the CIA, they've invested a ton in developing psychics. We know them. We know people firsthand that have gone through government training to develop psychic abilities. Yes, it's very, very real. And then when we go back to that Trump tweet.
You guys have no idea how big his two orders about civic architecture are. No.
What's up with the World's Fairs things? This is going back to 2020. Executive order on promoting beautiful federal civic architecture, and literally he was on statement saying he wants to bring back the World's Fairs. Well, when you look at what happened the last time we had the World Fairs making their rounds, it was at a time that many people that have done deep dives into the whole concept of, again, these redos and these...
You want to know what's so big about a World Fair right now? Who was shot at a World's Fair? President William McKinley. Thought I'd point that out.
Of events that seem to give us empty cities And then there's all of a sudden new humans that are being brought in to fill up those empty cities. There is something majorly going on here. Here you go with Trump signs executive order making federal architecture beautiful again. On August 28th, signed an executive order to make federal architecture beautiful again. So, more than 4 years, 5 years since that other decree. Why do they want to bring back that Greco-Roman, or maybe I should say Atlantean style of architecture? Well, are they going to make it with 30-foot doors again? Why did they do this in the first place? You'd be surprised to know these doors are all around the world. They're all around the world. In fact, everywhere you look, there's massive architecture. Oh, well, they're just, trying to make themselves grandiose. The kings always wanted to outdo each other by making bigger doors. Well, I don't know. That sounds a lot like ego, which, the kings and queens do have a lot of ego. But when you think about it, between the World's Fair and the great architecture that we've seen, the amazing, beautiful architecture, there is a lot of amazing science that's mixed in. Now, they tell us these things were just simply for show. They put them up in a week, and then they just demolished them. No, there's something else in play here. So is he telling us that we're going to return to the time of the giants intermingling with us, as you see so many monumental statues of these giant beings that cohabitated with us here on planet Earth? Is he saying we're returning to a time when the gods and man shall intermingle? Ooh, that's really curious. The return of the gods and Oumuamua. Have you had your coffee yet?
And he is just a cutie.
Yes, absolutely. We intend on going live later on today. It may be a little bit later for us, like 5 or 6. And we're going to cover more on Oumuamua's protege. I don't know. Is it a protege? Is there any connection between Atlas and, Oumuamua? And is there any connection between the World's Fairs and the return of the gods? It might need a little extra coffee for this one.
Indeed.
Thank you guys so much for your support. Come and join us on Patreon again.
All right, so something tells me, I don't know what does, that if everything is vibrational, frequency, and electric, right? What if the changing of the frequency from 432 to 440, because if you guys notice, 432 is a 9, 440 is an 8, 17, if that changes the whole hologram. So if they change the frequency back, what if everything changes back to how it was? I'm not saying it's going to be it, but yeah. Because, oh boy, when it comes to the architecture, remember the architecture. Because when you hear a significant ruler from the past, and Trump right now, it is going to make everybody's you're going to have goosies upon goosies upon goosies. I had them. Everybody else have them too. I guarantee you. So I've got this one left. This is the Promethean update from yesterday, from yesterday. So because this has a huge part in it too.
Thursday, that Brazil offers America a lesson in democratic maturity and a test case for how to respond to populism. Are you kidding me? Brazil is a judicial dictatorship which has put its former popular president, Jair Bolsonaro, in chains. Are the City of London and their friends on Wall Street and in the Congress trying to shape our current judicial insurrection to once again prosecute Trump and his cabinet so that we end up like Brazil? Is that what's playing out in Europe right now? But that's not all. Donald Trump isn't even a populist. He is an American system man who knows the difference between Hamilton, Lincoln, and McKinley and the British imperial system. He is ditching deep state institutions right and left and building an economy based on increasing the productive power and wages of labor. Meanwhile, the old money system of Wall Street and the City of London is collapsing. So now they're demanding that we get back on the road to fascism, just like they had us under Joe Biden. I'm Barbara Boyd, and you know from watching our Promethean action videos that we're always looking at and exposing the real stories behind the headlines. If you like and enjoy our videos, please go to the website now and subscribe to our newsletter. Since it's Labor Day weekend, I'm going to first use Lisa Cook and the fight around the Federal Reserve to contrast what Trump is doing with what Wall Street and the City of London want. Then I'm going to discuss Europe's economic collapse and descent into war and dictatorship, why they say Brazil is their plan. Finally, I'm going to talk about two really surprising qualities Donald Trump has, which are allowing him to win the war we're now in with the British imperial system. So first, here's what Trump said in his Labor Day proclamation, which he issued yesterday. Quote, "The American worker is the beating heart of our economy, the foundation of our strength, and the living embodiment of the American dream. In every honest citizen lives the instinct to work, build, and create, an instinct seen in the welder, the nurse, the trucker, the farmer, and the machinist. Tragically, in recent decades, a corrupt political class allowed our manufacturing base to decline. Our jobs were shipped to distant shores, our industries decimated, and our communities weakened, all while building up foreign competitors at the expense of American workers and families. Those days ended on January 20th, 2025, end quote."
Now, isn't it funny that he mentions this as a Labor Day proclamation on September 1st when it's directly involved? Labor Day is directly correlated with communism.
Trump's tariffs and other policies aim to bring back high-paying, highly skilled jobs to our country. He has an immediate training goal of 1 million apprenticeships and is building an economy where one income can support a family. Like Lincoln, he understands that, quote, "labor is prior to capital, and without labor, there is no capital." Friday's economic report shows that wages for American workers are increasing at an annualized 5% rate. And that's just in the first 7 months of Trump's term, when his policies haven't even fully kicked in. Now, Lisa Cook, who Trump just fired from the Federal Reserve, is the globalist banker's best friend. She says a lack of diversity caused the 2008 financial collapse and that DEI is essential to sound policy. Like her longtime mentor, Janet Yellen, Cook's ideal economy lives in Europe, not in America, which she says is systemically racist. Cook is accused of mortgage fraud. She provided false information on 3 mortgage loan applications, which allowed her to get cheaper rates. She claims it was just a mistake. So Trump fired her just like any other person with major regulatory roles who would be fired in a similar situation. The 2 lawyers who immediately rushed to defend Cook are Abby Lowell and Norm Eisen. Lowe's most recent client, well, that was Hunter Biden. Norm Eisen has been a central player in the insurrection against President Trump at every single stage.
And also, Abby Lowell is the one that runs that Shakespeare, that theater. Remember we went over how they have all those mock trials? And they have Chief Justice John Roberts and Ketanji Jackson a part of it? Abby Lowell runs that. So they're probably trying to play this out, how they can actually win, but they're so retarded that they won't.
Cook's case was argued Friday before U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb in Washington. As usual, in our own current judicial insurrection, Judge Gia is a Biden appointee. A clear legal case which requires sustaining The president's decision was drawn out for no good reason by another one of Washington's Jacobins in robes. Now, despite what the media says, Trump's battle with the Fed is not really about interest rates. It's about our sovereignty and how to get credit into companies which produce essential goods, build infrastructure, and advance science. The Fed, run by the major Wall Street banks, is allergic to that idea. Now, both France and the UK jumped to the Fed's defense last week, but both economies are in huge trouble. There was even talk in the media of the need for an IMF bailout of both the UK and France. Both countries rigorously follow the cheap labor, immigration, and outsourcing policies the financiers want, along with green energy mandates. They don't produce much of anything anymore. Open borders have resulted in huge jumps in violent crime and a complete erosion of national cultures. People in these countries want change and love Trump and are threatening revolt. That's why The Economist loves what they call the Brazil plan. Brazil is not a democracy, and Europe long ago abandoned any pretense to being one. Brazil is run by two thugs, the current president, Luiz da Silva, Lula for short, and the real dictator, Supreme Court Judge Alexandre de Moraes. That same setup, a socialist leader and a totalitarian court system, was what the Nazis did under Hitler and their crown jurist, Carl Schmitt. Moraes has used fake corruption prosecutions to run Brazil. The same plan is being used in Germany and France to prosecute popular politicians. Rigid censorship of any news reaching the population and jailing of the opposition are now state policy. Europe's economic recovery plan, well, that's all based on defense spending and continue the killing field of millions in Ukraine. By the end of the week, their efforts to sabotage Trump's peace offensive manifested itself in a disgusting round of attacks on Trump's peace emissary, Steve Witkoff. Vice President Vance called these attacks a foreign influence operation in a long statement
Jews
on X. Now ask yourself, did anybody put this picture together for you anywhere else in the media last week? We do exactly this on Promethean Action 3 times a week. We give you a real picture of the enemy's nature and its actions so that you can see how to effectively fight back. Please go to Promethean Action and subscribe to our newsletter so you don't miss out. Now, 2 surprises about Donald Trump dominated my thinking since yesterday, Friday. One of them was an executive order calling for the beautification of Washington, D.C., which Trump signed Friday. It's based on the principle.
Did you notice something? He signed this twice. The first one was on 12/21/20, and the second one was on August 28, 2025.
Of classical architecture. The other was an interview with an FBI profiler who said Trump's emotional empathy was the basis for his wins in negotiations and in politics. Neither of these spiritual qualities are at work in Trump's enemies or most other world leaders. They are mostly self-involved narcissists who believe the words they utter are magic and constitute reality. They can't appreciate the irony at the center of both great humor and great art and great discovery. Here's a part of what Trump said about architecture. Quote, "Our founders wanted America's public buildings to inspire the American people and encourage civic virtue. They sought to use classical architecture to visually connect our contemporary republic with the antecedents of democracy in classical antiquity, reminding citizens not only of their rights, but also of their responsibilities in maintaining and perpetuating its."
Now, notice republic is capitalized and democracy is like a little d. Remember republic.
Institutions. Trump says classical architecture is that of Greek and Roman antiquity. The Renaissance architects, Alberti, Brunelleschi, Michelangelo, and Palladio, and other specific architects in the Enlightenment in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Wrong.
You should read the whole order. He contrasts it with brutalist architecture, which he says is, quote, "characterized by massive and block-like appearances with a rigid geometric style and large-scale use of exposed, poured concrete."
And where did they get that from? From the Bauhaus School. Oh, in Germany, run by Jews. Once again, the Bauhaus School. That's why everything's cubed. Everything's all boxed. Nothing can free flow in nature. There's no straight lines in nature. So why do they do it on buildings? To disrupt the frequency.
Barack Obama's presidential library, seen here, is brutalist. It's an example of the
That's Big Mike's gorilla cage, by the way. Just letting you know.
ugliness Trump is talking about. Now, the New York Times, of all places, just featured an interview with FBI hostage negotiator Christopher Voss about Trump's art of the deal negotiating strategies. Voss said Trump is successful because he has extraordinary empathy with those he negotiates with. Trump listens and is able to understand the legitimate aspirations of his negotiating partner, be they friends or enemies. That empathy is also central to his bond with the American people. They know almost instinctively that Trump will not sell them out. So there you have it. While the economists and the financial establishment panic about Trump's American labor first economic policies, they're literally pointing to a judicial dictatorship as their model for democracy. Think about that for a moment. Build your economy based on methods your nation's history tells you work. That's dangerous populism. But having unelected judges jail your political opponents and censor the press, that's democratic maturity. But here's what they don't count on. Trump's secret weapons aren't just tariffs and industrial policy and public safety. They're his appreciation of classical beauty and human empathy, qualities which inspire the soul. Promethean Action is a small organization.
All right. So we're getting the architecture, right? Right? Oh boy, this is gonna get good. Let's see this. See, just bigger. Yeah, there we go. So while we were away, I put it in the YouTube. If you could kindly move it over to Rumble. Hadrian invests $200 million to build advanced manufacturing facility in Arizona. August 20th. Hadrian has announced plans to build a large-scale manufacturing software hub known as Factory 3, a Fox 3 for those counting at home, in Mesa, Arizona. The company, which develops AI-powered factories for the aerospace and defense sectors, invested $200 million into the project, which will create 350 jobs. 270,000 square foot facility will support manufacturing operations that convert raw materials into components and mission-critical systems. Powered by Opus, Hadrian's proprietary software stack for production autonomy, the factory is expected to be fully operational by early 2026. Actually, it's end of 2025, they're saying. Software enables rapid factory deployment in under 6 months and supports scalable precision production that strengthens aerospace and defense supply chains. The new facility will be located in Building A at the Cubes Mesa Gateway. The Gateway project, right? Just another one. 2-building Class A industrial project developed by CRG Integrated Real Estate Solutions. Hadrian was represented in the lease by Greg Matter, Kyle Westfall, Eric Turner, Meredith O'Connor, and Ada Wong of JLL. Hadrian also announced a broader $260 million capital investment that they closed on July 17, 2025, because guess who funded it? See, this funding, expanded operations in both California and Arizona, funding secured through Series C financing led by Founders Fund and Lux Capital, along with a factory expansion loan facility arranged by Morgan Stanley, will allow the company to scale its production and research footprint. Guess who runs the Founders Fund and Lux Capital? Peter Thiel. They're taking it all, guys. Useful idiots. Use them for what they're worth and then get rid of them. These expansions include a 400,000 square foot corporate and research and development headquarters and the launch of Hadrian Maritime, a new division focused on applying Hadrian's autonomous factory model to shipbuilding and naval defense. Increase of quote, Chris Power, founder and CEO of Hadrian, said America cannot afford to lose another generation of industrial capacity. We're building factories that will secure American leadership and advance manufacturing, create new jobs here in the United States. China is making massive bets on industrial dominance. The United States needs to respond not just with policy, but with production. That's what Hadrian is here to do. Then you have Katie Hobbs fucking spewing her bullshit. She's going to be gone too. But they said other manufacturers investing in Arizona. Watch AZ, right? Now, manufacturers are choosing to invest their resources, whether building new production facilities or expanding existing plants. That's a lot of red, right? Right? But that's not what we're here to talk about. Let me see. We'll pull this up real quick. Got one more to pull up. World History Encyclopedia. There it is. Gonna get good. I went over this with Dina, so guys, this is yeah. So we're going back. How far back? We're going way back. You guys ain't gonna believe this. Hadrian, one of Rome's great emperors. Holy shit, you can't even make this up. 76, 138 CE is remembered as one of Rome's most interesting and remarkable emperors. He ruled from 117 to 138 CE at a time of peace, cultural growth, and stunning architectural achievements. Nothing to see here. Known as the third of the five good emperors. Q-POTUS 1, Q-POTUS 2, Q-POTUS 3, Q-POTUS 4, Q-POTUS 5. There's 5 emperors, 5 good presidents. Hadrian laid down a strong and enduring foundation for the Roman Empire. Born in a town called Italica, modern-day Spain, he rose to symbolize the height of Roman excellence and governance. Curious and educated boy. Hadrian had a wealthy and privileged childhood. Replace Hadrian with Trump. That's all you gotta do. Marked by access to learning and culture. When he was only 10 years old, his father passed away, leaving him under the guardianship of Emperor Trajan, a distant relative. Now, here's where his father didn't pass away, right? His father, it's all allegorical. But who was Emperor Trajan, the distant relative that helped raise Donald Trump? That would be John Trump. Trajan's wife, Plotina, played a significant role in guiding Hadrian as he grew up. As a boy, Hadrian developed a profound love for Greek culture. Notice how Trump says Greco-Roman. Greco-Roman. His passion for Greek philosophy, art, and literature earned him nicknames Graciolus, which means little Greek boy. This deep appreciation for Greek ideals would later influence his vision for ruling the empire. Hadrian's rise to power was anything but straightforward. When Trajan died in 117 CE, his wife Plotina claimed that Trajan had officially chosen Hadrian as his successor. However, some historians suggest that she may have forged this decision. Now, this is where it could easily be diced up too. Trajan could also be senior, right? Just putting out there, who knows? No, that's the Hadron particle collider. That's why I messed up. I'm like, wait, Hadrian is different. Regardless of the controversy, Hadrian's close connection to Trajan and his proven leadership skills made him a logical choice to ascend to the throne. Unlike Trajan, who focused on expanding the empire's borders, Hadrian prioritized consolidating and strengthening what Rome already controlled. He withdrew from far-reaching territories that were difficult to manage and redirected resources to improve the empire's core infrastructure and security, like the map we just showed prior to this. Right? This strategic approach earned him respect and ensured the empire's stability during his reign. A leader who loved art and learning. Hadrian is celebrated as one of Rome's most cultured and intellectual rulers. His passion for the arts, architecture, and scholarship set him apart. He even dabbled in poetry, showcasing his creative side. Many iconic structures were constructed under his leadership, including Hadrian's Wall in Britain. The wall means so much more. This wall served as a defense barrier against northern tribes and stood as a symbol of Rome's power and engineering prowess. And Hadrian's Wall separated England from Scotland, by the way. In addition to his architectural contributions in Rome, Hadrian showed immense support for Athens, a city he deeply admired for its Greek heritage. He financed the construction of significant landmarks such as the Temple of Zeus and the Arch of Hadrian. The Temple of Zeus, guys. Ballroom. Arch of Hadrian. We're going to get to that. Which one? Which celebrated his influence. Moreover, Hadrian was a hands-on ruler who traveled extensively throughout the empire, visiting places like Egypt, Asia Minor, and Greece. His travels allowed him to understand the diverse cultures within his domain and foster connections with people he governed. You mean like rallies? He's always talking to people. He's always out with people. Hadrian and Antinous. I think we'll get who Antinous is just by the allegorical. Hadrian's personal life is often highlighted by his intense bond with Antinous, a young man from Bithynia. The relationship between Hadrian and Antinous was extraordinarily close, transcending the norms of Roman society at the time. The two shared a deep companionship that left a lasting impact on Hadrian. You mean Junior. In 130 CE, Antinous tragically drowned in the Nile River under mysterious circumstances. Nothing to see here. It's all on repeat, guys. While some believe it was an accident, others speculate it may have been a sacrificial act to protect Hadrian. Devastated by this loss, Hadrian honored Antinous by deifying him, commissioning statues and temples in his memory, and even founding a city named Antinopolis. The act of immortalizing Antinous demonstrated the depth of Hadrian's grief and love. You know, I could swear that didn't he post Trump/Kennedy Center? Here is where it gets, guys, just saying, we said this all along. Facing challenges, the Bar Kokhba revolt. Despite Hadrian's preference for peace, he faced significant challenges, most notably the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea, 132 to 136 CE. This uprising began after Hadrian decided to build a Roman temple on the ruins of Jerusalem's second temple. You guys, this is how stupid they are. They're literally, the Wailing Wall is Hadrian's fort. They're kissing and humping Hadrian's temple, the temple of Jupiter. Notice, Jupiter, good, Saturn, bad. The decision deeply offended the Jewish population and viewed it as a violation of their sacred heritage. Under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, the Jewish people launched a fierce rebellion against Roman rule. The conflict was devastating, resulting in over 580,000 Jewish deaths and widespread destruction. Hadrian's response to the revolt was severe. He renamed the region Syria-Palestina and imposed harsh restrictions on Jewish practices. This episode is considered one of the darker aspects of Hadrian's reign, highlighting the complexities of his leadership. Why won't they say Palestine deserves its own state? Because that's not the official name of Palestine. It's Syria-Palestina. That's why. And who named it? Hadrian. Who's going to rename it? Trump. It all has to go full circle. End of Hadrian's life. In his later years, Hadrian's health began to decline, and he faced personal losses, including the death of his wife, Vibia Sabina, around 136 CE. Although their marriage was not particularly close, Hadrian ensured that she was honored as a goddess after her passing, demonstrating his adherence to Roman traditions. Aware of his mortality, Hadrian focused on securing Rome's future. He chose Antonius Pius as his successor with the condition that Antonius adopted Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus to maintain continuity and leadership. Yeah. And you have Antonius Pius. That's a 1 and a 16. Add them together, it's a 17. Also, Marcus Aurelius, he's the 5th of the 5 great emperors. So he's already worried about how everything is going to be after he's gone. This decision reflected Hadrian's commitment to Rome's long-term stability and prosperity. Hadrian passed away in 138 CE, likely from a heart attack. They can be deadly. Initially interred in Puteoli, His remains were later transferred to a magnificent mausoleum in Rome, now known as the Castle Sant'Angelo. P. Patoli equals C. Castle Sant'Angelo. S.A. That's also 191, which is inverted, still 11. 11.3. His successor, Antonius Pius, deified Hadrian, ensuring his legacy would endure for generations. Hadrian's reign is often regarded as a golden age in Roman history. The historian Edward Gibbon famously described this period as one of the happiest and most prosperous times for humanity. Hadrian's unique combination of military acumen, cultural patronage, and architectural innovation left an indelible mark on the empire. While some of his actions, such as handling the Bar Kokhba revolt, were criticized for their harshness, Hadrian remains a figure of admiration for his thoughtful and effective leadership. His ability to balance power, culture, and governance solidifies his place as one of Rome's greatest emperors. And if you thought that was it, oh boy, wrong again. Right here. So we are going to do this. That one. Now, this one's a little bit longer. I did put in YouTube, and if you kindly move it up the Rumble, it would be greatly appreciated. This is from the World History Encyclopedia. Hadrian. Hadrian was emperor of Rome and is recognized as third of 5 good emperors: Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antonius Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, who ruled justly. His reign marked the height of the Roman Empire, usually given as c. 117 CE, and provided a firm foundation for his successor. It's all about building that foundation, right? Because everybody's worried about, well, there are like, well, 2028, it's going to be Vance. Yo, whoa, slow your roll. Slow your roll, right? Born Publius Aelius Hadrianus in Italica, modern-day Spain, Hadrian is best known for his literary pursuits and substantial building projects throughout the Roman Empire, especially Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain. He's also remembered for his love affair with the Bithynian youth Antonius, whom he deified after the young man's death, resulting in the popular cult of Antonius, which early on rivaled Christianity. Hadrian is deeply interested in literature, especially Greek literature and Egyptian mysticism and magic. How does Trump know all this? He was among the most highly cultured of the Roman emperors, even among the famous best 5. Wrote his own poetry and other works, and insisted on personally supervising as many of the buildings he had commissioned as he possibly could. You know, poetry and other works. I don't know, maybe all the books he wrote? Every one of his books he wrote, he's doing exactly what he said in the books, what he's doing right now. But, you know, do what we just say, right? Under his reign, Bar Kokhba revolt broke out in Judea, which Hadrian personally put down, and afterwards erased the name of the region, renamed it Syria-Palestine, and exiled the Jewish population from the area. It's coming. Israel's last for a reason, right? The revolt took an enormous toll on the emperor, who had suffered health problems since 127 CE, and his health steadily declined after. His wife died and had her deified. We already went through that. Hadrian was well educated. His hometown by Italica, either by private tutor or school for the sons of upper-class Romans, as his parents were. His father was a senator who died when Hadrian was 10, and at the time he was sent to school in Rome and taken under care by Trajan in 86 CE prior to the latter's ascendancy. Trajan's wife Plotina was fond of the young Hadrian and encouraged his literary pursuits, especially his interest in Greek poetry and culture. Also, notice how they're putting all this Greek culture and, you know, Greek poetry. And after Senior was shot, again, who did she marry? Onassis, a Greek shipping magnate. Hadrian's lifelong admiration for Greece began at this time and would associate him with the country and culture throughout his reign. Even in the present day, Hadrian is often mistakenly identified as Greek or of Grecian lineage. His first military service was as a tribune under Emperor Nerva, and he was selected to bring Trajan news that he was Nerva's successor. When Nerva died, Trajan ascended the throne. Emperor Trajan was the first Roman ruler of provincial origin. Later biographers would attempt to place the birth of both Trajan and Hadrian in the city of Rome, but both were of Spanish ethnicity, and this commonality has been assumed by some to be the reason for Trajan's adoption of Hadrian as his successor. That's a long sentence. Most scholars dispute this, however, as possible that Trajan did not name Hadrian at all. Trajan died on campaign in Cilicia in Cilicia in 117 CE, with Hadrian in command of his rear guard, and is not believed to have named the successor. Trajan's wife Plotina signed the papers of succession, claiming Trajan had selected Hadrian, and it's thought that she, not the emperor, was responsible for Hadrian's adoption as heir. However, that may be, it is known that Trajan respected Hadrian and has considered him a successor, even if he did not officially name him as such. Hadrian's service to Trajan is well documented through the various important positions he held prior to becoming Roman emperor. At the same time, however, some disputes between the two men seem to have set them at odds sometime in 100 CE. There's no documentation on this. So, if there's no documentation on this, it's all hearsay. They're saying, oh, both Hadrian and Trajan were homosexuals, and Trajan surrounded himself with a number of young men. Hadrian may have seduced or tried to seduce one of these around the time of his marriage to Sabina, causing a rift between himself and Trajan, but this is speculation. Then why in the hell would you put it in here? It's an encyclopedia about history. Keep it historical. Leave your speculation out. Just saying, we want the truth. We're going to find it. Plotina, not Trajan, was clearly the main force behind Hadrian's advancement from time he entered her sphere of influence. Plotina and Salina Matida, Trajan's niece, who was also fond of Hadrian, pushed for his marriage to Matilda's daughter, Vibia Sabina, and Matilda may have also had a hand in making him emperor. He would never be a far better ruler than husband. He would be a far better ruler than husband. Sabina, than her husband. Then if you're going to just do it right. Sabina never seemed to have embraced the marriage from the start, and although Hadrian preferred the company of men, because they went out fighting. That's what happens when you go around seizing. Because they would add a bunch of women on the front line. Well, guess what? There would not be a Roman Empire. Not saying anything bad about women. Remember, the women stayed home to take care of the kids and everything like that. Nuclear family stuff. Although his marriage could not be considered a success on any level, his reign was spectacular. So, could not be considered a success on any level. Well, how do you know? So is it because President Trump and Melania aren't all chummy and hanging all over each other that they have a bad marriage? No. Hadrian's close relationship with the troops meant he instantly had the army support, and even if the Roman Senate had wanted to question his succession, there was nothing they could have done. The Senate is the key. Notice the relationship with the troops, he instantly had the army support. One second. Should I repeat the line, or do we get it? So, relationship with the troops. Hadrian was embraced by the majority of the people of Rome and was greatly admired throughout the time he held office. His popularity as emperor is attested by the fact that even though he was absent from Rome for the better part of his reign, probably down in Mar-a-Lago, no sign of rebuke or criticism for this appears in his early biographies. Earlier Roman rulers such as Nero were harshly criticized for spending far less time away from the city. Well, what was Nero doing? Nero, the whole Diana's Mere, how they were bringing all those ships in, they were attacking them and killing and eating the people. Yeah, that's Nero. Nothing to see here, though. Hadrian spent most of his reign 12 out of 21 years. Isn't 1221 posted in the drops? Traveling all over the empire, visiting provinces, overseeing the administration, and checking the discipline of the army. He's a brilliant administrator who concerned himself with all aspects of government and the administration of justice. Ooh, justice is big in the drops. His devotion to the Roman army was such that he would sleep and eat among the common soldiers, and he is commonly depicted in military attire, even though his reign was marked by relative peace. Huh. Isn't that funny? Because when you look at his True Social and all that, and of course his ex says Papi Trumpo, Il Donato Trumpo, because Hadrian had a mustache, you'll see that he posted himself in pictures in an ICE uniform, in a marshal's uniform, commonly depicted in military attire, even though his reign was marked by relative peace. The empire's stability and increasing prosperity allowed Hadrian the luxury of travel to the provinces where he inspected firsthand the projects he had commissioned from Rome. He wants to know that they're being done on time and on budget. Didn't he go to provinces, inspect firsthand the projects? You mean I don't know, the Pacific Palisades? Remember, he's the one that goes on the ground. He's always gone on the ground. He takes his own checkbook. That's the kind of guy he is. But you think the news is going to cover it? No. That's why we cover it, because we are the news now. Hadrian's building projects are perhaps his most enduring legacy. Oh, imagine that. He visited Britannia in 122 CE shortly after a revolt had been put down and ordered a long defensive wall built to prevent easy invasion by the northern Picts. This structure is the famous Hadrian's Wall in modern-day England. He established cities, raised monuments, statues, improved roads, and strengthened the infrastructure of the provinces throughout the Balkan Peninsula, Egypt, Asia Minor, North Africa, and Greece. Because that's where they had Roman Empire, the whole Western Roman Empire. That's it. He visited Greece at least twice and became an initiate in the Eleusinian Mysteries. Ooh, we went over that a long time ago. The Arch of Hadrian, constructed by the citizens of Athens in 130-132 CE to honor Hadrian as the founder of the city. And where do you find a keystone? In an arch. How many Arch of Hadrians are there? 3. Inscription on the arch named Thesis, the traditional founder, but add Hadrian owing the latter substantial contributions to Athens, such as Grand Temple of Zeus. That ballroom is going to be spectacular. In Rome, he rebuilt the Pantheon, which had been destroyed by fire. There's your fire narrative. And Trajan's Forum, as well as funding construction of other buildings, Roman baths, and villas. Many of these structures survived intact for centuries, some as late as 19th century CE, and the Pantheon, still perfectly preserved, may be visited in the present day. Hadrian had great interest in architecture and seemed to have contributed ideas or even plans to the architects, though scholars no longer believe that he was the lead architect on any single project. Those scholars no longer believe. Okay. Once again, it's all hyperbole when they start saying, oh, the scholars believe. Nobody asked you to believe shit. If it's not documented, you don't give your opinion on it. It's an encyclopedia. Of all the significant monuments and buildings, Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain is the most famous. You mean like the wall on the Mexican border? Construction of the wall, known in antiquity as Valum Hadriani, was begun around 122 CE and corresponded to Hadrian's visit to the province. It marked the northern boundary of the Roman Empire in Britain, but the length and the breadth of the project, stretching as it did from coast to coast, from the Gulf of America all the way to the ocean, suggests that a more important purpose of the wall was to show Rome's power. The wall was originally 9.7 feet wide and 16 to 20 feet high east of the river Irthing, all built of stone and 20 feet wide by 11 feet. That's a big-ass wall. By 11 feet high, west of the river, made up stone turf stretching 73 miles across uneven terrain. It's a reconstruction, right? What does that look like? Wasn't there another wall built just like that in China? It was built in 6 years by the Legion stationed in Rome and Britain. There were between 14 and 17 fortifications. Also, you have double 7, you have 17, along the length of the wall and the volume, a ditch purposely constructed of earthworks, like a ditch, like a Rio Grande, which ran parallel to the wall. The volume measured 20 feet wide by 10 feet deep, flanked by large mounds of tightly packed earth. As Hadrian's foreign policy was peace through strength, and he posted it again today. It is thought that the wall, which was originally plastered and whitewashed, would have clearly represented the might of the Roman Empire. Antinous. Following his visit to Britannia, Hadrian went to Asia Minor and traveled to the region of Bithynia to inspect the restoration of Nicomedia he had funded after the city was damaged in an earthquake. It was either in Nicomedia or nearby Claudiopolis that he met the young Antinous in 123 CE, who became his almost constant companion for the next 7 years. 7 years. Antinous was possibly 13 to 15 years old at this time, but same-sex liaisons between older men and young boys were acceptable in Roman culture as long as both parties consented. Once again, remember, the last one it said it was all... Where the fuck is it? Shitheads. Hold on a second. One sec, guys. I'll go back and just say exactly what they said. Yeah, we just read it. Remember, they said it's all story. That's it. It's all hypothetical. They don't know. Some of these love affairs were brief flings, but others like that, Hadrian and Antinous, were serious committed relationships. You can't be bros. Just getting out with a bunch of dudes doesn't mean you're a fucking homo. Hadrian arranged for Antinous to be sent to prestigious boarding school in Rome to train young men for life in court, and then from 125-130 CE, the young man was Hadrian's beloved, living with him at his villa outside Rome and traveling with him to the provinces. Their relationship was patterned on that of Greeks, which an older man would help a younger in moral and intellectual development and social advancement. So basically like a big brother. It's, because we can't say that he was sexually involved with them when there's no documentation to prove it. Right? Hadrian could have well regarded as Bithynian boy as plaything with Hadrian's reputation as a procurer of everything luxury and licentious. Antinous was simply another long line of conquest, but this most Hellenic of emperors cast himself as a lover with Antinous as his beloved. If he followed the rules, he would treat the boy with respect, wooed him, and given him the choice of whether or not to accept his advances. Now, remember, all this was all hypothetical, but they're still writing about it. So even if it happened, though, it don't mean that Trump was. Because now you're starting to see, all these articles. Oh, was Trump born gay? You can't be born gay, guys. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You're gay when you take the dick. Any favors Hadrian was granted would have been matched by serious commitment to Antinous' moral development as he grew into an adult. This seemed to have been precisely the course Hadrian followed. This seems. Was it? Who knows? Couple traveled together from 127, 130 CE, arriving in Egypt at the time to celebrate the festival of Osiris in October 130 CE. I wonder when the festival of Osiris was held. Some point towards the end of the month, just before the festival, Antinous drowned in Nile River. Hadrian reported as an accident, but historians such as Cassius Dio, C before D, and Aurelius Victor claim that Antinous sacrificed himself in a ritual to cure Hadrian of an illness, precisely what is unknown, he had been suffering from the past few years. This claim is strengthened by observation that Antinous, as Hadrian's beloved favorite, would no doubt have been attended by servants who would have rescued him from the river, and further by a trip the couple took to Heliopolis just before Antinous' death, where they conferred with a priest on mystical rites. Hadrian's health seemed to have improved afterwards, but his grief at the loss of his lover and best friend was overwhelming. Hadrian and Antinous deified immediately. This was unprecedented, as usually an emperor would submit the suggestion to the Senate, who would approve it. He ordered the city of Antinopolis, built in Antinous' honor, on the bank of the Nile, where he had drowned, and quite quickly a cult grew up around the youth, which spread quickly through the provinces. So would you say that everybody's saying that JFK Jr. is still alive and they call us a cult? Funny how that works. Antinous became a dying and reviving god figure who, because he was once human, was thought to respond more quickly to supplications than other deities. He was understood as a god of healing and compassion, and his adherents raised statues of him in temples and shrines throughout the empire. Healing and compassion. And what did the lady say that Trump's biggest attribute is in diplomacy? Empathy. Estimated there were once 2,000 statues of Antinous, of which 115 have been recovered. The cult of Antinous became so popular that over 200 years later, it revived the new religion of Christianity and the well-established cult of Isis. Hadrian dealt with this grief as best he could and continued on with his business of touring the provinces. Although he was learned and cultivated man, his policy of peaceful relations with others, whether personally or professionally, was not always adhered to. Get this point. He was known to lose his temper frequently with scholars at court he disagreed with, and once accidentally blinded a servant in one eye when he threw a stylus at him in rage. You guys, maybe this whole story about Elon and Besant and Elon getting a black eye, in Jerusalem, Hadrian would give full rein to this temper on a massive and tragic scale when the Jews revolted against his construction of a temple. 132 CE, Hadrian visited Jerusalem, which was still in ruins from the First Roman-Jewish War of 66 to 73 CE. He rebuilt the city according to his own designs. Remember, Trump wanted to go in Gaza and say, hey, we're going to take over Gaza. We're going to build it up real nice. And renamed it Aelia Capitolina Jupiter Capitolinus after himself and the king of the Roman gods. When he built the temple to Jupiter on the ruins of the Temple of Solomon, the second temple considered sacred by Jews, the populace rose up under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, also given Shimon Bar Kokhba, Ben Kosiba, or Kosiba. You stick with one name, which is becoming known as Bar Kokhba revolt. Roman losses in this campaign were enormous, but Jewish losses were no less significant. And we went over this. By the time the rebellion was took down, 580,000 Jews had been killed and over 1,000 towns and villages destroyed. MK-84s will do that. Hadrian then banished the remaining Jews from the region and renamed it Syria-Palestina after the traditional enemies of the Jewish people, the Philistines. So now, this is where we have to have the serious question. The Philistines, right? Don't know how close we are with this. I'm not particularly, the Philistines are, but if their enemy was the Philistines, well, then who were the Jews? They were the Phoenicians and Canaanites. Funny how that works. He ordered a public burning of the Torah, executed Jewish scholars, and prohibited the practice and observance of Judaism. Hell yes. See, at least somebody's got the balls to do it. Hadrian's handling of the Bar Kokhba revolt is one dark stain as otherwise admirable reign, but he made his choices based on traditional Roman policy in handling revolts. A harsh response followed by restoration. He made his choices based on traditional Roman policy, the letter of the law. Because remember, when people find out about 9/11, all this other shit that they've been doing to us, they're going to want it level 2. That's why Trump, it's a slow drip right now. So when you look at all the anti-Semitism, you can't say that. That's why he made an executive order. You could rescind that at any time. If they would have passed that as a law, we'd have all been fucked. But since they didn't, since he's like, hey, now he's nailing all of these universities on anti-Semitism, right? What do you do to an enemy that's basically defeating itself, right? Especially narcissists. you give them more reasons to be narcissistic. Because what is it essentially doing? It's turning all of America against them. All it's doing. And once the truth comes out, they won't be able to walk the streets. He may have taken his response as far as he did from personal outrage that anyone would have had a problem with his temple or any of the other decisions. Yeah. Yeah. Taking his response as far as he did from personal outrage. New York City was Trump's home. All of it. You brought down those towers. You did it intentionally. He went down there as soon as it happened. Had all of his guys out there helping. Down there in a suit. He didn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, down here now. It's almost like he knew. But really, there's nothing he could do about it. Right? His health now failing, Hadrian returned to Rome and occupied himself in writing poetry and tending his administrative affairs. He named Antonius Pius his successor on stipulation that Antonius would adopt young Marcus Aurelius as his own. Aurelius would co-rule with Lucius Verus, whose father was Hadrian's adopted son. Hadrian died in 138 C, presumably of a heart attack at the age of 62. He's buried first at Puteoli on the grounds of the former estate of the rhetorian Cicero as homage to Hadrian's love of learning. Yeah. Funny thing is, Cicero was also there when the whole Caesar deal went down. You know, the Jews probably paid off Cassius, Decius, and Brutus in order to pull this off. Probably the first coup. Because what they do after that? Well, they took his body outside, laid out a bunch of sticks, and they burned it. Sort of like a Holocaust, right? Just pointing out there. But when Antonius Pius completed the great tomb of Hadrian in Rome the following year, his body was cremated and the ashes interred there with those of his wife and his adopted son Lucius alias Caesar, father of Lucius Verus. Because remember, Trump hasn't started seizing yet. He will. All goes back to that first executive order about the human trafficking and seizing all assets. So now, this is the timeline. So, he couldn't have written that this term at all. Because why? Because he would have, and then come to find out that they started the investigation back in his first term, then there would be, well, you can't do that because, you know, you already started this investigation. So he wrote the executive order first, then put Sessions in. Boom, dropped all the Epstein shit on Sessions. Sessions leaves crying because he knows that they have to go watch this shit and there's fucking, I mean, you can't let just some, I wouldn't say God-fearing, but, somebody with, Jeff Sessions' acumen, that he has to watch this shit. Antonius Pius and Hadrian deified temples built in his honor. A historian never given. Hadrian's rule is the period of history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous. When the vast extent of Roman Empire was governed by absolute power under the guidance of virtue and wisdom. Governed by absolute power. But the guidance of virtue and wisdom. Absolute power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. But it's not an absolute power is corrupting absolutely because you're using the guidance of virtue and wisdom. So you're giving the people what they need to know so they can make their own decisions based on the truth. If you're feeding them a bunch of bullshit like they do now, and we start making terrible choices and they want to pin that on us, it's like, well, if we were given the truth, we would have a different outlook. Right? Hadrian's reign is generally considered in keeping with Gibbon's estimation. Even among the 5 good emperors of ancient Rome, he stands out an exceptional statesman. Aurelius, the last of the 5 good emperors, would reign during far more troubled times than Hadrian knew, and his son Commodus became an unofficial dictator whose uneven reign and assassination led to political and social disturbances which had never been imagined under Hadrian. Because why? Wasn't it the Jews that ruined the whole Roman Empire with their fucking banking and their usury? Of course it was. Just So, Trump's Hadrian, right? So now we go to wrong one, damn it. Sorry, guys. What's this? Second. Right here. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Glory, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ray wasn't dirty, guys. See, everybody wants to pin Ray on all this stuff, right? What did Ray do? I mean, you can't blame one person at the top for all the other shitbags, right? When Ray was appointed during Trump's first term, he gave one of the greatest entries ever. He didn't point the blame. He said, hey, here's the problems we have. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. I'm like, shit, this sounds good. We told trust Ray. But as this drug on, everybody's like, oh, this is all bullshit, fucking Ray's. It's like, whoa. What just came out that cashing them what they found? Fake numbers. They found burn bags in a secret room in the FBI. I wonder who put those there. How many bags? 7. That's how they're talking to us. Says trust Ray, trust Sessions, trust Kansas, Horowitz, Huber. All there. So, isn't it funny? There's 3 arches of Hadrian, 3.0. They have one in Greece, one in Italy, and one in Jordan. But, let's see. Let's see. Which one was it? Let's see, trash in Jordan. Right. 11-meter high triple arch gateway erected to honor the visit Roman Emperor Hadrian to the city, then called Gerasa. In the winter of 129-130, the arch originally stood at almost 22 meters. That's 66 feet, a little bit over. And probably had wind doors. Probably. So the door's 66 feet tall too? We're just asking. Arch features some unconventional, possibly Nabatean architectural features, such as acanthus bases. The columns are decorated with capitals at the bottom rather than the top. The monument served as both a commemorative arch as an approach to Gerasa. The arch's relative remoteness from the city walls point to a plan for southward expansion of Gerasa during its heyday. The expansion, however, has not been implemented. Fuckers again. So, the expansion, however, has not been implemented. Why? Because he wasn't about expanding Rome's. He wanted to protect what Rome had, and that's it. Let everybody else fucking fight over the other shit. That's it. Then we go back, and we go to in Italy. Arch of Hadrian. Arches of Capua, or the Lucky Arch. What are lucky numbers? 7s. Originally triple arch, but there are only 3 pylons, and one of the lateral arches survived. Spanned the Appian Way and constituted an ideal entrance to the city, perhaps corresponding to the line of the Pomerium. Pomerum, whatever. Spanned what? The Appian Way, you say? It's funny they would mention that. Appian Way is actually the Appian Way production company. That's Leonardo DiCaprio's production company, is the Appian Way that we know from past shows. Arches erected between the latter half of the 1st century and the former half of the 2nd century, but we are ignorant of its dedication. Who's we? An inscription was reported with dedication to Emperor Hadrian, later determined to be false. Dedication to Septimus Severus was also dubiously reported, but this probably belonged to the podium of the statue. And it was hypothesized that the arch's erection occurred during the Flavian dynasty after a gift of the statue of Colonia to the city, along with the name Colonia Flavia Augusta. I'm going to say no. Because the Flavian dynasty, they were the Jews. You know, Josephus and all, they were all Jews. Flavian Josephus. There was a restoration and reconstructions of the lateral structure in 1851. Why was there a restoration with additions and reconstructions? What was added? You have no idea in 1851 what the hell it was. Hey, you went 1860, it was involved in combat. Of course, because you want to destroy it. Battle of Vulturnus. Sounds like Vulcan too. This Luigi, after 1893, the damage sustained during the battle was restored. Further restoration took place in both 1945 and 1953 to 55 as a result of damage suffered in the Second World War, destroying all the old monuments. The arch is constructed in brick and originally had an outer coating of white limestone, now lost. Go figure. The pylons of the central vault remain and one of the lateral arches. You wouldn't say lost if you just restored and just added shit. They're modern extensions and restorations. Because you guys don't even know what it even looked like. Arch of the central vault and lateral vaults were of a moderate height, 6.2 meters. It's only 18 feet, 19 feet. But that of the central arch was wider, opening at 4.85 meters versus the opening of 3.95 meters for the lateral arches, and originally reached to a greater height. Yeah, like 60 feet. Pylons are coated with a base of blocks of white limestone and lightened by niches with arched tops. The holes in the lateral structure are now allow the possibility of the presence of columns which frame the niches and must have supported the entablature, which would have been above the vaults. On the inside of the pylons of the central passage are some niches, but these are modern recreations. So literally, just destroy everything, right? That's all they do. And the Arch of Hadrian in Athens, I mean, it's... This one just goes... I mean, it goes in depth about the whole... This one right here. Hadrian's Gate. Monumental Gateway. Roman Triumphal Arch. Then who built the arch in France? Remember, it was a part of the Roman Empire too. Center of Athens, Greece. Complex structures on the eastern side of the city included the Temple of Olympian Zeus. Proposed that the arch was built to celebrate the adventist arrival of Roman Emperor Hadrian and to honor him for his many benefactions. The city, on occasion, the dedication of nearby temple complex in 131-132 AD. Not certain who commissioned the arch, although it's probable that citizens of Athens or another Greek group were responsible for its construction design. Please note, remember, they don't want to give Hadrian an ounce of credit for being a leader in architecture. Why would they, right? Two inscriptions on the arch facing opposite directions, naming both Theseus and Hadrian as founders of Athens. While it's clear that the inscriptions honor Hadrian, it is unclear whether they refer to the city as a whole or the city in two parts, one old and one new. The early idea, however, that the arch was marked the line of the ancient city wall, and thus the division between the old and new region of the city, had been shown to be false by further excavation. But it's been known to be false by further excavation. Well, have we seen it? Have you shown us any of the proof? Nope. Okay, then. Because remember, when they excavate, they just find pottery. They don't find, like, chisels, hammers, or anything like that. They just find pottery. Mysteriously, that's good to go. But remember, Hadrian did not want to expand the Roman Empire. So he is on one side, and there's another name on the other. That means this side's ours, that side's yours. And right here, I mean, it just goes to the whole restoration drawing, right? Yeah. So how'd they make it? You know, back in the day, where'd they get the limestone? Where'd they get the columns? It's all one piece. They didn't have cranes, right? So all this is it just goes into the whole, like, how it's all built, and it's just a bunch of it's all just typical bullshit. But also, it says right here, Roman arches typically supported major stone or bronze statuaries, often including a quadriga, four-horse chariot, or similar at top center. Where else do you see a four-horse chariot? Germany. As Willers notes, the design of the Arch of Hadrian has very refined upper level that does not allow the mounting of major decoration on top of the attic. You mean the keystone? Just call it what it is. So they talk about the decorations and all this. Like, see, no evidence of the type of doweling needed to mount statuary at the top of the lower level. That stone is far too roughly worked on the upper surface for statues to rest on it. But he's done an excellent study of the lower level of the arch. Why wasn't he given permission to study the upper level? So his statements by saying that, oh, the upper level is too rough, you're getting it from previously published measurement and images. They'll be faked. Complete investigation of the monument, perhaps with limited excavation of the foundation, as Willard suggests, remains to be done. Then how could you already come up with a hypothesis of what the whole thing is? On one side, it says, this is Athens, is the ancient city of Thesis. And southeast side, that's the northwest side, says this is the city of Hadrian and not of Thesis. On the one side. So remember, Thesis 8, you guys have this. We're concentrating on our borders and sealing them off. But they had another wall, this Themocletian wall. Stood on the line of the Themocletian wall, and that it marked the division between the old city of Thesis and the new city of Hadrian. Yes. Yes. That's all it is. But this newer Roman section of the city was thought to have been added to the ancient Greek city during the period of Pax Romana, Roman peace. Just like Trump is getting ready to, we're going into the period of Pax Americana, a P and an A 16 plus 1. Just math. And all this is all these people that are sitting here debating on, it's all bullshit. That's all it is. And then you have preservation. It's garbage. In recent decade, atmospheric pollution has damaged the monument. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's been there for what? A couple thousand years? And already, what do? We ruin it. You're worried about atmospheric pollution. Shouldn't be worried about dropping bombs on shit. I would. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it for, like, Hadrian, all it. Not of Hadrian. Not at all. Because now is when we'll get a little dicey. All right. So Remember, he was moved from one second here. One second. One second, just want to get these right. One second. Initially interred in Puteoli, his remains were later transferred to a magnificent mausoleum in Rome, now known as Castle Sant'Angelo. So, humor me, people. How many Castle Sant'Angelos do you think there are? 3. But you've got Licata. No, it's Fort St. Angelo, fort in Licata, Sicily, originally built as a watchtower. Watch the watch. 1580s, and it was expanded into a fort between 1650 and 1640. Today, the fort is in good condition, is open to the public. Wow. So we put vinyl siding on houses, and they're building shit that could easily last 700 years. Yeah, we're advanced. Castle Sant'Angelo is located on Mount St. Angelo, a hill above sea level overlooking the city to the north and its harbor to the south. Several archaeological sites, including remains of a Hellenistic settlement, can be found in the area. First fortification to be built on Mount St. Angelo was a watchtower, which was constructed between 1583 and 1585. So, isn't it funny that there's a 17 and there's a 19 on the orders of Viceroy Marcanto Colonna? The Colonna name. Yeah. It's one of the families. One of the 12 bloodlines. Tower was designed by military engineer Camillo Camillani. 1650, Hernando Patino, general commander of the Royal Cavalry of Sicily and military governor of Syracuse, began building a fort on the site, incorporating the tower as the fort's keep. Construction was halted, but was resumed in 1636 and completed in 1640 under the direction of Scipione Carton Marquis de Dallamura. The fort never fired its guns in anger. It was decommissioned in the 19th century. It was a telegraph station between 1849 and 1856. 9, 11, right? 9, 13, 22. In the early 20th century, it became a lighthouse. Yeah, we don't see lighthouses at all in the drops. It was severely damaged during an Allied invasion of Sicily on a double 17, July 10th, 1943. Nothing to see there, right? It was bombarded by 2 ships, done twice, Brooklyn and Buck, BB 1111. Damaged parts of the fort were later repaired. Lighthouse in Castle St. Angelo closed in 1965, and the fort was abandoned. It was declared a historic monument on July 8, 1969. It was restored in the 1980s. Restored, right? Today, the fort is in good condition, open to the public. There are plans to turn a museum. The fort has a triangular shape, with the 16th century tower serving as its keep. The fort is built in Baroque architecture and includes a central courthouse, the courtyard, barracks, stables, and warehouses. Access to the fort was only allowed through drawbridge over a moat. The fort also contained a chapel, but this no longer exists. Why? Because you got to get rid of all the shit. Right? Right. Then we have Lazio. Here's a short one, but province of Reti, Italian region Lazio, located about 70 kilometers, 43 miles northeast of Rome, and about 12 kilometers, 7 miles east of Reti. There's 70, there's 43, 7. So what's 7 plus 7 plus 3? It's 17. There's no 7. To give us, right? But then there is this. Let's see. Corfu. Must have been real easy to build that, huh? Right? Angelo Castro. Castle of Angelos or Castle of the Angel. Byzantine castle on the island of Corfu, Greece. Located at the top of the highest peak in the island's shoreline in the northwest coast of near Paleocastria and built on particularly precipitous and rocky terrain. It stands 1,000 foot on a steep cliff above the sea and surveys the city of Corfu and the mountains of mainland Greece, the southeast and wide area of Corfu towards the northeast and northwest. So this is where you have to ask yourself, self, why would you put Hadrian's remains in Rome when he's Greek? Wouldn't he want to be buried in Greece? Just saying. Angelo Castro is one of the most important fortified complexes of Corfu. It was an acropolis which surveyed the region all the way to the southern Adriatic and presented a formidable strategic vantage point to the occupant of the castle. Angelo Castro formed a defensive triangle with the castle of Gardiki and Cassiope, 3 castles again, which covered Corfu's defense to the south, northwest, and northeast. Castle never fell despite frequent sieges and attempts at conquering it through the centuries. Why? Why were you wanting this so bad? What's there? Played a decisive role in defending the island against pirate incursions and during 3 sieges of Corfu by the Ottomans, significantly contributed to their defeat. During invasions to help shelter the local peasant population, the villagers also fought against the invaders, playing an active role in the defense of the castle. Oh, wait, you see how this is. Wait, let me see if this is the one. Let's see. Nope. It's the other one. Oh, got a couple castles. The exact period of the building castle is not known, of course. But they could tell, the early part of the 1st century CE. Yeah, okay. But it's often been attributed to the reigns of Michael I Komnenos and his son Michael II Komnenos. What if it's Archangel Michael? First documentary evidence of the fortress dates to 1272, when Giordano di San Felice took possession of it for Charles of Anjou, who had seized Corfu from Manfred, king of Sicily, in 1267. 1387 to the end of the 16th century, Angelo Castro was the official capital of Corfu and the seat of the Provedor General del Levante, like the Levant, governor of the Ionian Islands and commander of the Venetian fleet, which was stationed in Corfu. The governor of the castle is known as a castellan. It was normally appointed by the city council of Corfu and chosen amongst the noblemen of the island. Angelo Castro is considered one of the most imposing architectural remains in the Ionian Islands, along with Cassiope Castle, Gardiki Castle, and 2 Venetian forces of Corfu City, the Citadel, and the new fort. Citadel. Named related to Comneno Angelo, despots of Epirus. Earliest textual reference to the castle is in an Angivian document of 1272, which refers to as Castrum, the Castle of the Holy Angel. What holy angel? Not a star fort. Nope. One of the most important fortified complexes of Corfu, forms an acropolis that surveyed the region all the way to the southern Adriatic and therefore presented a formidable strategic vantage point to the occupant of the castle. Situated in an impregnable and strategic position, Angelo Castro became important to the island's fortunes for many centuries. Angelo Castro was one of 3 castles which defended the island before the Venetian era, because the Venetians, they're wanting to steal everything. Castles formed a defensive triangle with Gardiki Castle guarding the island south, Cassiope Castle northeast, and Angelo Castro in the northwest. In peacetime, it was also a center of commerce and development. One of the reasons the castle was built was to defend Corfu against piracy and warn Corfu City of any approaching danger. The city of Corfu lies to the southeast of the castle and is visible from Angelo Castro. The garrison of the fortress would signal to the city the approach of an enemy. Now, the Byzantine era, they excavated 2 early Christian closure slabs. Other findings were unearthed at the top of the necropolis, indicating the site was occupied and perhaps fortified by the early Byzantine period between 5th and 7th century AD. So this thing's been there for a long time. But yet, why were they still wanting to overtake it and what was in it? What's under it? You're not just building a castle on top of a rock and nothing's under it. That's not happening. Byzantine ruins were found at Padama location near Anglo Castro, indicating a settlement area which population could have used fortifications on the Anglo Castro hill during times of crisis. After Byzantium lost its dominion over southern Italy in 1071, Corfu became the new Byzantine frontier of the west, serving to separate Byzantium from its enemies of the west, making the island strategic to the Komnenoi, who had the incentive to build fortifications to safeguard Corfu from the frequent invasions of the Norman kingdom of Sicily, which had caused continuing upheaval in the island. Why would you put in the island and not on the island? The exact time of the building of the castle is not known. Of course not. You know when everything else is. You know when Hammurabi wiped his ass on whatever. Now you don't know this? But there are estimates that it was built during the reign of Manuel Komnenos or by Michael Komnenos Ducas, also known as Michael I Angelos. Sounds a lot like Michelangelo, doesn't it? Despot of Epirus, who took Corfu in 1214, his son Michael II Angelos further fortified the area of the castle, and there is mention of him as the builder of the fortress. Looks like Bob the Builder did it again, huh? But there's mention of him as the builder of the fortress, but you don't even know who built it. You don't know the time, who, or anything. So don't you think that there'd be a date in there that's mention of him as a builder of the fortress? Just following the takeover of Constantinople by Crusaders in 1204, Corfu was governed by a variety of rules, including despots of Epirus, till 1267. It was occupied by the Angevins of Naples. So let's see. 1272, Giordano di San Felice took ownership of the fortress on behalf of Charles I of Naples, king of the Angevins. The Angevins occupied Corfu from 1267 to 1386, and a document related to the takeover of the fortress is the earliest written record attesting the existence of a castle. 1386, after the violent death of King Charles III of Naples. Where else do we have a King Charles III? Oh, yes. The occupants of the castle, still loyal to Charles' successor, King Ladislaus of Naples, resisted for a brief time the Venetian takeover, but the transfer of power to the Venetians occurred with virtually no loss of life. Looks like we're taking over some castles over in the UK, too. Before the Venetians conquered Corfu, there were 3 castles which defended the island from attacks. Cassiope Castle in the northeast of the island, and Angelo Castro defending the northwest side of Corfu, and Gardiki in the south of the island. 1386, with the departure of the Angevins, the castle came under the ownership of the most serene Republic of Venice. Serene, right? Yeah, the Venetians. Special Venetian officer assumed the responsibility for Angelo Castro, a strong castle which never fell despite frequent attempts to conquer it. Under the dominion of Venice, Corfu was defended throughout the period of occupation. However, invasions and associated destruction still occurred during this time, especially at undefended areas of the island, but it still stands. Venetians began being the prominent maritime power of the era, like the Canaanites and Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were the seafarers, just like the Etruscans, just like the Venetians. They're all one and the same. Angelo Castro to monitor the shipping lanes in the southern Adriatic and Ionian Sea. All about monitoring shipping lanes, way back then. Throughout the period of Venetian rule, the castle enjoyed great prominence because it offered protection to the locals from foes such as the Genoan pirates to the west, as well as the Ottomans to the east. Neither the Genoans nor the Ottomans were ever able to penetrate its defenses. 1403, a Genoese fleet carrying a force of about 10,000 Genoan mercenaries lay at Paleocastria. The Genoans were on their way to the Holy Land to take part in the Crusades, and they were under the command of French Marshal Jean Le Mangrin, known as Boucicault. Following their landing, laid siege to Angelo Castro for a year. The Genoans burned and pillaged the surrounding area. Then they attempted to occupy the castle. After furious battles with the Corfiot garrison under the leadership of a Corfiot nobleman, they were ultimately repulsed. So they had some shit in there. 1406, the Venetian Senate received a petition by Corfiot representatives to Venice under the Capitoli, the political privilege granted by Venice to Corfu upon entering Venetian state, who had asked that position of public officials in Corfu be filled locally for a year. 2 years later, in 1408, the Senate replied and informed the local government of Corfu that certain public positions, such as the Castellan or the governor of Anglo-Castro, the Castellan of Portoferro, and the salt official were exempt from Capitoli, and they would be filled by Venetian Ballio. Why do you have a salt official? Salt was pretty big then, huh? Later, the Corfu representations of Venice succeeded their demands that the Castellan of Anglo-Castro be appointed locally by the city of Corfu. Seems pretty... I mean, you would want somebody guarding it that's a local. Subsequently, the Castellan was chosen amongst the noblemen of the island. Occasionally, the Venetians provided funds for the repair and maintenance of the old world castles, such as Anglo-Castro, as a means of protecting the peasants and their livestock during times of crisis. The Venetians applied a similar policy in the old castles located in mountain ranges of northern Cyprus. More giants. 1387 to late the 16th century, Anglo-Castro was the capital of Corfu, and in the early 16th century became the seat of the Provedor General de Levante, who was the governor of the Ionian Islands and also the commander of the Venetian fleet, which was stationed in Corfu. Anglo-Castro was instrumental in repulsing the Ottoman 3 sieges of Corfu, first one in 1537, siege of 1571, and second great siege in 1716. So, 3 sieges, and look at the time frame. Hold on a second. All right. Sorry about that. 1537, during the first great siege of Corfu, Suleiman the Magnificent dispatched a force of 25,000 men under the command of Admiral Hadrian Barbarossa to attack Corfu. It's funny, they have an Operation Barbarossa in World War II. Suleiman the Magnificent was that big Muslim and shit like that. Ottomans landed at Govino Bay, present-day Govia, and proceeded towards Corfu town, destroying the village of Patamos as they made their way towards the city. The old fort, Corfu City's only fortification during that period, and the Anglo-Castro were the only 2 places on the island not in the hands of the invaders at the time. In undefended parts of the island, people were killed or taken away as slaves by the army of the Sultan. I thought the castles were supposed to protect the peasants. Guess not. Even though the old fortress in the city of Corfu, the weaker segments of the civilian population, women, children, elderly, called the useless by the Venetian. It's almost as the Venetians are the... Remember, they watched all the money too. They were money changers too. Ottomans were not allowed to enter the fort and were forced to remain outside the walls. Awesome, right? Even though they wanted to protect their people, that's why then they came in and said, they're all useless. Women, children, elderly. How do you destroy population? You destroy the women, children, elderly. Ottomans killed many among them or enslaved them. Rejection of the people at the gates and its consequences angered the Corfuites, who lost faith in Venice's defensive measures. When the Ottomans attacked the Angelo-Castro, 3,000 villagers had retreated inside the safety of the walls of the castle. The invading army was repulsed 4 times by the Corfuite garrison and was able to breach the defense of the castle. Account of the Ottoman invasion contained a history of Paolo Giovio, published in 1555. The author mentions Anglo-Castro out of all the other castles of Corfu and praises the bravery of its defenders. As it was retreating from Corfu, the Ottoman army devastated the undefended areas of both Corfu City and the island. In total, about 20,000 people who were unable to find shelter in either castle or either killed or taken away as slaves. August 1571, the Ottomans made many attempts at conquering Corfu. Having seized Parga and Mortos from the Greek mainland side, they attacked the Paxi Islands, landing a force there. Subsequently, they landed on Corfu's southeast shore and established a large beachhead all the way to the southern tip of the island at Lefkimi to Ipsos in Corfu's midsection of the eastern part of the island. These areas were thoroughly pillaged and burnt as in past encounters. Fire and fury. Ottoman force on its way to the city first occupied and destroyed the village of Patamos. Although the Corfu city castle stood firm, the western Corfu was destroyed, and the general population outside the castle was defenseless. It suffered heavy casualties, while homes, churches, and public buildings were burned in the city suburbs. It almost sounds like a certain group today that does that. Almost like they're one the same. Admiral Ali Pasha was dispatched to Corfu by Ottoman Empire as head of invasion force 1571, deployed 2/3 of his men to lay siege and attempt to conquer Anglo-Castro, while the rest of his army attacked the city of Corfu. Anglo-Castro garrison, composed of about 4,000 peasants from the nearby villages, successfully resisted an invading force, and the Ottomans were not successful at establishing a beachhead in the northwest flank of the island. So, let me get this straight. You brought 2/3 of your military, and there are 4,000 peasants, and you guys still couldn't get it. These peasants were protecting something big. After unsuccessful siege, the Ottoman army retreated from Anglo-Castro, and they set course for Corfu City through the mountains, intent on continuing the siege of the city. The garrison of Anglo-Castro scuttled their plans by exiting the castle and rolling boulders at them as they were passing through the mountains. They can't tell you when something was built, but they can tell you that, oh, they were rolling boulders when they were walking through the mountains. Get the fuck out of here. Just story time, guys. Story time. Following these events, Kilich ended the siege of the island, destroying vineyards and fruit trees during his retreat, and finally departing with his fleet. Who else destroys trees? Like olive trees, right? These Ottomans' defeats, both at City Castle and the city of Anglo-Castro in the west, proved decisive, and Ottoman abandoned their attempts to conquer Corfu. Anglo-Castro protected the population of the region again during the Second Great Siege of Corfu by the Ottomans in 1716. With the advent of modern warfare, and the castle's importance declined and gradually fell into a state of disrepair. Thanks, guys. Passage of time did to the castle what no aspiring conqueror could. From 1999, however, the Corfu office of the 8th Emporiate of Byzantine Antiquities of Greece has undertaken a restoration program under the co-sponsor of the Greek Ministry of Culture and the European Union, guys. Castle was closed to the public for excavations. Reconstruction started in 1999. As of May 25th, 2009, the castle was open with an admission fee of €2. But like most of the Greek cultural sites on the islands, it is closed on Mondays. So, 10 years for excavations and reconstruction. What were you guys hiding? Right? Most important architecture remains Ionian Islands, along with 4 other fortifications: Gardiki Castle, Cassiope, built by Angevinians, the 2 Venetian fortresses. Let's see. Church of the Acropolis. Acropolis is located at the highest point with the church on the southern side. The church is dedicated to Archangel Michael and is built at the site of the early Christian 3-aisled church. There's even 3 aisles in the church. Archangel Michael. That's a 113 as well. Circular Tower, the main gates point to the north and protected by a circular tower. The ruins opposite the main gate form the garrison quarters. There were 3 underground cisterns that supplied water to the castle occupants. No mention of bathrooms, by the way. Battlements survived only on the northeast side of the castle. A small gate also exited the southern side. It's always power 3s, guys. There is a cemetery on the western side with 7 graves carved out of the rock in the shape of human body as a sarcophagus. The origin of the anthropomorphic graves had not yet been determined. 7. Chapel in the rock. As the east side, there exists a tiny chapel dedicated to St. Kraki that also serves as a hermitage. The chapel is created by digging in the rock formation, and as it's such, a cave-like structure. Bullshit. There are paintings inside the chapel that date back to the 18th century. Further, a hermit also resided in the same area. Edward Lear created a drawing of Anglo-Castro and one of the views of the Ionian Islands. Now, let's see. Gardiki Castle. 13th century Byzantine castle on the southwestern coast of Corfu, only surviving medieval fortress on the southern part of the island. Of course, it was built by, they know who built it. They don't know when. Was there only 3 castles defending the island before the Venetian area? Castle dates from the 13th century and is located on a low hill near the village of Agios, Mathios, which is situated at a higher elevation. You gotta tell this. No. Rule responsible for the construction of the castle is not known, but it is assumed that it was built by either Michael I Comnenos or his son Michael II. So the same people built all the castles, right? But it takes you guys 10 years to just excavate and actually just do restorations. Makes sense. Immediately to the south of the castle lies Carissa Lake, which is separated from the sea by a narrow strip of land. So, when you look at a map and you look at Mar-a-Lago, you have the sea, the land, and then freshwater. Don't know. Remains from the Upper Paleolithic era dating from 20,000 BC, right? When Corfu was still united, the mainland regions of Epirus were found on the site of the castle at the rock shelter of Grava Garduku, including hunter-gatherer, stone tools, and animal bones. Get the fuck out of here. Stone tools, okay. So how'd they build all this shit? Why aren't they finding all these stone tools? Why aren't they on display? Why aren't these hammers and chisels found? Because they never used them. It's the same thing with that one. All this is pretty much repetitive in the other one. There are elements of ancient structure, whether it had been incorporated in the construction of the castle. The ancient structure was probably a fountain house. Probably. You can't even use this. I mean, if you're writing a paper, I mean, how are you supposed to say, oh, it's probably that? It's like, well, was it? It's like, do you know? Let's see. Historical reference. Yeah, what that one cares. What the other one? This one. This one gets interesting. Castle on northeast coast of Corfu, overseeing the fishing village of Cassiope. One of 3 Byzantine period castles, the Venetian area. Yep. We get that. We get all that. Exact origins of the castle are not clear, with various theories being advanced, but they appear to be Byzantine. Being advanced. Well, what do you mean? The excavation of the 2 towers adjacent to the main gate, as well on the 3rd tower, north side of the main gate. Bronze coins from the reigns of Byzantine emperors Maurice and Basil II were discovered. Or you really can't say that, 1386, 1797, if you're finding coins from 582 to 602 AD there. Looks like it's a lot older, huh? In addition to ceramic ostraca, pottery, guys, pottery, 4th and 7th century AD were also unearthed. Leads to the conclusion that Byzantine castle may have been built in the area by the 6th century AD, a date which is several centuries earlier than the current estimated date of the present castle's construction. What is it? Right? Anyone count Bohemond of Taranto Taranto conquered the castle and started the first Norman invasion of Greece. 1084, castle fell again. Angevins took over the castle. 1386, Venetians, they took over again. Destruction and neglect by the Venetians. Well, go figure. Or the destruction of the castle because defenders resisted their takeover of Corfu in 1386 and did not willingly surrender. Venetians subsequently dismantled it, fearing it could be captured by their enemies or even by the locals used against them, and even later times did not repair or maintain it, in contrast to their efforts at strengthening Anglo-Castra and the old fortress of Corfu. Oh, dismantled it, fearing it could be captured. Where do we hear that fucking line all the time now? Well, they could have done this. That's why we had to go in there and kill everybody. Oh, we have got some videos about the Jews today that you're going to be pleased. The consequence of the Venetian action was that during the Turkish sieges of Corfu in 1537-1716, the local people who could not escape were slaughtered or enslaved. There's also evidence provided by famous Venetian architects Michel Saint-Micheli and his son Gitmo Saint-Michel, whatever, under the contract of the Venetians to reinforce the old fortress of Corfu during the Ottoman intersiege period of 1537-1558. Carry materials from the Cassiope castle to the citadel for the repairs. Started just carrying these massive fucking stones and all that. Come on. The shit was there. They didn't do any of it. 1669, Venetian surrendered the Handaka in Crete, the Ottomans. Corfu became the last Venetian possession, bastion in the Levant. Consequently, the Venetians redoubled their efforts by strengthening the defenses of the island. Doubled down. 1671, a Venetian official by the name of Dona was sent to evaluate the defenses of Corfu and submit a plan to the Venetian Senate. Because now, get it right. Is it 1N or 2? Went to institute to Cassiope to evaluate the castle and prospects defending Corfu from the Ottomans who were planning an invasion of the island of Epirus. Dona went along with Venetian special commander of the Adriatic and future Doge Mosinio. There's a Doge. Based on a further advice by General St. Andrea and military engineer Vernita, Dona's reported the Venetian Senate supported the strengthening of the Cassiope fortress. Despite Dona's advice, the Venetians abandoned all plans of defending Cassiope. A century after the castle's destruction, folk tales, actually truths, develop of fire-breathing dragons who have destroyed the castle and poisoned the people of the village. The genesis of these myths is attributed to the impression the use of black powder and explosions made to the area residents who were unfamiliar with these advances in military warfare. Remember that part. Remember that part when we get down to the bottom. Following the second great siege of Corfu in 1760, the Venetians finally decided to rebuild the castle. Liars again. Liars again. Let's see. We'll get to the good stuff. It just goes over with the castle, the layout of the castle, everything like that. Let's see. I have it. Okay. Since the walls. Okay. Since the walls of the castle are vertical, not inclined, so the cannon projectiles could bounce off them. The design was meant to repulse conventional siege machinery developed prior to the advent of artillery. You guys see when black powder was created, right? Such conventional equipment would have included ladders, siege towers, and battering rams. Then where's the black powder? Overall design of the castle is modest and characteristic of its provincial origin. The rectangular towers are older than cylindrical ones, and there are indications that the technology of the cylindrical towers may have been belatedly introduced to the fortress, given its rural and provincial location. Since the castle was abandoned for a long time, the structure is in a state of ruin. Of course. The eastern side of the fort has disappeared, only a few traces remain. There are indications that castle stones have been used as building materials for houses in the area. Access to the fortress is mainly from the southeast through a narrow walkway, which includes passages from homes and backyards, since the castle is at the center of the densely built area of the small village of Cassiope. So, I think we pretty much learned that Trump actually is Hadrian, and all they're just using is just all parts of history. They're using all of history to replay it. They just do it all, right? Oh, and by the way, guess when Hadrian died? July 10th, 138 AD. Another 7/10. So that's that. There's so much more. So much more. We're going to dig in a couple of videos now because this shit is. Let's see. What do you guys want to talk about? You guys want to go in on the little hats? We got some shit on that too. Let's see. Okay, I put a video in the comments. This one's a 1976 interview, right? It's on Static in the Attic. The guy's awesome. I mean, I emailed me, I emailed him and all that, and long story. But this one is big. Because all these people are saying, oh, it's the Zionists, the Zionists.
Any relation to the Mafia Rosenthal. And I don't know if this interview was real or not. They say that this is like the protocols. It's all just prop. But they say that he was departed just a month after this interview. And I was able to verify that. One, he was, in fact, a senior aide to Senator Jacob Javits. And two, that he did go down in a plane jacking on August 11th, 1976 in Istanbul, which does line up perfectly with what is claimed in here. And this interview was dubbed The Hidden Tyranny. Mr. Rosenthal, an influential Gray, learned in the Gray ways and involved in the workings of government in Washington, D.C., explained the Gray involvement and cause of the major problems we face today. Rosenthal, in exposing certain aspects of the inner invisible world of Gray, revealed the modes and tactics they have used in destroying world civilization and covertly attain control of our lives and governments. Not sure if that was supposed to be covertly or if I need a dictionary. The interviewer here is Walter White Jr., which I tried to look into, and of course the only results I get on that is Walter White from Breaking Bad. But the side comment from Mr. White is that Mr. Harold Wallace Rosenthal made this statement after admitting Gray dominance in all significant national programs. Rosenthal stated, "We Grays continue to be amazed with the ease by which Christian Americans have fallen into our hands. While the naive Americans wait for Khrushchev to bury them, we have taught them to submit to our every demand." And yes, they had everyone convinced that the Ruskies were the problem back at this time. Mr. White, how could a nation be captured without their knowing it? Rosenthal, this victory is attributed to absolute control of the media. White's side comment, he also boasted of their control of all news, which it's been a while, but I've shown you guys newspaper clippings from all the way back in the 30s. And, well, that's why all Americans thought that the Ruskies were the problem, even though we've been allied with them in every major war. And even after the big one, the generals came home and said, we fought the wrong enemy. Rosenthal, any newspaper which refused to acquiesce to controlled news was brought to its knees by withdrawing advertising. Still going on today. Look at Elon a couple years ago and everybody else. Failing in this, the Gray stopped the supply of news printed ink. It's a very simple matter. Mr. White, what about men in high political office? Rosenthal, no one in the last 3 decades has achieved any political power without Gray approval. Americans have not had a presidential choice since 1932. Roosevelt was our man. Every president since Roosevelt has been our man. And
so like what we've been saying.
I should do a video about that at some time, but they caused the Great Depression. It wasn't just in America. It collapsed economies all around the world. And then to save America from total ruin, Roosevelt came in and implemented all of these socialistic changes along with insane government spending. And there's an old political cartoon of Stalin, Mussolini, and the mustache guy all saying, yeah, he's the real deal, meaning that he implemented more central governmental control than anybody else. Mr. White, what about the U.S. foreign policy? Kissinger's foreign policy. The bedroom confidence of this interview was all but set aside. With disdain and mockery, Rosenthal sneered at the American stupidity and failing to see through the entire scope of Kissinger's foreign policy. Rosenthal, it is a Lionese comrade policy from beginning to end, yet the citizens think this gray policy will benefit America. Yeah, when Kissinger was getting old and senile, he went on camera and finally admitted that mixing a bunch of people in together forms a low-trust society, and that's what we want. Rosenthal, we Graves have put issue upon issue to the American people. Then we promote both sides of the issue as confusion reigns. With their eyes fixed on the issues, they failed to see who was behind every scene. We Grays toy with the American public as a cat toys with a mouse. One could sense that perhaps America deserves the reign of terror being planned for her. The gray mind pits every ethnic group against the other. The blood of the masses will flow as we wait for our day of world victory, he said coldly. The reign of terror, of course, refers to the French Revolution, and this is a good book that describes how every revolution of our modern era is financed by them, basically. The naive politicians in Washington are gullible. Most of them are not too bright, so the powerful gray lobbyists influenced this practice years ago, and there is no one strong enough to stop it. Yeah, how many of these bastards are flying blue and white on their door inside the Capitol? That alone should be treason. I mean, seriously, what if 300 of these guys were all flying the ENOCH flag? Some of the money is even returned to the United States and spent on Lionese prop efforts. The money that we send over there, allegedly. Much of it through the B'nai B'rith and the Conference of Gray Organizations and the World Congress. The Gray Agency is a funding arm, a sort of body of the B'nai B'rith officials. There's nothing wrong with sending American dollars to Yeezy tax-free so long as we are smart enough to get away with it. Let's reverse this conversation for a minute. You made it clear and quite vociferously that you don't like grays. Why do you hate us? And there we go. If you disagree, then you ate somebody. Mr. Rosenthal, I do not hate anybody. I hate when what the Grays are doing to us, and especially as it relates to any and everything related to Christianity. I hate their deceit, trickery, cunning, and their detestable dishonesty. Does that make me Semitophobic?
Don't we all? Don't we all?
If it does, then I'm Semitophobic. Rosenthal, Semitophobia does not signify opposition to the semis. There is no such thing. It is an expression we Grays use effectively as a smear word used to brand a bigot. Like you guys, anyone who brings criticism against Grays, we use it as hate mongers. During Christ's time, the Grays were seeking a material and earthly kingdom, but Christ offered the Grays a spiritual kingdom. This they couldn't buy, so they rejected Jesus Christ and had him crucified.
No true words have ever been spoken right there.
Yes, they were waiting for a warrior king Messiah to come and lead them in the conquest of the nations so that they could be with Hashem on earth. Mr. White, what do you mean had him crucified? Doesn't history prove that the Grays crucified Jesus? Rosenthal, yes, I guess they did. I don't beat around the bush, but 2,000 years ago, your people would have done the same thing to a man who mistreated them as Christ did. You speak of Jesus Christ as merely a man. That's all he was. A man who walked on the earth like any other man. In this myth about Christ rising from the dead and returning to earth to visit with his disciples is a bunch of crap. The Grays who drove the Arabs out of Palestine and did so to disprove Christ's mission for a spiritual kingdom. You see, instead of a leader who would make an empire for the Grays, your kind of people gave the Grays a peaceful preacher called Christ, who, instead of an eye for an eye, turns the other cheek. Rubbish.
Now, this proves that the Jews worship fucking evil. Why is that? Just by a statement at the end. Instead of eye for an eye, Turn the other cheek. What was eye for an eye? That was Hammurabi. And why did they have the Hammurabi Code in the UN in New York City? See where this is all going.
We are building, and in fact, have built an earthly empire without your kind and your disapproving Messiah. White states, I can see that it is you and your kind who try to get Christ out of Christmas. I feel sorry for you. Rosenthal quickly states, don't give me that shit. I don't want your pity. I don't need it. Too many grays do not have the guts to tell you how we live and plan. But I'm not intimidated by anyone or anything. I know where I'm going. Mr. White, why do grays frequently change their names? And oh yeah, I could do a video on that one. Every single prime minister of theirs has changed their name to sound more Middle Eastern. I've got a video from when Benji was still calling himself Benji Netten, which was after being born Benjamin Milikowski. Rosenthal, grays are the most intelligent people in the world. Nah, 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 nah. So if it benefits them to change their name, they do. So that, I'm trying not to interject. So that's all there is to it. They mix in your society, which is plenty corrupt. So while the grays are benefiting themselves and the dumb gooey don't realize that these grays with non-gray names are grays. I know what you're thinking about grays in government who use non-gray names. Well, don't be concerned, because in the foreseeable future, there will be no presidential power in the United States. The invisible government is taking strength in this direction. Mr. White, to your knowledge, are the grays in Russia really persecuted, or are they given any kind of freedom? Rosenthal, most grays throughout the world, I'd say more than 90%, know what is really happening to our people. We have communication unequaled anywhere. And yes, they do. Guys, all the smuggling activity and everything comes from all of these internet.
Remember that phone system that they have in that 770 that we watched the video? That's how they communicate to one another. It's all analog.
Connections to where it's actually legal over in one country, and then you take it from there over to another country where it's illegal and you make 100 times the profit. It's like the opium wars, or even just alcohol. Alcohol is one of the most devastating weapons that has ever been unleashed on some societies. It is only the jerks, the ignorant and misinformed and degenerate who can find peace in your society. You bastards hide your sins by donning sheep's clothing. You are the hypocrites, not the grays, as you say and write about. To answer your question, in Russia, there are two distinct governments, one visible and the other invisible. The visible is made up of different nationalities, whereas the invisible is composed of all grays. The powerful Soviet secret police takes its orders from the invisible government, and I've got a lot of info on that stuff too. There are about...
Now think about the mega group. The invisible government, the shadow government.
To 7 million comrades in Soviet Russia. 50% are grays and 50% are Gentiles, but the Gentiles are not trusted. The comrade grays are united and trust each other, while the others spy on one another about every 5 to 6 years. The secret gray board calls for the purge of the party, and many are liquidated. When asked why, he said, because they begin to understand too much about the gray secret government. Russian comrades have a secret group order which consists of grays only. They rule over everything pertaining to the visible government. It was this powerful organization that was responsible for the secret removal of the center of comradism to Tel Aviv, from where all instructions now originate.
Now do you see why they had him killed right after this, huh?
Mr. White, does our government and the UN have knowledge of this? Rosenthal, the United Nations is nothing but a trapdoor to the Red World's immense concentration camp. We pretty much control the UN. So this interview goes on for another 20 pages. If you really want to know, you can look this up. It wasn't too hard to find. I'm sure most people already knew the majority of that, but that just goes to show you that people in 1976, whether this was true or not, were trying to get the information out about what was going on. But you know what? You can't publish it in a newspaper. You can't publish it in a book. All they could do was hand out pamphlets, which that has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years on both sides of the fence. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Probably piss you off a little bit like it did me, but I'll catch you guys on the next one. Static out.
That guy's got some great shit. Great. Oh, Oh yeah, this one will start getting people fired up. All I think about is a Weezer song. Because, well, you're not going to believe this one. This one came out like 2 days ago. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we caught that is going to shock a lot of people.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate for a foreign flag to be mandatory on school campuses here in the United States? Because that's what Beverly Hills just did. The Beverly Hills School Board just voted to require the Israeli flag to be flown on all of its campuses. Watch this.
Resolution passes 3-2.
Thank you.
A stamp of approval by the Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education, passing a resolution meant to combat anti-Semitism in the community and drawing strong reaction from the public and board members.
This is a time right now that Jews are being killed and slaughtered on the street and threats are happening. So enough.
The resolution would, among other things, recognize May as Jewish Heritage Month, display the Israeli flag at each school.
Why would May be Jewish Heritage Month? What's May 1st? Oh, May Day. Communism, huh? Yeah, eat shit.
And facility. Call for education and awareness around Jewish history and culture, and designate October 7th, 2023 as an annual day of remembrance.
That's all we needed right now. This was just created in order, because the Holocaust happened so long ago, they needed something new to bring forward so they could just put forth that. That's all it is.
Supporters say the measure is needed amid rising anti-Semitism to make Jewish students feel safe and supported.
I believe this vote is for the Jewish people, for anti-Semitism, and why there needs to be education and training.
This should be a no-brainer for a school district that represents one of the only Jewish majority communities outside of Israel.
But opponents argue that displaying the Israeli flag in a public school setting blurs the line between supporting Jewish people and endorsing the Israeli government, particularly during the war in Gaza, adding that other ethnic and religious groups exist in the school district as well.
I thought we had a separation of church and state. Since that's a religion, then why is it allowed on anywhere on state grounds? Thought I'd pop that out there.
Any flag of a foreign nation belong on a public school facility here in Beverly Hills? Of course not.
Moreover, some organizations and local parents warn the resolution is not designed to protect all students. Instead, it could alienate certain kids, exclude other persecuted communities, and even fuel more anti-Semitism.
I mean, yeah, that's, what do you think it's going to do? It's, of course,
what do you think it's going to do, right? Right?
Going to fuel more anti-Semitism. The problem that we're having and the discussion that we're having is not just that the United States is supporting a genocide. That is, of course, a giant part of the discussion. The fact that Israel's committing a genocide, also a big part of the discussion. But another big player in this is the fact that Israel seems to control our government, that we're infiltrated by this outside foreign Middle Eastern government that has been able to basically control nearly every aspect of our society here in the United States. I mean, here we are being censored because we have to protect Israel. We're giving Israel a ton of money because why, when Americans are completely against this? And now this school board thinks that it's a good idea in order to combat that growing feeling to now demand and make it mandatory for the Israeli flag to be flown on school campuses. They think that that's going to somehow tamper this discussion down, that we feel a little bit kind of taken over by a foreign government and that they're in control. So here we are, suspicious they're in control. And instead they say, well, yeah, they are. And so here we got to put the flag up. It'll fly right next to the U.S. flag. I mean, where are they going to put this flag? Is it really going to be flying right next to the U.S. flag? Are the kids going to be asked to stand up every morning and do the Pledge of Allegiance to Israel from now on? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is such a bonehead move to think that this is going to counter the very narrative. This is exactly what we're suspicious of. This is what we're suspicious of. And now you've gone and done it. You've proven it. Our suspicions aren't conspiracy theories. It's an actual conspiracy against Americans. And you're proving it. You're proving Israel's taken over. You're now going to proudly fly the flag of your real country, apparently, on the school campuses and brainwash all these Beverly Hills school children into, which is really absurd, because one of the things too, I've been living in Los Angeles for a long time, and Beverly Hills is a very mixed community. A lot of Arabs living in Beverly Hills, a lot of Jews living in Beverly Hills, lots of Arabs living in Beverly Hills. There's a lot of Middle Easterners who live there. And so how are these families going to feel sending their kids that are from these various different Middle Eastern countries and their flag isn't being flown, but instead the Israeli flag? And it's because they've now said that the Israeli flag, I mean, this is how much influence this lobby has. And this has been the complete suspicion of all of us, that this lobby has so much influence that it has been able to successfully claim that the flag of a foreign Middle Eastern country is connected to Jewish identity. And therefore, if you criticize it, you are saying things that are anti-Semitic against Jews. They've been able to successfully pull this off. We've been screaming about it. This was about to happen. This would be a total infringement on our free speech. And here they've gone and done it. And they've continued to do it. There was even legislation that was passed to say that, let me see what this one is. It says, a legal group hails the breakthrough as U.S. judge equates Israeli flag with Jewish identity. A federal court says attacking the Star of David is racial discrimination, not political protest, setting legal standard for future cases involving anti-Zionist targeting Jews.
So how do they go from a religion to a race? They're not a race.
They claim. This is from the Times of Israel. So, of course, they frame it in a way, but saying that the judge's decision sets a new legal standard that can be used to protect Jews targeted in anti-Zionist attacks. I mean, this is just insane. So now you've got even a federal judge saying, yep, the Israeli flag is a symbol of Jewish identity, rather than it just being the flag of a foreign Middle Eastern country, and we should be allowed to protest it all we want. Here's another weird thing that happened to just kind of, once again, prove that our country seems to be completely taken over. This is a letter from Congress. Congress is actually going after Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia. Why? Oh, because Wikipedia isn't pro-Israel enough. So this was dated yesterday.
Yeah, not pro-Israel enough. That's why we don't use Wikipedia a lot.
Okay, this is from Congress, 119th Congress of the United States House of Representatives. This is from our U.S. government. And they say the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is investigating the efforts of foreign operations and individuals at academic institutions subsidized by U.S. taxpayer dollars to influence U.S. public opinion. The irony of that right there, right? They're saying foreigners are influencing our academic institution. And yes, they are. It's called Israel. Israelis. Yes, they are. And they're saying, and they're making people anti-Israel. So the accusation is fundamentally that they're usually pointing the finger at Qatar, right? And they've got these other, but mainly I think it's Qatar that they're trying to point out and saying it's CARE, right? The Arab lobby. So they're saying it's these Arabs. These Arabs have infiltrated our schools. These Arabs have infiltrated the minds of our young people, and they're teaching anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic hate. And that's what's going on here. And they're actually trying to say that our public institutions that are funded by taxpayers are infiltrated by these foreign operations, and we've got to investigate that. Yeah, you're just kind of looking at the wrong spot. Says that we seek your assistance in obtaining documents and communications regarding individuals or specific accounts serving as Wikipedia volunteer editors who violated Wikipedia platform policies, as well as your own efforts to thwart intentional, organized efforts to inject bias into important and sensitive topics. So they sent this letter to Wikimedia Foundation, which runs Wikipedia. Multiple studies and reports have highlighted efforts to manipulate information on the Wikipedia platform for propaganda aimed at Western audiences. One recent report raised troubling questions about potentially systematic efforts to advance anti-Semitic and anti-Israel information in Wikipedia articles related to conflicts with the State of Israel. A second investigation detailed actions by hostile nation-state actors to expose Western audiences to pro-Kremlin and anti-Western messaging by manipulating Wikipedia articles and other news outlets relied on for training AI chatbots. Your foundation, which hosts the Wikipedia platform, has acknowledged taking actions responding to misconduct by volunteer editors who effectively create Wikipedia's encyclopedic articles. The committee recognizes that virtually all web-based information platforms must contend with bad actors and their efforts to manipulate. Our inquiry seeks information to help our examination of how Wikipedia responds to such threats and how frequently it creates accountability when intentional, egregious, or highly suspicious patterns of conduct on topics, against Jews and Zionists, against Israel is what they're kind of trying to say. Because they say if it's against Israel, it's against Jews, which is just not accurate. But this is what they're trying to say. Right? They're trying to say, well, this is just an attack on Jews. No, it's an attack on Israel. It's a foreign Middle Eastern country. But our Congress, our U.S. Congress that's doing so much to help the Americans, we're just so America first. So America first. I mean, at what point are we going to start raising the Israeli flag at the White House and flying it above the United States flag? I mean, we're getting pretty close to this point. And all they're doing is proving it. Right, by Beverly Hills saying, we require now, the school board requires the Israeli flag to be flown on all school campuses in Beverly Hills. For Congress to say, Wikipedia, we're mad at you for anti-Israel content. You can say anything you want, anti-China, anywhere else in the world, even anti-America, but you cannot be anti-Israel. We demand information. And people want to say it's a conspiracy theory that our government has taken over. A conspiracy theory. It's not a theory. We're watching this happen in real time in front of our faces, and we're being treated like we're stupid. They're trying to make it, how dare you even think that? I mean, now the Israeli flag is going to be everywhere, and our Congress isn't working for us anymore. But how dare you think that? Meanwhile, Trump was, he signed this executive order, right, that you're not allowed to burn the United States flag. This, by the way, I think happened because the timing of it, right? The week earlier, there was a lot of chatter about with that ruling in the federal court that the Israeli flag is now deemed as a symbol of Jewish identity. Then it follows that if you burn it, then you would actually be considered doing an act of anti-Semitism, and it would be illegal in the country. It'd be a hate crime. So Marjorie Taylor Greene and other high-profile people were pointing out that, wow, so now in this country, you're not allowed to burn the Israeli flag. You could burn the American flag, but you can't burn the Israeli flag. So what does Donald Trump do? Rather than saying, no, of course you can burn whatever flag you want. It's a free speech. The ruling's ridiculous. Of course, the flag of Israel is not and should not be connected to Jewish identity, obviously, right? Rather than condemning the...
Then what the fuck do you connect it to? They connected to the race. We heard the interview before this. Funny how they said, oh, not a lot of them are they're too scared to say it out in the open, but when they all come together, yeah, they all start getting chippy.
Obvious censorship that is being imposed on us. Trump instead decides to amp it up and censor us more. And he then signs an executive order that we're not allowed to now burn the American flag.
Lastly, sir, this is an executive order on flag burning. It charges your attorney general.
Would you listen to this? This is
825.
Flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important, it's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy.
No, they don't. They do not. So he's thinking that if you burn a flag, people are going to die. That's the thinking here. You burn a flag.
What is wrong with these people? No. Burning the American flag should be a law. The only people that can burn the American flag should be VFWs, American Legions, and all that, because they do it the proper way. These people going out there and fucking burning the American flag and saying, oh, well, I fought for their right to burn the American... No, no, no. See, there's a line that we have to establish in this country where, no, you're not... From this point forward, you're not doing that shit. And what they do right after it, fucking guy outside sets the fucking flag on fire outside the White House, and
people are going to die. You burn a flag, people are going to start rioting. There's going to be...
Yeah. Because guess what? We the people are fucking fed up. And we're done with seeing our fucking flag being desecrated around these fucking Democrat shit-run cities.
Just like death and destruction everywhere, and people are going to die. And so therefore you can't burn a flag because that would be akin to screaming fire in a crowded theater. That's what he's trying to assert right here. No, no.
Yes.
No, it is not a matter of life and death, but they try to make it so. And here is a vet who has burned the American flag, and then he gets arrested.
My name's Jay Terry. I'm a retired disabled combat veteran.
If you fought for that flag, you're not fucking burning it. That's all I gotta say about that.
20 years in the United States Army. I fought for every single one of your rights to express yourself however you feel that you may want to express yourself. There's a First Amendment right to burn the American flag.
That was never put in. That is no. See, our founders didn't think that we would go around burning our fucking American flag. They thought that's just common sense. You don't have to have that in writing.
Lord Jesus in that house right there signed an executive order today saying that it was illegal to burn the American flag. No president can make a law, period. No Congress will make a law infringing on First Amendment rights. I'm burning this flag.
Because everybody before him wasn't fucking American. Maybe that's why. They're all in the fucking pockets of all these foreign governments. Do you ever think about that, shithead?
As a protest to that illegal fascist president that sits in that house.
You thought our Marines were bad, just wait till you have prison food. And look, all these motherfuckers out there fucking taking pictures of it. Not even putting it out or anything.
We burn this flag in protest to that president who feels that it's his right to do whatever he wants, make whatever law he wants, regardless if it's legal or illegal.
Now, is that peacefully and patriotically? No, it's not. That is not patriotic at all. And is it peaceful? No, because you're starting to kick the hornet's nest. And DC's pull up fucking left-wing fucking cucks. So you're not going to see a bunch of fucking MAGA people go out there and fucking save the flag because, well, they're all sitting there just fucking watching. Oh, yeah, you know, oh, we should video that. What? What, to get views, to get clicks?
Waiting for the violence to break out. I'm just waiting with bated breath. Who's going to die?
He should have.
Go away. Go the fuck away from me. Fuck you. What the fuck? Once again, my name is Jay Terry. I am a 20-year combat veteran, having served in the United States Army.
There you go.
It is our First Amendment right to burn this flag, regardless of what the president says.
So I think that the guy was wanting him to go away because, you know, you see the Palestine protests there. And so a lot of people that are in these protests for Palestine get really sensitive about this because they think you know, and rightfully thinking that this could be some sort of a, you know, an op, right? Where this person comes along and burns the American flag, and then they take a lot of imagery of that and they say, see, these pro-Palestine people hate America, and that's why we have to crack down on them, and that's why they're terrorists. So
you see anybody stomping on that flag?
I think, you know, I'm just speculating, but I think the reason why that guy was like, hey, get out of here, because he was like a, you know, maybe a pro-Palestine protester that didn't want this sort of optic there. And I understand that. But I think this guy was really just protesting.
Nobody will enforce those illegal laws that that president tried to make.
Well, they do enforce it. So they did arrest him. This is a violation of his First Amendment right. I believe he has the right to burn the American flag. This will be contested in court.
He just signed an executive order, bitch. See, this is the problem with people in general in some of these shows. Then they start spouting, oh, well, I don't think it. Yeah. But yet you still fucking swing that fucking 6-star flag.
Executive order will be contested in court, as it should be, because it should be our right to burn the American flag. Look, if pornography could be viewed as free speech, then I don't understand how this...
Bitch, I guess you haven't gotten the memo. That's getting ready to get outlawed too. Because your kind, all these fucking Jews run around fucking polluting our whole... And then them saying on the earlier that we're the ones that are corrupt. No. You fuckers corrupted our way of life. So now you all pay. Operation Warp Speed is coming in hot, and when you start seeing people drop, don't know what to tell you. Because already they had something happen in Baltimore where 35 people just mysteriously dropped dead right in the middle of a fucking street. They don't know what from or anything like that, but they're not, you ain't going to see anything on the news about it, but I think we have it later coming up.
Can also be viewed as free speech. You should be allowed to burn the flag of your country. What if your country is committing, which ours does, unfortunately, regularly, commits atrocious crimes? Would we have blamed Germans? You know, I think we would actually categorize Germans who have burned the Nazi flag. We would actually categorize them as heroes. If we, you know, in the history books, if we had any images of Germans that were burning the Nazi flag, that were totally against their government, we would now in history say these people were heroes. So you absolutely should have the right to burn your flag if you believe your country is no longer operating in your best interest, or if you think that your country is committing awful crimes, you should be allowed to burn that flag. Quite frankly, you should be allowed. That's why it is protected political protest, because there could come a day, maybe that day's already been.
This is the problem with fucking idiotic bitches like this. Oh, you should be allowed to burn America. If you don't like your gun, then fucking leave. Simple as that, leave. Don't display the flag. That's it. But the funny thing is that remember, this fucking country gave you your whole fucking right to life up till this point. You weren't bitching about it then, were you? Now President Trump wants to fucking put the kibosh on people fucking burning our American flag while they're waving the fucking Mexican flag and the Ecuadorian flag and shit like that. No, get the fuck out. And then all these fucking Jews in Beverly Hills, they got something coming to them too. They all do.
Reached in our country, where our country is so tyrannical, so fascist, so completely gone rogue, that the way for Americans to protest is to say, this is no longer my country, and this flag, I'm going to showcase this by burning the flag. That is why it's protected free speech. But here's Donald Trump, you know, acting.
But the funny thing is that you go around burning the flag, right? So then you start uploading it on social media. Then you create an uprising, thinking that, oh, it's okay. No. You have to put the fucking hammer down sometime. And the thing is, people are like, oh, they're taking away our first. Look, you can't say that, oh, the Patriot Act was good, and then you want to sit there and say, oh, we should be allowed to burn the flag. That is complete fucking utter nonsense. You have to establish this new republic with certain foundations as its core. You burn the American flag, you're going to fucking prison for a year. That's it. There's no gray area, no 30 day. No, you go, and then you have people stop doing it. I mean, in Minnesota, they're actually trying that white lady for saying, the $1 million word, after that 5-year-old autistic kid was going through her purse and stealing shit. But then who catches her? Oh, a pedophile that they just let out. at a park, and now they want to put her in jail. If that happened, Minnesota should fucking burn in hell. All those communists up there, not everybody in Minnesota, not everybody. You can take the fucking Somalis, the communists, and the Jews and fucking round them all up. We're gonna get this population in the United States is fucking way lower than 360 million, 325 million. We're probably about 200 once we get all the illegals out.
There they are. They're always they're criticizing China all the time. The communists, they don't allow you to do that. You don't have freedom in these countries. You can't criticize the Chinese Communist Party. You wouldn't be able to burn their flag. And so what are we going to do in response?
What do we do in response? You're going to let the communists burn our flag, right, cunt? Right? I mean, there are certain people that should shut their cock holsters, and that's one of them.
In order to be different from China and these communists, we're going to enact the exact same laws. Yeah. That's what we're going to do, which we're actually going to talk about more of that next here, because Trump has been nationalizing all kinds of industries, all in the name of capitalism. Thank you for watching this clip.
Fuck off, whore. So, yeah, he's nationalizing these corporations, right? Because they're all going under the American Sovereign Wealth Fund. We, the people, own these corporations. You hire us, we are the shareholders now. So you're not going to be doing all this other bullshit where, this country, no, fuck this. Nope. You want a golden age, golden dome and everything like that? It's getting rid of Israel. That's it. The false Israel. So if we weren't fired up enough, got another one. All right, I got this one queued up. And, yeah. Remember, Israel, more. I'll let you be the judge of this.
That's when the Zionist Israelis went and stole the land in Palestine from the Palestinians, and to do that, they had to slaughter them or kick them out of their houses. They were like, either you leave your house and give it to us Jews, or we'll kill you. So they did. They slaughtered a bunch of and
all Zionism is, it's their brand form of communism. That's all it is. Because if you notice, they had Maoism in China, Stalinism, Leninism in Russia. Well, what do we have? You have Zionism. That's all it is. It's all satanic. It's all evil.
Palestinians, and it's called
including
the
the Jews.
Right, and that's not the commonly known story in America. In America, and I've had this told to me, the story is that they begged them to, we could live together, but they didn't want, and that all comes from a Charlton Heston movie.
Yeah, that's not true.
All of it comes from a movie.
Because they did live together in peace for hundreds and hundreds.
The whole time. There were always Jews there.
All
they didn't
the
want
time,
Zionists.
Jews and Christians and Muslims and Palestinians, they all lived together without any trouble until the Balfour Declaration and the Zionist Israelis started stealing the land in Palestine from the Palestinians, and then they had to commit a Nakba, which is
a land without a people without a land, right? See?
Slaughter of them to grab their land, and they did. Well, why do I tell you this? Because Israel is finally admitting that it killed 50,000 Palestinians on purpose. It wasn't targeting Hamas.
On purpose.
The fact that there are already 50,000 dead in Gaza is necessary and required for future generations. Who said that? The head of the Israelis military intelligence that told that to Israeli TV, the former head. For each one victim from October 7th, when Hamas attacked Israel, for each victim, he says 50 Palestinians have to die.
Well, shit. That puts them under being Nazis. That's the Nazi right there. Not everything is 1-to-1. Nope, not for them. One dies, then 50 to 100 to 2,000 have to die. Just like, oh, for every Jew, there's going to be 2,000 enslaved fucking Goyim, right?
By the way, I would say most of those Israelis killed on October 7th were killed by the Israeli army.
Yeah.
It's called the Hannibal Directive, where they have to slaughter them so they don't get taken hostage, which they did. You want to hear this? So here's the guy saying it. So the Middle East Eye, they got a recording of this guy saying it, and it's the former head of the Israelis' military intelligence who resigned last year for failing to prevent the October 7th attacks. They didn't fail to prevent it. They intentionally allowed it to happen. They were in partnership practically with them.
Now think about that, right? Resigned last year for failing to prevent it, right? Then what does that mean? That means they want to slaughter everybody. That's all it is. Remember, Amalek.
He says every now and then Palestinians need to face a Nakba every now and then, and that the spiraling death toll in Gaza is necessary. Here, you want to hear him say it? Here it is. So he says the fact that there are already 50,000 dead in Gaza is necessary and required for future generations. Okay, you humiliated. Okay, you slaughtered. Okay, you murdered. It's all true. The price, I said before the war, for everything that happened on October 7th, for each one on October 7th, 50 Palestinians have to die. It doesn't matter children now. I'm not talking out of revenge. I'm talking about out of a message. The future generations, there's no choice. They need a Nakba from time to time to feel the price. So he's saying that Israel needs to commit a Nakba, a slaughter of Palestinians from time to time. Not every day, that's exhausting. But from time to time, we need to go in and slaughter them as a message to future generations. Here it is. There's no choice in this disturbed neighborhood. There's no choice. So there it is. You can bring Kurt back up. And who said this? This guy. Aaron Haliva is a former Israeli major general who commanded the IDF's military intelligence directorate. He previously served as the head. Who cares? So that's who he is. Channel 12 did not date the recordings, but the death toll from Israel's genocide in the Palestinian enclave reached 50,000 in March. It has now passed 61,980 killed Palestinians, according to the health ministry in Gaza. It's unclear how many Israelis were killed by Hamas-led fighters on October 7th, but according to the Israeli military, at least 1,195 people died on that day. And how many of them were slaughtered by Israeli helicopters?
Because you don't blow up cars with hang gliders and AKs, by the way.
The Palestinians came in with hang gliders, and all of a sudden, you see those hundreds of cars that were just burned to a crisp? You don't do that with a hang glider. You do that with an Apache attack helicopter. So according to Haaretz, Israel's newspaper of record, that day the Israeli military widely employed the Hannibal Directive, which mandates that the army use any means necessary to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers, even if it involves killing them being Israelis. So Israeli military need to kill Israelis. That's the Hannibal Directive, and they did.
Does Israel hate Jews?
In a wide-ranging recording, Haliva also said that Israel was intent on creating a politically hostile environment in the occupied West Bank so that groups like Hamas could assume power and the international community would refuse to engage with them, thereby killing off the idea of a two-state solution. Haliva said that the plan was divided. We always told you that. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu made sure Hamas got propped up. He made sure that they were funded against the PLO, which were not as violent and militaristic as Hamas. They wanted Hamas to be the face of Palestine so that they could kill the two-state solution because all the other countries would say, oh, they're terrorists.
Well, Bill Maher doesn't blame Bibi for that.
But Bill Maher does not blame.
I know in most countries, if I funded Hamas, I would be called part of a terror plot, wouldn't I?
Isn't that the equivalent of funding Al-Qaeda or ISIS? Isn't that? Or the KKK? Isn't that like funding the KKK? Okay. So Havala said the plan was devised after Israel's 2014 war on Gaza to dismantle Hamas, but Israeli officials had no intention of implementing it. Oh, really? Listen, you don't understand that there are much deeper things here. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is at the heart of the matter because Hamas is good for Israel. That's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich argument, saying that the minister wants to dismantle the Palestinian Authority and let Hamas take control in the West Bank as it did in Gaza. Why? Because if the entire Palestinian arena is destabilized and crazy, it is impossible to negotiate with. Then there will be no agreement on a Palestinian state. So that's what they love to say. They go, there's nobody to negotiate with. Hamas are crazy terrorists.
We only have a partner in causing terror attacks on our own people and then killing our own people and then killing their people. That's what we have a partner in.
The Palestinian Authority has international status. So that's why they had to downplay the Palestinian Authority, and they boosted Hamas. Who's they? Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government.
Hamas, it's not secret. They brag about it.
It's not a secret. They brag about doing that. Hamas is an organization that you can fight freely. It has no international justification. It has no legitimacy. You can fight it with the sword. Hamas and Israel reached a brief three-stage ceasefire in January, but the deal collapsed in March after Israel took back several of its captives and resumed bombing Gaza, walking away from the deal before talks with Hamas on a permanent end to end the war could start. Since then, the administration of the United States, that's Donald Trump, has given Israel full backing to wage war on the enclave. Israel has relentlessly bombed the besieged Gaza Strip since October 7, 2023 attacks on southern Israel, displacing the entire 2.3 million population multiple times, and has killed more than 61,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children.
I don't believe the number's that low.
No, the number's way higher than 61,000.
It's in the hundreds of thousands.
It's at least 200,000 dead Palestinians, but they can't count them, Kurt, because they're underneath the rubble.
Yeah.
That's why.
61,000.
61,000. It's upwards of couple of 100,000. It's a genocide.
It was like that, but like a year ago it was like that. That was the number, 61,000.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. It's so if the only thing you could do, you got to laugh or you'll cry. And if you want to laugh, come see me tell jokes about this in Rutherford, New Jersey, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, Illinois, Chicago, Louisville, Fort Wayne, Hermosa Beach, Sacramento, and San Francisco. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. And you'll be surprised at how funny I am.
Ain't that funny? Oh, and yeah. We're gonna side. Well, no, actually, I've got one more, and this is like fresh out. Now, they all have a reason why we're watching these. Learn your enemy.
Why doesn't Israel accept international law?
Who says they don't accept international law?
People outside would say that the fact that there are settlements, the fact that they are not going by the ICC rulings against Netanyahu, and
again, I would rephrase the question: are those laws specific to Israel, or does everybody else?
It's always rephrase it, right? Put it in their language so that they can manipulate it.
By these laws, are they just picking on Israel? You see what's going on in the UN? It's a travesty. All they got to do is talk about Israel, as if there's no Somalia, there's no Iran, there's no Syria, just Israel. So, I take these things with a grain of salt, maybe a couple of pounds of salt.
למה ישראל לא מקבל חוק בינלאומי, לפי דעתך?
למה ישראל מה?
לא מקבלת חוק בינלאומי.
מה אתה מתכוון בדיוק?
אנשים בחו"ל אומרים שנגיד ההתנחלויות זה לא חוקי, לפי חוק בינלאומי.
שאלה טובה. ישראל זה לא ישראל, אין היום מי שיקבל, מי שלא יקבל, הכל הפוך.
בפנים, בתוך ישראל.
לגמרי.
Okay.
הכל הפוך.
Why doesn't Israel accept international law?
They do accept international law.
Well, international law, the UN says there needs to be a solution to the Palestinians.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's it?
No, it's just I don't want to do these bullshit questions.
Well, okay, explain why, then explain.
Either off go.
I don't know enough. In the video, I mean,
So they're all going to the beach and everything like that while they're fucking just bombing the fuck out of everybody else.
Nice.
Why doesn't Israel accept international law?
Why doesn't Israel accept? I don't know what you're talking about. So
The fact that you live in the West Bank is against international law.
I don't agree with you. So I think that if you look on it, everyone is looking good from position. So you have a position. So we're using some technical law issue to say, hey, you're not following the correct law. But if you look on the big picture, you see that that everyone is using a position to do what they want you to do, and we don't accept that. And because we believe that this is our country, we are not. We joked before you start filming that why are you killing Arabs? We don't want to kill them. We just want to settle in our land. We don't care that they can stay. We can live with them. But using the technical law issue, I don't accept it. It's just the
International
technical
law. Yeah. Okay. Well, you live with them in equality.
Inequality, what do you mean? That
שהם שווה לגמרי. They are
but I have
equal.
only one thing that I want from them. That they would accept us to live as Jews in Israel. This is one thing that I want. And currently, because I watched many of your videos, it opened for me. It opened my mind to see it's amazing. They just don't accept us. They have a very they're all thinking the same, that Jews shouldn't be here, Palestine from the river to the sea. When I saw all your videos, I was shocked to see that it just, this is what they think. They are, I don't know, they're many mitachalim and many settlers things that they just want to work and have some money, and the Arabs, but this is not true. They are very, I don't know, I'll just say patriotic. They're patriots. They're patriots, Palestinian patriots, and they don't will to give anything. So if you're asking me if I'm willing to live with them equally, I will ask them first: are you willing to accept the Jews who live here? Because I know the answer is that they are not accepting us to live here as Jews. So the question is:
if they were, you would. You're saying you would accept them, live with them equal.
You can see the Arab Israelis who accept them, and they're equal. Why aren't you accepting the Palestinians? Because we know that you want to kill us. It's very clear. You can just see that in all the questions that you ask them. And unfortunately, this is why we cannot accept them.
Why doesn't Israel accept international law? חוק בינלאומי?
כן.
ואם את רוצה דוגמה, אני אתן לך דוגמה. אוקיי, הם אומרים, סליחה, בחו"ל אומרים שהגדה המערבית בעזה אסור לנו להיות שם. זה חוק בינלאומי, לפי מה שהם אומרים. אז למה ישראל לא מקבלת את זה?
למה זה חוק בינלאומי?
כי הרוב אום והרוב הארגונים והרוב המומחים בחוק בינלאומי אומרים גדה המערבית זה פלסטיני.
אני לא מקבלת את זה שזה חוק בינלאומי. הנוכחות שלנו ביהודה ושומרון. אני חושבת שהיא נוכחות בעייתית, אבל מבחינה ליגלית אני סומכת על בתי המשפט שלנו. אני חושבת שיש לנו בג"ץ שאני חושבת שהוא היסודות של המשטר הדמוקרטי שלנו, אני סומכת עליו, ואני יכולה לא להיות מרוצה מהנוכחות שלנו שם, אני יכולה לחשוב שאנחנו צריכים לצאת משם, אני יכולה לרצות שהעם הפלסטיני תהיה מדינה, אבל אני סומכת לגלית, משפטית, חוקית, על בג"ץ שלנו, שהוא גם נחשב, אני חושבת, בכל העולם בית משפט אמין. אחרת אני חושבת שגם בית המשפט בהאג היה לא מאפשר לנו, לא מאפשר לנו. אז כי יש בג"ץ שהוא נחשב בית משפט אמין, שגם אמין, יש שופט לפי צדק ומקובל עליו בחוק הבינלאומי. אז אני סומכת עליו. זה לא שאני הייתי רוצה שנמשיך להיות שם, אבל אם שואלים משפטית, אז זאת
זהו, רציתי לשאול אותך מה דעתך על זה, אבל בסדר, זה כבר נושא אחר.
טוב, שאני חושבת שהבעיה היא לא, השאלה הגדולה היא לא שאלה משפטית. חוקית, היא שאלה מוסרית, של תקווה, של עתיד, של איך שכנים יכולים לחיות ביחד, מעבר לחוק יבש. אז אני חושבת שאלה השאלות הגדולות והמעניינות, והמאתגרות, נגיד.
למה ישראל לא מקבל חוק בינלאומי? לפי דעתך.
מקבלת? איזה חוק היא לא מקבלת?
אוקיי, למה אתה חושב שישראל מקבלת חוק בינלאומי?
איזה חוק אתה מדבר?
חוק, נגיד, על השטחים.
מה אתה רוצה להגיד? היא מקבלת? איזה חוקים בינלאומיים? ההפך.
לפי חוק בינלאומי, הם טוענים, יהודה ושומרון זה של פלסטינים, לא של ישראל. וישראל לא מקבלת את זה.
לא, כשאתה אומר את זה, זה לדעתי טעות. יש גבולות מאוד ברורים למדינת ישראל, שטחים מאוד ברורים למדינת ישראל, ויהודה ושומרון הם חלק ממדינת ישראל.
אבל לפי חוק בינלאומי, לא.
אני לא מכיר את הפרטים האלה, ולדעתי אתה טועה, וככה להגיד לי את זה ברחוב, אני לא חושב שאתה צודק, אני מתנצל. זה שאתה אומר את זה עם ביטחון, זה לא אומר שזה נכון. תראה לי הוכחות, תראה לי דברים, אני מכיר הפוך.
מאיפה אתה מכיר?
Notice how they all have something fucked up, including his eyelid. He's got a wart on his eyelid. These guys are all shitbags.
הידע שלי, מאיפה שאני חי במדינה הזאת, ואותה מדינה שאתה חי. הערבים פה מקבלים זכויות מלאות, מקבלים הכל.
לא אלה בשטחים אבל.
למה לא?
לא. מישהו ברמאללה לא מקבל זכויות.
איזה זכויות הוא לא מקבל?
לא יכול להצביע, אין לו זכות...
אני חולק עליך, זה שאתה אומר את זה יפה ובביטחון זה לא בטוח.
לא, זה אני בטוח. מישהו ברמאללה לא יכול להצביע בכנסת.
אני לא בטוח, אבל אני ברמת ה-90% בטוח שזה לא נכון, אני חושב הפוך. אז אני שמח שאתה אומר את זה בביטחון ובקול, אבל זה לא עושה את זה נכון. הכל טוב, אתה רוצה להגיד משהו, אתה רוצה להצהיר, תצהיר עובדות, חביבי. אין פה...
זה עובדה.
זה עובדה שאתה אומר לי, אני גם יכול להגיד לך עובדה. אז יעשה את זה עובדה? לא, תבוא תוכיח, תראה מקורות, תראה דברים. להגיד דברים ככה בביטחון זה לא נכון. ואני שמח שאתה מעניין עם הראש, כי אתה מבין את זה. צריך... אתם רוצים להגיד משהו, אתם רוצים להצהיר, אתם רוצים להביע עמדה. תבואו עם הוכחות, אל תבואו ברחוב, תגידו, זה עובדה, בן אדם ברמאללה לא יכול. תבואו, תראו הוכחות, תראו את הדבר הזה, כי לדעתי המצב הפוך ממה שאתם מנסים לצייר פה, וחבל.
אוקיי, למה ישראל לא מקבלת את חוק בינלאומי?
מה זה את החוק הבינלאומי לא מקבלת? אני רוצה להבין, בהקשר למה? יש חוקים בינלאומיים מסוימים, לא?
נכון, אני חושב, ככה קיבלתי את השאלה, אני חושב שהם מתכוונים שלא יוצאים מהשטחים, כאילו לגרום שיהיה מדינה פלסטינית.
אני נגד מדינה פלסטינית.
אז למה ישראל? למה את נגד חוק בינלאומי? חוק בינלאומי, לפי מה שהם אומרים, טוענת שחייב להיות
מדינה
פלסטינית, אי אפשר התנחלויות, אסור להיות במזרח ירושלים, בלה 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 בלה. נו, מה את אומרת?
אני חושבת שישראל צריכה לשמור על הריבונות של השטח.
למה?
למה? כי זאת המדינה הקטנה שלנו, 459 קילומטר, זה מה שיש לנו כאן. וזה המעט שיש לנו. לפלסטינאים יש הרבה ארצות מסביב, כמו סוריה, ירדן, מצרים. אני חושבת שהם יכולים לבנות לעצמם אם הם רוצים כל כך.
אבל הם לא הולכים לשום מקום, והעולם לא מסכימה עם זה.
תמיד הם רוצים את מה שהם לא יכולים לקבל, כמו הרבה דברים אחרים. צריכים לשמור על המעט שיש לנו, זה המעט שנתנו לנו.
מי נתן? לא הבנתי.
אני חושבת שהעולם
את ישראל כן שטחים.
לא מתארת לדעת הרבה, אבל אני יודעת שגם חלק גדול מהערבים מכרו כן את השטחים ליהודים. עכשיו אנחנו מדברים על שנים...
48 כאילו?
כן, מכרו.
לא ערבים, אבל כן, סעודיה לא הסכימה.
סעודיה לא הסכימה, זה משהו אחד, אבל אנשים פרטיים כן מכרו לאנשים פרטיים.
מכרו?
מכרו.
אוקיי.
אף אחד לא בא ולקח להם את השטח. כן.
לפני 48 זה נכון.
בדיוק. זהו, אז אמרתי לך, זה המעט שאני יודעת, אני לא יכולה לומר יותר מזה.
בסדר. למה ישראל לא מקבלת חוק בינלאומי?
מה
זה חוק בינלאומי? חוק בינלאומי אומרת שנגיד אסור התנחלויות,
שחייבים להקים
מותר הכל, זה
מדינה.
המדינה שלנו, מה זה אסור? מה אתה מדבר שטויות? מותר הכל. אתה יודע מתי נהיה מוכן לוותר? ואני ימני, אבל לוותר יותר ממך, ואתה תהיה שמאלני ואני אוותר יותר ממך. אבל שלום, זהו, אמרנו מלחמות. הרי מה...
רגע, אם יש שלום... רגע.
אם תראו שלם טוב ועבודה וכסף ויעבירו להם, קנינו שקט בכסף. גם ביבי, כולם אשמים. כל מי שהיה כולם אשמים. אני לא יודע אם אשם זה המילה הנכונה, כולם אחראים. אשם זה גם לא מעניין אותי מי היה, אלא אם זה בוגד. בשביל לתלות אותו שכולם למען יראו ויראו. אבל אין אשם. זה לא יעזור לי גם מי אשם. אבל צריך לפתור שזה לא יקרה יותר. זה הכי חשוב, לא, שלא יקרה יותר. בשביל שזה לא יקרה יותר, צריך לעשות מה שביבי אומר.
אם 100% לא יקרה יותר, אתה מוכן ללכת לפי חוק בינלאומי לגמרי? זאת אומרת, שתי מדינות לשני עמים, כל הדברים האלה.
לא היום לא. אחרי ה7 באוקטובר ודאי לא מדינה. אחרי 10 שנים, שאני אראה שמה שהספרים שהיית ראות של השנאה יחליפו, ומי שידבר נגד, לא רק ישראל, הם רוצים להיות דמוקרטיים. אתה יודע מה? אל תהיו דמוקרטיים. אל תחנכו לשנאה את הדור הבא, ואנחנו לא נגמור עם זה בחיים, לא נגיע לשם. כי זה דורות של דורות.
לא, אני לא מאמינה בהם אחרי
ואתה צריך כל הזמן...
לא מאמינה בהם. אני לא מאמינה.
אבל אתם מרוקאים, נכון?
אני מבטיח לך שתראו מדינה שאתם רוצים.
אני מזהה לפי כמה זמנים. אבל במרוקו זה לא היה ככה, כאילו שאנשים יחיו ביחד?
ביחד, גם פה היה חיים ביחד. גם פה. כל החיים חיים ביחד באהבה. אבל...
ואז קרה 7 באוקטובר שם, הוא בא לשמאלנים, ואני אוהב אותם, אני חלילה לא שמח להעיד, אבל יש לי קטע, אתם רואים, הוא לא רואה אותך, הוא לא אכפת לו גם אתה, הוא רואה את ההפגנות שאתה עושה לטובתו.
Now, I mean, Hadrian's getting his shit, all his ducks in a row. That's it. That's all he's doing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, so I don't have the first 2 parts of this, but we do have the second 2 parts. I mean, could watch all 4 parts. I mean, it's like 10 minutes each part. So, ooh. I'm going to get the other one chimed up too. 1 second. So I popped 2 videos in there. This one is actually part 3 of 4. But I watched the first 2 and got a little bit of information. But the 3rd one and 4th one, these are the one. This guy's speaking our language. He's going to teach us some stuff about North Korea we did not know. None of us did. And watch what he even brings as proofs. You'll be impressed.
Last time, we saw how North Korea creates a fake world for tourists. Joyless amusement parks, spotless but in used hospitals, and massive child performances that look more like military drills than school activities. We heard about extreme famine, forced labor, and human rights violations that are hard to wrap your head around. That alone is enough to make anyone think this is one of the most closed off and disturbing places on Earth. But the story doesn't end there. Behind walls you're not allowed to photograph lies another layer of secrecy. Hidden floors in hotels, unexplained changes to travel routes, and pyramid symbols popping up in unexpected places. Even stranger, there are accounts from tourists about bizarre, hard-to-explain encounters that leave you wondering, is this all just political theater, or is something far darker hiding here? Anyway, this is part 3. If you feel like you've missed anything, check out the previous videos. The links are in the description. I recommend watching them all to get the full picture. I hope you don't get bored. So without further ado, fasten your pants, and let's get started.
Oh, and you won't. At all.
North Korea is full of things that don't make sense. Like the hidden 5th floor of Yanggakdo Hotel. In 2011, a group of tourists explored the unmarked 5th floor of the Yanggakdo Hotel in Pyongyang, which is not accessible by elevator and is rumored to be off-limits. They found narrow hallways filled with propaganda posters and closed doors. Here's a photo of the elevator buttons in Yanggakdo Hotel. During tightly controlled tours, some visitors report sudden unexplained changes to itineraries, such as buses taking long detours or stopping in remote areas for no apparent reason. A tourist on a travel forum described their bus pulling over in a rural area for an hour, with guides offering vague excuses about road checks. The group was instructed to stay silent and avoid looking out the windows, where they glimpsed military vehicles in the distance. Stories like these puzzle me. On the one hand, we see how tightly controlled the population is. On the other hand, we hear reports like this of some kind of military emergency and people pleading with tourists not to look out of the windows. We've already seen the unfinished 105-story pyramid-shaped Ryugyong Hotel in Pyongyang.
Oh yeah!
One visitor recalled their guide refusing to acknowledge the building's existence when asked. But why? Isn't it a legitimate question?
You know.
Is the hotel not visible to all? Why would a tour guide avoid answering questions about it? These type of reactions point toward mass hypnosis resulting in mass psychosis. Something is right in front of your face, and one avoids talking about it. A traveler who took a train from Pyongyang to the Chinese border in 2015, as shared in a Vice article, noted that when the train passed through rural areas, the windows were covered and passengers were told it was for safety reasons. A Canadian backpacker, writing in a 2019 blog post, recounted visiting a Pyongyang bookstore and attempting to strike up a conversation with a shop clerk about popular North Korean literature. The clerk responded with rehearsed phrases about the greatness of the dear leader's writings and avoided answering questions about personal reading preferences. When pressed, the clerk grew visibly uncomfortable and excused themselves. From what I've seen and read about North Korea, there is not a single authentic, non-scripted experience to be had. Reddit, YouTube, and Quora are filled with dark paranormal encounters tourists have allegedly had in North Korea. I understand how the gloomy atmosphere inspires imagination, but I wouldn't place bets on all stories being made up. One Reddit user shared a disturbing account from a 2018 tour, describing a video captured by a fellow tourist, showing a figure with a triangular mouth lined with razor teeth and a singular beady eye. The group also heard heavy footsteps and guttural demonic-sounding voices outside their hotel room, accompanied by frightened shouting from North Korean guards, suggesting an encounter with something inexplicable. Some tourists report seeing fleeting, unexplained figures in restricted areas, particularly near the DMZ or rural regions. A Reddit post described spotting a lone figure in a military uniform standing motionless in a field far from any visible road during a guided tour. When they asked their guide about it, the guide quickly changed the subject, leaving the group speculating about whether it was a guard, a defector, or something else entirely. Several tourists have reported strange sounds outside their hotel rooms at night, particularly in less central locations like Hamhung or Wonsan. A Quora user described hearing rhythmic tapping and muffled voices in their hotel hallway, only to find it empty when they checked. Their guide dismissed it as maintenance. One notable story comes from a 2018 Reddit post about an unsettling experience during a North Korean tour. The user recounted witnessing a man in Pyongyang marching erratically in the street at night, ignored by soldiers who seemed spooked and fled after a brief interaction. The tourist group watched from their hotel, feeling that something was off. The event left the group frightened. I cherry-picked these few samples, but there is much more online. Horror stories of North Korea could be its own genre. I acknowledge that it could all be made up. People love entertaining themselves, but it wouldn't surprise me if most of these were true. Below a certain level of consciousness, weird stuff tend to show up in one's surroundings, if you understand what I mean. The sitting president of the United States has confirmed more than 100 times that he was the anonymous entity called Q+, who published cryptic posts about a worldwide satanic cabal between 2016 and 2020. Here's one of many of his posts on his Truth Social account that reinforce the fact. If the sitting president endorses a conspiracy theory, then it's worth looking into, despite countless attempts by popular influencers to obfuscate the original Q posts. Let's see what Q and Q+, Trump himself, have said about North Korea. I've screenshot relevant posts. Here Q asks, who really controls North Korea, showing another pyramid-shaped hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in North Korea, a 2-hour drive north of the capital. It's the Hyangsson Hotel in the town of the same name. At around the time Q posted about it, Trump, through his Twitter account, showed a picture of Hyangsson. In those days, it was common for Trump to confirm Q posts on his Twitter account.
How about that shit? You never know where you're going to find these little tidbits, and here we are.
And was certainly one of the reasons the president was banned from Twitter and Facebook. In the context of all his other posts, Q is implying that North Korea is run by the same satanic pedophilic cabal that has been attempting to run the whole world. The cabal have an affinity for pyramids and triangles, and this is why the two most prominent hotels in North Korea are pyramid-shaped. All this would of course sound far-fetched, but in the context of what we've already learned from mainstream sources, it no longer seems that outrageous an idea to me. Later, Q classifies North Korea as a CIA black site. A black site is a place the CIA takes to interrogate or torture prisoners outside of U.S. law. The public perception is that North Korea is an enemy of the U.S. If the CIA used North Korea as a black site, it would therefore be scandalous, but not surprising considering all the criminal stuff the CIA is already known for. In this post, North Korea is linked to child abductions for satanic rituals and pedophile networks. Other Q posts reference North Korea, but I don't wish to go into more detail here. These secrets lead us to an even bigger question. Is North Korea simply a closed-off country, or is it part of a much larger, far more dangerous global network? In Part 4, we'll explore the most chilling possibility, one that might just keep you up at night.
All right, so I just want to bring something else up right here before this, because thankfully all right, so remember this symbol, right? Looks like a broken pyramid, correct? Right? Right? So this one, if this one doesn't floor you like it did me, then you're way more ahead of the game than I am. Oh.
In the last episode, we uncovered North Korea's hidden side, off-limits floors, strange symbols, sudden unexplained changes in travel plans, and even paranormal stories from tourists. There's a suggestion that this isn't just about a paranoid regime, but possibly a much bigger force pulling the strings from behind the scenes. We even touched on theories linking the country to a global shadow network with a strange obsession for pyramid and triangle symbols. Now, we're diving into the darkest territory yet. Allegations of trafficking, ties to international crime syndicates, and the bizarre prevalence of so-called children's traffic parks. It could all be coincidence, or it could be pieces of a puzzle we've been missing all along. Anyway, this is part 4. If you feel like you've missed anything, check out the previous videos. The links are in the description. I recommend watching them all to get the full picture. I hope you don't get bored. So without further ado, fasten your pants and let's get started. So, could that be the even darker secret of North Korea? That it's a pedophile playground of the elite, a trafficking hub, as well as a human experimentation project, and a massive gnosis experiment. I have an active imagination, and could even conceive of clandestine cloning factories and other weird genetic experimentation that gives rise to the paranormal encounters some tourists have reported. But let's not verge too far off track. Wikipedia, NGOs, and other mainstream sources answer the human trafficking question with a yes. The U.S. Department of State ranks NK as a Tier 3 country, which is the most severe level of human trafficking. In 2018, I spent a lot of time looking around Hyeongsan, but it's difficult to learn anything about it. Even today, Google blocks even talking about the nearby town Kowloon. For the record, Google has helped both China and North Korea build a censored internet. In the case of North Korea, it's completely censored, allowing only government propaganda. Here's some of the few photos of Kowloon town from Google Maps. At the time of this writing, there were no other photos of the town. My concern with these is why they both show children alone on the streets, soliciting people. Without the context given by Q, I wouldn't have noticed. At the time, it was said that Google CEO Eric Schmidt was in North Korea and that it wasn't supposed to have become public that he went there. But it was never explained why Schmidt would travel to an avowed enemy of the US. It doesn't make any sense. Just like it doesn't make sense that Google still censors its maps on behalf of North Korea. Not too long after his trip to NK, Schmidt was removed from his leadership of Google for sexual misconduct. This was at a time many celebrities and CEOs stepped down for the vague reference of sexual misconduct. But if it's true that NK and Google are run by the same employers, it all makes sense. Even mainstream sources acknowledge that North Korea has been working with South Korean, Chinese, and Russian mafia, with Japanese Yakuza gangs and other criminals, in buying, selling, and trafficking drugs, weapons, and humans.
Remember, we went over all these too.
I typed children into Google Maps of North Korea, and it brought up something puzzling. The most common object...
Now, when you look at this, right? What do you see? It's like a cross, right? Looks like a serpent's head, doesn't it?
North Korea, using the word children, is called Children's Traffic Park.
Yeah.
They appear on Google Maps around the country more commonly than children's hospitals, daycare centers, playgrounds, toy shops, or children's museums. Here's another one. I tried looking up what these are. It is said that these are driving schools for children. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Problem solved. Case closed. But wait. Only adults are allowed to drive in North Korea.
Now, hold on a second.
But wait.
This is where we need some help. Right here. That's a sigil. I think that's a seal of Solomon right there. Everything's mirrored. All four ways. You could fold it in half here, fold it in half there, there, and there. Actually, not this way. Because all these are pointed this way, whatever these are. I don't know if those are structures standing up or... But it's all mirrored. Tall, I mean, even down to the tree. See? Short, think big, think bigger, think biggest. Right here. But this right here.
Only adults are allowed to drive in North Korea, and the majority of people can't afford cars. Driving is primarily done by military and tour guides. Tourists report empty roads, empty villages, and empty streets around the country. So why the prevalence of children's traffic parks? And if these were actually driving schools for children, why aren't they called driving school or driving park? North Koreans don't have Google Maps and generally don't read English.
Now also, they have these children's traffic park, right? Remember, they had that one guy's walking out of that kindergarten place in China or something like that. He was in the Red Shoe Club in the pictures. So now, where do they move these kids? Underground. It's all tunnels.
But I guess it's important for Western tourists to know where all these children's traffic centers are. I'm not saying this proves anything, but it's an oddity. Then I looked up orphanages.
Boom, right there. If you notice, all the orphanages are all broken triangles. The only reason why you can't make this symbol is because you can't on a keyboard. Think circle, expand your thinking. One line cross to the next to the next. Two things can be true at the same time. The flat earth map and the orphanages. Because who's adopting these kids? It's pretty strict there, isn't it? But if you look at all the symbolism, it's all like everything is all calculated.
This is an orphanage near the border to China in Sinŭiju, North Korea. Hamhung Orphanage.
Again.
Notice anything?
Got your 6-pointed star in the middle.
Every orphanage I looked at has a triangle shape and is neighbored by a nursery that is square shaped. We see that symbolism and geometry are important to the North Korean regime. Again, this doesn't prove a thing. It's just an oddity I stumbled. Tourists have taken pictures of children's playgrounds.
Children's playground, barbed wire, razor wire. Look at the symbol. He doesn't mention the symbol, but we will.
Surrounded by barbed wire. And for a third time I say, it doesn't prove anything, but it's kind of odd. Just like hundreds of other little oddities and evils of North Korean life.
If they watch your every move in North Korea, why would you need razor wire and concertina wire right next to an orphanage? Think about the orphanages here. Like Grandma Rita's orphanage orphanage that George H.W. Bush founded over in Virginia, right outside Langley, right in Langley. And then who helped fund that? Oh, that's right. The same group that Jimmy Carter was a part of, the 1,000 Points of Light Foundation. That's it. They're all fucking demonic, guys.
These things don't prove anything, but they sure don't dissuade conspiracy theories. Browsing Pyongyang, I found this image on Google Maps. It's east of the Pyongyang Observatory. Without looking for it, I find pyramid symbolism across North Korea. It's rampant. The very strange thing about this image is that it traces lines or roads that are no longer there. A close-up without the roads reveals that these circles and pyramids used to be there, but have since been obscured or destroyed. It's as if Google is saying, look friends, this is where it used to be. If you're a map maker, why point out streets that no longer exist? Like so much else, it doesn't make sense. Who are the makers of Google Maps and Google Earth communicating with? I've noticed this overlaying with streets where there are none a lot. Here's a northern town where the entire street map and naming seem to be fake, with streets just crossing atop buildings. These could be errors, of course, but this pyramid shape is no error because the outlines of the old shape can still be seen.
Now, this is another one. Learn to read the map, right? And then it says, what is a legend, right? What is a legend? What does the legend hold for a map? It holds the symbols. We have to look for the symbolism in these maps. That's why this one, I mean, it came out, what, 10 days ago? I mean, we were on a trip, but shocked.
Even if you dismissed my speculations here, we can agree that something is amiss in NK that warrants questioning for the sake of our humanity. What we need most in the world is a committee for the investigation and prosecution of anti-human activity. You could argue that we already have this, but these international organizations are ineffective. Maybe they're ineffective by design. Otherwise, anti-human events in NK and several other places in the world wouldn't just keep repeating from decade to decade. Their repetition is a reminder to us that we need to increase good people's sphere of influence. It would be ridiculously easy for Chinese and Russian military to enter North Korea and extract the regime while keeping the citizens safe. We don't do it and cite non-intervention. I agree. Everyone should be free to choose the life they want without our intervention. We've seen a lot of military intervention happen under false pretenses, where democracy is promised but economic control was the real goal. Yes, I agree we shouldn't have foreign invention. With one exception, extreme abuse of human dignity. NK is extreme enough to warrant some kind of intervention. We're looking at starving people getting shot for trying to escape to places where they can eat. Such a people can no longer free themselves of their own power. They need our help. I don't think many people would protest if we did something about the situation. Most people know right from wrong. It's a universal inclination embedded in our spirit. Knowledge dissemination relies on you. Share this article far and wide.
Man. And I tried to look up that Hyang Sane Hotel. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. I can't believe you found all the stuff on the Ryugong Hotel. You know, the Phantom Hotel, the Hotel of Death, or Hotel of Doom. With the big swirly thing on top that, you know, Death Blossom. God, this stuff's crazy. I mean, so much shit came out. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh. So, this got me thinking. So, the whole Jesus was just a man and all this, and they wanted to build a physical place, right? Remember the whole interview? They wanted to have a materialistic world, and Christ was trying to tell us, hey, you guys, it's spiritual. You guys have way more. So remember, and they called him a sorcerer and shit like that because he knew how to manipulate the matrix. He knew how to manipulate the whole hologram. That's it. That's why we were born with abundance, because everything's within us. That's all this is. With clear eyes, you can see clearly in all this, and come on. I mean, this whole thing has just been one big historical circle jerk done over numerous epochs. But now it's our turn to graduate. Because now what we did was we found the code, because everything's coded, right? So if we found, and why do you think they're so hell-bent on hacking our brains and everything? And hacking us through DNA? Because, oh boy, the shit that we are going to discuss by Tuesday concerning Epstein. There's a problem I'm having with this. They're saying that Katie Couric and John Brockman were both pilots of the plane as well. That they flew the plane. So which planes did they fly? Right? I mean, this whole thing is going to get really, really crazy. Because who's involved? And then once we chase it down the rabbit hole that we already did, but we're connecting this to that we had before. And that's it shows that it proves and shows us that everything truly is connected. I mean, and that's everything is within us. So because they kept on doing the whole blood Bible, right? And what was it? Shit, where did I read that? The reader here. I think I heard on one of these. But it's clearly fucked up. And it was recently too. But oh, that's what it was. Oh boy. After this one, I'm going to have to go back to the Epstein files and pull up the ones that I did watch recently. And there were a couple of them that, oh boy, because there was one person that dated Ghislaine Maxwell that I'm like, wait a second, who in the fuck was that? And oh shit, it opened up everything. Now we have Harvard completely exposed. And it's fucking dark. When I say dark, I mean fucking, we're talking Wesley Snipes dark. That dark. It don't get much darker than Wesley Snipes. It just don't. Let's see. Yeah, the Hang Seng Hotel. Yeah, I saw that one too, but I wanted to get like who built the shit, like the deep shit, like we found out with the Ryugyong Hotel. Because what if that's traced back to Egypt as well? Because all these concrete companies, they're basically out of Egypt. And they're telecommunications also. What fucking company was it? It was I know they coincided with Lafarge and Anglo American, and trying to think. I'll figure it out. But yeah, we got this video. It's 20 minutes long. It's from Static in the Attic. And notice he calls Jews grays, which, I mean, keeps them monetized, which is great. And this one's the entire history of grays in the Holy Land comes from this one guy, one prick, who wrote all this. Oh boy. Oh boy. And it's 20 minutes long, so get yourself some popcorn, because it seems like Trump and all them said to grab popcorn too, so.
Everybody, I want to apologize to my history buff viewers. I try to keep it where at least every third video is history. And I know you're not interested in the WWE drama going on, but some of what I've seen going on lately, I can only explain as mass being under a spell. That's about the only way I can reckon things. People see with their ears these days. And by that, I mean, it doesn't matter what they're seeing right in front of them. They're going to believe what they're hearing. But whatever. I know a lot of people think I've lost my mind, but.
And now that's what Hezbollah is. Propaganda is just mind control. That's all it is.
Just so you know, for 2 years, I was the only person I know of on the internet saying, hey, there's not actually anything to that Tataria thing. It started off on the wrong foot and then just went downhill from there. So anyway, it happens to a certain degree in every subject that I study. I'm going to show you some of that in this video, where in spite of what all the evidence suggests, people are going to believe what they're told about it. I have watched probably thousands of hours of...
Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting one more time, but I know we talked about Tartary and everything like that. Well, here's a question I have. Where did the word Tartary come from? Because when you look at all the ancient writings, was it Tartarus hell? I mean, which is it?
Lectures, just to keep things kosher, as it were. I call these guys the Grays. And I'm just going to share with you guys what's going through my head when I listen to these.
Josephus was like incredibly popular among Christian readers because he describes the events of the first century, which are of course central to the development of Christianity. And in the popular 19th century editions, they often portrayed him as they thought a Jew of the first century must have dressed, which is completely wrong. The turbans, the jewels in the hair, I mean, he looks sort of like an Ottoman Arab pasha or something. But nevertheless, this is perhaps the most iconic image of Josephus that we will see.
Okay, you cannot make it 3 minutes
Maybe it's
into a Gray
Josephus
lecture without Josephus being mentioned. And he wrote the foundational work that all Gray history has been based off of. And here he points out that he's dressed all wrong for the first century, but this is the iconic image of Josephus. They even use this on a modern translation of his History of the Greys, the Antiquities, which was supposed to be written in the 1st century CE, but he bears a striking resemblance to Abraham Abulafia. And there's only 1,200 years difference between the two men. Abulafia was the founder of the school of prophetic Kabbalah. He was born in Spain in 1240 and is assumed to have perished sometime after 1291, following a stay on the small and windswept island of Comino. Now, when you hear somebody spent their last days on a small windswept island, you can probably assume that they weren't there of their own volition. It's kind of like saying Napoleon retired to the quiet and solitude of St. Helena. Yeah, they were banished to these islands. Moved by his meditative visions, he attempted to meet and hoped to convert Pope Nicholas III. The Pope was not amused and ordered his arrest and execution, which he later relented. Now, they don't specifically say so, but I think that his meditative visions were plant-based, fungus-based, if you get my drift. And he went on an absolute face melter and decided he needed to go tell the Pope that God had a message for him. Now, he wrote a few handbooks on how to achieve this prophetic experience, and I haven't read them, so, you know, it could be some deep spiritual stuff, but I think the first one was funnier, so I'm going with that. But he actually authored 30 surviving works, including a commentary on the Pentateuch, which is the Torah, or the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and that was in 1298. Now, Josephus, in the 1st century, allegedly, wrote his 20-volume, quote, historiographical work written in Greek. Keep that in mind for later. Josephus was writing the original in Greek, according to this. Now, the first 10 volumes of Josephus's work follows the events of the Hebrew Bible, or in other words, the Pentateuch, the Torah. Then the second 10 volumes continues the history of the Greys beyond the biblical text and up to 70 AD, basically, and the destruction of the Second Temple. Now, this is the sole primary source that we have of what happened to ancient Jerusalem. There's no other Roman accounts of this. This is the only source we have on Emperor Titus and the famed siege of Jerusalem. So that and the entire history of the Gray people come from this one guy, Josephus. And he was writing these histories for his Gentile patrons. So I can't tell you how much of our historical narrative rests on the shoulders of this one writer. That's why you can't make it 3 minutes into a lecture without hearing about him. And I don't even have to dissect this guy very much because the Robbie's going to do it for me and then just say, but it's cool. So now we're going to mix in Rabbi Akiva, who's the other foundational stone that all of this rests on.
Let's go to our sources, and we'll discuss where exactly do we derive information about the life of Rabbi Akiva. His life is virtually synonymous with Tannaitic literature, meaning that Rabbi Akiva is almost one and the same with all the sources we have for first century Judaism. His name and his teachings suffuse virtually every text that is Jewish that comes out of this period.
Now, Rabbi Akiva is almost one and the same with all the sources we have of first century Yahwehism. Is just the colorful gray way of saying, yep, he's the only source we've got on this.
From a historiographic level, this presents a problem because we don't have any texts from outside the bubble of Judaism to tell us about the life of Rabbi Akiva, but that is something we simply have to deal with. Let me just give you a sense of what those texts are and how they relate to Rabbi Akiva. There are basically two geographic areas from which this literature emerges. There is, of course, the literature that's produced in Israel proper, and there's also, by this time, we're talking about the first century, there's a significant population of Jews living in Babylonia, here in the region where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers meet. That would be Lower Iraq or clear documents. Then they are later generated in Babylon, often in much greater detail, which is in itself problematic as well. Because if you want to look at the earlier documents, and they tend to be very sparse in nature and very Spartan, if I can use a Roman or a Greek metaphor here, how is it that there's more detail in the Babylonian documents, which were written hundreds of years later? One could argue that there's a certain amount of embellishment going on, or one could argue that there's more reconstruction of oral traditions. Chances are both are happening at the same time, but I would just underline one basic caveat when we're dealing with these sources. Unlike people like Josephus, who is also a source for this period, who are at least trying to be historians. It's true, the concept of modern critical history is not developed in any sophisticated form at all, but the rabbis who compose Tannaitic literature are generally not trying to preserve history.
Okay, did you guys catch the important bit in there? The original writings of Rabbi Akiva were supposed to come from the Holy Land in the first century, but then they're found over in the Babylon region 150 years later, and they have more details in the second version. Well, a copy of a text shouldn't have more in it than the original. So yeah, either they added more to it, or things didn't go down the way they said it did altogether.
If you happen to read the Gospels, which I doubt that many of you in this room will do, there's a reference to the Good Samaritan. The story there is that there's a guy bleeding on the road, and one Jew walks by and doesn't want to touch him. Another one walks by, doesn't want to touch him. Finally, a Samaritan comes by and takes pity on him and picks him up and takes him for some medical attention. And he is called the Good Samaritan. And the emphasis when you read it in the original is the underline is on the word good. That of all the people who would help the Jew, it would be Taka, a Samaritan. So he was the good Samaritan, as opposed to all the others who are like the bad Samaritans.
Oh, so is that the way that works? So all the Greys keep walking by their injured fellow Grey, and none of them have any compassion at all for their own fallen tribe member. But we already know they're good people, so they're all good. But then one Samaritan walks by and he helps out. Thousands of Greys, nothing. One Samaritan walks by and sees a guy injured and immobile, and he takes him to get help. But he was the only good Samaritan. All the rest of them are bad. And everybody here is just eating it up. Oh, yeah. I see. So a Teflon is the black cube thing he's wearing on his forehead, the Saturn cube. And in there are some passages from the Torah that they wear on their head when they pray. But it's debated about on what was actually in the original Teflons.
Take them off and they'll put on a second set, which are identical, except that the sections are in a different order. So they'll wear two pairs of tefillin. There's also a third pair as well. So when they found these tefillin, and they were able to open up, they thought, finally, we will know who's right. Is it Rashi or Rabbeinu Tam? Because we'll be able to examine these and see what they wore in Qumran 2,000 years ago. And guess what they found? It conformed to neither of them. The parshas were actually in a third configuration, not like Rashi and not like Rabbeinu Tam. So we are left with the controversy to this day. Not that that would necessarily be definitive, but it's kind of...
So they have two different sources on this, one saying it's one way, another saying it's another, and then they find one of the original ones, and it's neither one. But that's not definitive. That's like one legend says the Grail is gold, another legend says it's jade. But then somebody finally finds the Holy Grail, and it turns out to be wooden, and then me saying, well, no, I heard it was gold, so that's not the Grail. Okay, so that explained how all of their oral tradition of Yahwehism comes from one single source, Rabbi Akiva, who allegedly lived in the 1st century, contemporaneous with Josephus. So now we're going to get back to Josephus, the famed Gray Revolt and the destruction of the Second Temple.
High, you have these angelic beings who are somehow looking down with approval on the goings-on of the destruction of the temple. The early Christians, shown here, are rescued and make their way out of Jerusalem. And the Romans are kind of like not really involved in any of this. They're stuck off to the side, whereas all of the understanding of the unfolding of the destruction of Jerusalem, at least from this reading, is entirely divine in nature.
Okay, so I don't know the source he's using there, but he said that the destruction of Jerusalem was divine in nature, or an act of God. And if you guys have ever looked into the archaeology there, this is the most mud-flooded city ever. This is supposedly the Pilgrim Road. This is 20 feet below the modern city, and they've got tunnels dug. This was the site of a major cataclysm, and the old city is 30 feet below modern. There is no way that Roman soldiers spent years there burying this place 30 feet deep. But we have one source, Josephus, that says the Romans sacked it.
Of this story. That's largely because the Flavian emperors, Titus and his father Vespasian, needed to create a victory for the population at the time. The destruction of the Jewish rebels in Judea was hardly the conquest of some foreign power. It hardly involved a massive amount of troops. Basically, we have a guerrilla war that simply took a long time to wend its way out, but the Romans really went way over the top in trying to celebrate it because they needed a victory and they wanted it to be something that was not associated with any of the Romans who were involved in the Civil War. They erected this famous Arch of Titus, which is a ceremonial triumphal arch. A similar one was actually discovered just recently outside the Colosseum, and it would be used for various parades. People would walk through here, demonstrating their values and so on. And of course, on the inside here of the arch, you see the famous spoils relief.
Okay, so I've talked about Arch of Titus several times because this is a pivotal piece of information. You see the single arch design. This is the arch of Septimus Severus, which used to be buried up to almost the bottom of the lower arches, of which there are 3 on the exterior, and you see one that leads inside of there somewhere. And then this is the Arch of Constantine, again, triple arches. But evidently Titus wasn't important enough to get the 3 arches. He got a single arch here. So why is that? First off, a second Arch of Titus has been found. And a big problem with that is that archaeologists cannot recall another case of 2 arches being built to celebrate the same victory. Makes sense, right? You come home and they celebrate your conquest. They build you.
Okay. Just checking. Didn't we see like 3 arches of Hadrian? Just saying. Archaeologist, huh?
An arch, and that's it. They don't go build another one. So why are there 2? Well, because they were such gray haters that it wasn't enough for the Romans to enslave the Greys, plunder Judea, conquer Jerusalem, destroy the temple, and blah, blah, blah. I get so sick of hearing, well, if you disagree, then you're an enemy of Yeezy. Well, it turns out this single arch design provided a model for many arches built after the 16th century. So Septimius lived around 200 AD, Constantine around 300 AD. They both got the triple arches. But Titus, who lived before both of them, only got this single arch in this one. I'd just about bet you money the other one is triple arched. But the single arch is more of what people built after the 16th century. And then take a close look at this. What do you see here? Yeah, it looks a lot like that was chiseled out of the original place that it was located and placed here in this arch. And I'm guessing this was around the 16th century. They say that this is because someone added a second floor around the 16th century.
It's true that just about this time, we have the establishment of universal education in Israel by one particular individual named Ben Gamla, but he is assassinated almost immediately after he suggests that, probably because he published how much day school tuition was going to actually cost. So it's much more likely that very few Jews actually had any extensive familiarity with the tradition. One can expect, because of the way Jewish culture has always prized literacy, that it was significantly higher than other populations, but one might not imagine that it was anywhere near universal.
Oh, so a guy brought up the idea of educating the masses, and he was assassinated shortly after. But everybody knows we prize literacy. That's exactly what I mean by people don't see the evidence right in front of them. They hear what the person tells them about it. If I told you that in Comrade China, somebody brought up the idea of educating all the peasants and then he got assassinated, wouldn't you think that that's because it's easier to control uneducated people who don't think for themselves? But now everybody has this information right in front of them, but they're under a spell and they can't process it. And they walk away from this thinking, oh, that's great. They've always prized literacy. Okay, let's wrap this thing up. Josephus is the only source of all information regarding the Holy Land from back in that period. And then Abdullah lived around 1290. So I'm not sure if Abdullah wrote everything for Josephus, but that's who they based the character off of. In the Middle Ages, everything comes from the Middle Ages around the catastrophe time. And at that time, this is how they pictured Josephus in their heads. But I'm guessing 100 years later or so, they say, well, no, that doesn't look like a Josephus from the 1st century. That looks like a guy from 100 years ago. When I think of Josephus, I think of this. I'm not going to try to dig it up right now, but there is a depiction of Titus wearing full knight's armor, obviously Middle Ages. This is one of our oldest documents of Josephus, an obviously middle-aged illuminated manuscript. You guys have heard of the Islamic Golden Age, right? They say that the Western world went into the Dark Ages, and the only reason we have anything from before that is because of Eastern knowledge. Islamic and European medieval intellectuals began to interact significantly in the 11th and 12th centuries, primarily through translation movements and the transmission of knowledge from Islamic centers into Latin Europe. They started copying these texts into Latin. The Latin wasn't from back in that time. This is when the entire Bible was in Latin. This exchange accelerated in the 12th and 13th centuries, right around the time of Abdullah, with European scholars traveling to Muslim lands to learn, and with a large volume of Arabic texts, including Greek, scientific, and philosophical works, being translated into Latin. What language did Josephus write all this in? Greek. Not Hebrew, the language of his people, so he could keep his people's traditions alive. No, he wrote this in Greek for his Gentile patrons. These Greek texts survived for 1,000 years in Islamic lands, which Islam wasn't even founded for another 600 years after Josephus, but they kept all of this precious knowledge safe for 1,000 years until the East-West interactions, which they call the Renaissance of the 12th century. This is how they explain away the absolute void of everything from the Dark Ages. And it was actually really common back at this time for someone to author a piece of work and then say it came from someone 1,000 years ago, adding authenticity and weight to the writing. If you say, hey, I'm Joe Schmo and I just wrote this, people are going to be like, yeah, whatever. If you say this was written by the great historian Josephus 1,000 years ago, then people are like, ooh. That's exactly what happened with the Zohar. Dissemination began in the early 1300s in Spain, and now most everybody attributes it to the Spanish mystic Moses de Leon, but he told everybody it was written by the 2nd century sage Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. So yeah, this is 1,000-year-old, really important work, guys. But after his passing, they asked his wife about it and said, do you have the original that he copied this from? And she said, he didn't copy that from anything. He sat there and wrote it. And I got a feeling that's exactly what happened with the great historian Josephus. Now I really want to find a philologist that has reviewed his works. I wonder if any have. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll catch you on the next one. Static out.
This shit's good. I mean, nobody can dispute that. This, let's see. What happened then? All right, it's time for some hey everybody. Another episode of the podcast. This one, part 43, came out 7 days ago. We watched it at Idaho, and I had to come home and watch it again because, yeah. Missing emails, 800,000 of them. Well, there's always has to be two. So we have Hillary's, and then we have those. So yeah, this one's 14 minutes long, and after this, I think we have more things because I'm still in the middle of the whole Alice in Wonderland thing because that even. But we'll discuss that after this.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. I want to talk today about Alex Acosta and his missing emails. Just happen to be missing. Ones that Edwards and other attorneys have been trying to get for 10 years, and then they found out in 2020 they don't even exist. They're gone. They're missing. Now, in conducting a review, the Office of Professional Responsibility indicated it had access to more than 850,000 emails of the 5 prosecutors who were the subject of the review, as well as 6 additional witnesses. But in this tiny appendix to the report, OPR revealed there was an 11-month gap in Acosta's incoming emails that coincided with the time frame of the Epstein investigation and negotiations over the deal. It didn't affect his sent emails, but apparently they couldn't see his inbox. But also in the report, I think that they lied about that. But OPR said that they questioned Acosta as well as numerous administrative staff about the email gap. They said it's most likely a technology error. And Acosta and the witnesses denied having any knowledge of the problem, or that they, or to their knowledge anyone else, made any efforts to intentionally delete the emails. After being informed of the data gap at a briefing for victims and their attorneys, like I said, Edwards and the others were stunned because they had been seeking those emails because they had this litigation on behalf of the victims where they were suing the federal government for violating, the Victims' Rights Act. And one of them said, let's assume it's all innocent. Why weren't we told, years ago there was a technical glitch or something? Why is that just coming out now? So nearly a year of emails. It was from May 26, 2007 to April 2nd, 2008. This review said that Acosta exercised poor judgment but committed no misconduct when he allowed Epstein to plead guilty. Well, maybe if we had had all the emails in his inbox for 11 months, maybe they would have reached a different decision. In October 2007, so during the time frame, Acosta had an unusual breakfast meeting at a Miami hotel with Epstein's lawyer, Jay Lefkowitz. Lefkowitz is an interesting guy. Lefkowitz had served in the administration of George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. Oh, you mean the guy that was president at the time this all happened? He worked for him. And Lefkowitz and Starr had each worked previously with Acosta when he was a junior associate at the law firm of Kirkland and Ellis. Huh, interesting. Well, one of the crazy things, like I said, why I think OPR is lying is this, okay? There's an email that Lefkowitz wrote. It said, "Thank you for the commitment you made to me during our October 12th meeting." And he added that he was hopeful that Acosta would abide by a promise to keep the deal confidential. "You assured me that your office would not contact any of the identified individuals, potential witnesses, or potential civil claimants, and the respective counsel in this matter." Huh. So that's an email from Lefkowitz to Acosta. So it would have been in his inbox, not in his sent messages. Okay. So how come we managed to get that one in this missing gap? Now, Acosta back in 2011 explained that he was unduly pressured by Epstein's heavy-hitting lawyers like Lefkowitz, Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz, Jack Goldberger, Roy Black, former U.S. Attorney Guy Lewis, Kenneth Starr. So he was intimidated. And so that included keeping this deal from Epstein's victims. That's why he said that he did that. That was in 2011. That wasn't during his testimony to become, cabinet member in 2017. That wasn't as part of the OPR report in 2020. He just felt like he was unduly pressured. And one of the things is, in email after email, Acosta and the lead federal prosecutor, Maria Villafana, acquiesced to Epstein's legal team's demand, which often focused on ways to limit the scandal by shutting out his victims in the media, including suggesting that the charges be filed in Miami instead of Palm Beach, where Epstein's victims lived. We have Villafana's emails. She said, "On an avoid the press note, I can file the charge in district court in Miami, which will hopefully cut the press coverage significantly. Do you want me to check that out?" She tried really hard to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein in federal court. Constantly. We have her emails. We just don't have what Acosta said to her. Because at the time all this was going on, the FBI was interviewing witnesses and victims from across the United States, Florida, New York, New Mexico. The FBI had enough evidence to put Epstein away for a long time. But the FBI was overruled by Acosta. What did he say to them? And some of the agents involved in the case were disappointed by Acosta's bowing to pressure from Epstein's lawyer. I mean, the day that a sitting U.S. attorney is afraid of a lawyer or afraid of a defendant is a very sad day in this country. Acosta's never fully explained why he felt it was in the best interest of these underage girls and their parents for him to keep this agreement sealed, or why the FBI investigation was closed. The case was yielding more victims and evidence every single day. And when he was nominated by Trump as labor secretary in 2017, Acosta was questioned about the Epstein case. And he said at the end of the day, based on the evidence, professionals within a prosecutor's office decided that a plea that guarantees someone goes to jail, that guarantees he register as a sex offender generally, and guarantees other outcomes is a good thing. But Maria Villafana, she was a federal prosecutor assigned in 2006 to oversee the day-to-day Epstein investigation. She repeatedly advocated for Epstein's indictment, frequently clashed with her superiors over the decision to meet with Epstein's defense lawyers, who were attempting to persuade the prosecutors to shut down the entire thing. In May 2007, Villafana drafted a 60-count federal indictment of Epstein. 60! And sent an 82-page prosecution memo to her supervisors, which included Acosta. Also, it included the first assistant U.S. attorney, Jeffrey Sloman, and Matthew Menschel. Now, according to the report, Sloman shared those documents with the head of the DOJ's Child Exploitation and Obscenity section in Washington, D.C. They said, we need a little bit more work. Well, Villafana planned to file the charges in May 15, 2007. The FBI said, great, we'll arrest the guy in the Virgin Islands. You know what Epstein was doing there at the time? He was acting as a judge at a local beauty pageant. Yes. But Villafana's superior said, no. After learning that the FBI was planning a press conference for May 15th, Sloman told Villafana, this office has not approved the indictment. Therefore, please do not commit us to anything at this time. An FBI agent leading the agency's investigation of Epstein told the OPR reviewers She and her case agent were disappointed with the decision not to arrest Epstein, and her supervisor was extremely upset about it. But Acosta said, Villafana was very hard charging, but her timeline for filing the charges was really, really fast. And Menschel described Villafana as out over her skis a little bit and ahead of Acosta, who needed more time to make a decision over how to proceed. But Epstein's attorneys, they should have been talking to Villafana, but they were going around her to talk to her bosses. And Villafana vehemently opposed meeting with Epstein's attorneys, voiced her concerns to her supervisors, but was overruled by them. Villafana said she feared her office was going down the same path the state of Florida had gone down in allowing Epstein's defense attorneys to persuade prosecutors not to file serious charges. And she couldn't seem to get her supervisors to understand the seriousness of Epstein's behavior and the fact that he was probably continuing to commit the behavior, and there was a need to move with necessary speed. But one of her bosses told OPR in 2020, he wouldn't have been reoffending, because everybody was watching him. He was reoffending while he was in prison. And I put prison in quotes. Right when he was going to his office every single day. And Villafana's disputes with her supervisors came to a head in July 2007, when she learned the office had proposed to Epstein's lawyers that the federal investigation be resolved through a plea deal. And she said, it is inappropriate for you to enter into plea negotiations without consulting with me or the investigative agencies. We have that one because we have Menschel's emails. In his inbox, we just don't have Acosta's, who was the boss. And we have Menschel's reply. He says, both in the tone and substance of your email are totally inappropriate, and it seriously calls your judgment into question. It's crazy. And Villafana said Menschel's email was meant to intimidate her and put her in her place. Villafana wanted to meet directly with Acosta. And Menschel said, you may not dictate the dates and the people you will meet with about this or any other case. And it was just in July 2007. Remember, it was too early. You need to investigate more. Okay, well, in July 2007, that's when Acosta made the decision to offer Epstein a deal. It's just, why? And where's the emails? Where are they? It's just not there. That's the part I don't understand. It is not even so much the emails, okay? I'll just take those out for a second. But the reason that the emails would be important is to see this chain of thought, because like I said, we have Menschel's emails, we have Villafana's emails, and everybody was so upset at her for wanting to indict in May, have him arrested in May of 2007. They said, no, we're not ready yet. But then we made the deal in July 2007. But the crazy thing is that Acosta decided to resolve it through this negotiated plea before the investigation was completed. Because the federal government was uniquely positioned to fully investigate Epstein's conduct, not only in Florida, but again, like I said, New York, New Mexico, the U.S. Virgin Islands. And as the investigation progressed, the FBI continued to locate additional victims. And many had not been interviewed by the FBI by the time of the initial offer. In other words, at the time of Acosta's decision, the government didn't know the full scope of Epstein's conduct. Whether given Epstein's other domestic and foreign residences, his criminal conduct had occurred in other locations, or whether the additional victims might implicate other offenders. Acosta's decision came before Villafana and the FBI could complete several potentially significant investigative steps. Because the FBI interviewed numerous employees of Epstein. And Villafana identified 3 of his female assistants. Okay. But we didn't know any of the other stuff. The Palm Beach Police Department knew about the surveillance cameras. The FBI was in the unique position to be able to subpoena it. Okay? And Villafana learned early in the investigation that the missing computers were in the possession of an individual associated with one of Epstein's attorneys. And she tried repeatedly, but unsuccessfully, to get the
She's wearing red and white in that picture with Acosta standing there. Not pointing to Switzerland, is it?
Attorneys to turn them over to investigators. She said that she had learned through law enforcement channels that the defense team had reviewed the contents of Epstein's computers. And she believed the reluctance of Epstein's attorneys to produce the computers was further evidence of their importance. And she got a grand jury subpoena for the computers. But then Epstein's attorneys fought the effort in court. And it was put on hold several times while Acosta contemplated how to proceed in the case, and the subpoena was eventually withdrawn as a condition of the non-prosecution agreement. So those computers, probably pictures, but also from the surveillance cameras, right? It'll show the number of, girls going in there, but it's also going to show the adults, the possible other offenders. And Acosta, when he was interviewed as part of this in 2020, as this, investigation, he said, oh, you know what? I don't have any recollection of her efforts to obtain the computers. Huh. If only we had an email, but they're gone. Oh, my goodness. And Villafana said that if the evidence on the missing computers had been what we suspected it was, it would have put this case completely to bed. One of the things about the OPR is...
Who said we don't have those emails? We have everything, right? That's including those too.
Another reason I think that they lied or it was rigged. They said, oh, we can't find any, proof or anything that Epstein was working as an intelligence agent. We can't find any proof because the Miami Herald reported back in 2018 that the reason that Epstein got the sweetheart deal was that he had cooperated in the Bear Stearns case. But the OPR said, no, we went and asked the people. They had never even heard of Jeffrey Epstein talking about Bear Stearns. There's just so many questions. And again, as I said, we need the answers. All right, you guys, that's it for this one. I will talk to you later.
A lot of juicy shit in that one. Because those emails are a huge, huge part of this. Massive part. And I don't know how to say this, but I think we're close to cracking why they wouldn't go after Epstein. And there's a lot of people tied to this. That's why people are like, oh, you get Epstein. No. This is way bigger than just child sex trafficking and screwing kids and doing satanic rituals. Way bigger. So, one thing I learned just now. Did you know that, remember we talked about the Operation Peter Pan, who came over on that, who ended up being his stepfather? Who was his father? Miguel Bezos. Who was his dad? Would it surprise you that he was one of the founders of DARPA? Now do you think Jeff Bezos just got in there by happenstance? I don't think so. Oh, it's going to get way bigger. Way bigger. On top of with the child traffic parks. Cute, right? No, not at all. And let me see. Let me see, 1 second here. Oh, here's one more. And this is by Robert Seffer. This came out yesterday because I was cutting the grass, so I was listening to it. So this one's, we're hunting them all down. Yeah. Oh. All of you ladies out there that like to use a specific hair product, you'll see where it comes from.
Very few people know about the Sassoon family, a Jewish dynasty whose wealth, power, and influence span centuries and continents. Often called the Rothschilds of the East, their story begins in Iraq, where they were prominent bankers for the Ottoman Empire. David Sassoon, the patriarch, was born in 1792 into a family of wealth and influence, with his father serving as treasurer to the governor of Baghdad. The notoriously corrupt governor threatened his life, so he decided to flee Baghdad around 1829 due to an extortion, to Persia, and then to British-protected Bombay, India, now called Mumbai, where he became a successful merchant and established a massive trading business, focusing on commodities like cotton, textiles, spices, and opium. This marked the beginning of the Sassoon family's immense wealth and influence, establishing them as one of the richest families in the world. In Bombay, David Sassoon leveraged his linguistic skills in Arabic, Hebrew, Persian, Turkish, and later Hindustani, and existing trade networks to establish David Sassoon and Company, capitalizing on opportunities within the British Empire's expanding trade networks. The Sassoons grew opium in India to sell in China, then purchased tea and silk from China to sell in England. Between India and England, trade flowed both ways, where cotton, sugarcane, wheat, and other crops were sent to England, and English manufactured goods would be shipped to India, and profits reinvested to increase opium production, and the cycle would repeat again in a triangular trade. The poppies grown in numerous lush fields in India were processed by the British East India Company's enormous factory, shipped down the Ganges River to Calcutta, and from there transported to China and other parts of Asia. With vast profits to be earned from Chinese and Japanese opium dens, David Sassoon and his 8 sons rapidly expanded their drug dealing business, resulting in endemic drug addiction in China's coastal cities. The Sassoons' rise was deeply intertwined with British colonial interest. After the British East India Company's trade monopoly ended in 1833, private merchants like the Sassoons gained access to lucrative markets. David Sassoon aligned his business with British imperial ambitions, benefiting from the empire's infrastructure, naval power, and political influence. His firm established branches in Calcutta, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and England, creating a global trade network that mirrored the British Empire's reach. The Sassoon family's most significant and controversial role was in the opium trade, which became a cornerstone of their wealth, particularly after the First Opium War from 1839 to 1842, which was fought between Britain and China, triggered by China's attempts to suppress the inflow of opium. China's loss resulted in the Treaty of Nanking, which forced China to legalize opium, open 5 ports to foreign trade, and grant extraterritorial rights to foreigners. This treaty created a lucrative opportunity for the Sassoons. By the 1860s, David Sassoon and Company dominated the opium trade, handling approximately 70% of Indian opium exports to China by outmaneuvering competitors through direct purchases from Indian producers. The opium trade was legal in Britain and widely accepted as a commodity in the 19th century, quoted alongside gold and silver in commercial papers. However, its devastating social impact in China, fueling addiction and economic disruption, contribute to what is now known as China's century of humiliation. The Sassoons' wealth from opium was instrumental in their rise, but also tied them to one of the most morally contentious enterprises of the colonial era. The family's influence extended beyond opium, which financed other ventures, such as building the Sassoon docks in Bombay in 1875, the first commercial wet docks, boosting India's cotton trade, investing in cotton mills, real estate, and of course, banking. It is at this time when the Sassoons started intermarrying with the Rothschild banking family, merging two of the most prominent Jewish dynasties of the 19th and early 20th centuries, marking a significant union of wealth, influence, and social standing.
Wenn je finna Rothschild, oye diddle 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 dum. Ganze Tag wollt ihr sie bitte bam, wenn je finna reicher Mann.
The Rothschilds, an Ashkenazi Jewish banking family from Frankfurt, were renowned for their international banking network across Europe. The marriage between these families connected their commercial and social networks, reinforcing their positions with global Jewish and aristocratic circles. The most notable marriage occurred on October 19, 1887, when Sir Edward Albert Sassoon, who inherited leadership of David Sassoon and Company after his father's death, married Aline Caroline de Rothschild, daughter of Baron Gustav de Rothschild of the Paris branch of the Rothschild family. This marriage was strategic, consolidating ties between the Sassoons' mercantile empire, rooted in Bombay, Shanghai, and London, and the Rothschilds' financial dominance in Europe. The couple maintained close ties with the British elite, including the Prince of Wales, later King Edward VII, and their marriage produced two children, Philip and Sybil, who further integrated the family into British high society. Philip became a prominent politician, serving as a member of Parliament known for his lavish entertaining, and Sybil married Earl of Roxavage, blending the Sassoon Rothschild lineage with British aristocracy. Rothschild means red shield, a color that was used to describe the ancient Phoenicians. Phoenician comes from the ancient Greek word phoenix, which means red, a term used by the Greeks to refer to the seafaring merchants of that region, particularly those from cities like Tyre. But the Phoenicians referred to themselves as Canaanites, and their alphabet, which is what our modern alphabet is based on, was identical to ancient block Hebrew. In fact, Europe gets its name from Europa, a Phoenician princess from Tyre, the original capital of Phoenicia, 12 miles from the border with modern Israel. That said, Phoenician DNA sequenced from Carthage has been shown to be identical to European. It is in places like ancient Phoenicia where the symbol known as the Seal of Solomon, or Star of David, was prominently used alongside the swastika, both symbols predating Judaism and finding their Kabbalistic origins stemming from among the ancient Aryan Magi, which means magicians, of Chaldea, which is modern-day Iraq, Turkey, Iran, and Mesopotamia. According to Helena Blavatsky, founder of Theosophy, quote, "The mysteries of the Jews were identical with those of the pagan Greeks, who took them from the Egyptians, who borrowed them in their turn from the Chaldeans, who got them from the Aryans, the Atlanteans, and so on." The Sassoons claimed direct Davidic lineage, the ancient Israelite royal bloodline from which Jesus Christ was believed to be descended. One figure, the noted Kabbalist Avram Sassoon, claimed descent from the fifth son of King David. Cecil Roth, in his book The Sassoon Dynasty, says, quote, "After it attained prominence, the Sassoon clan endeavored to link itself up with these remote but tempting distinguished homonyms. It assumed that, after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain by the Catholic monarchs in 1492, their ancestors immigrated eastward, first to Salonika, then Constantinople, then to Mesopotamia. Salonika was the primary home of the Donme, a group of crypto-Jews who publicly converted to Islam in the late 17th century, but secretly continued to follow the teachings of the Sabbatean movement and its founder, Sabbatai Zevi, who declared himself Messiah in 1666, declaring redemption was available through acts of sin, including ritualistic orgies and tantric alchemy thought to awaken dormant mystical abilities, guarded esoteric techniques brought into Europe from the Holy Land by the Knights Templar. When Zevi was imprisoned by the Ottoman Sultan, he was given the choice of conversion to Islam or execution. He chose to convert, and his followers, the Donme, followed suit, converting to Islam publicly, but continuing to practice their Jewish Sabbatean faith in secret. They are considered crypto-Jews, meaning they outwardly adopted another religion, in this case Islam, but maintained their heretical Kabbalistic beliefs privately. A century after Sabbatai Zevi's death, Jacob Frank, a follower of the Sabbatean movement, claimed to be Zevi's successor and also claimed to be a messianic figure. According to Rabbi Marvin Antelman, Mayor Amschel Rothschild, Adam Weishaupt, and Jacob Frank were connected in the formation of the Illuminati, a conspiracy to establish a global order through the infiltration of secret societies, such as Freemasonry. In his book, To Eliminate the Opiate, Antelman asserts that Rothschild financed both Frank and Weishaupt, motivated by a desire to control global finance and advance a Frankist-inspired agenda for a new world order through Jesuit-like organizational structures. This alliance supposedly aimed to destroy traditional Judaism, Christianity, and traditional social structures, paving the way for movements like communism and Reform Judaism. According to Antelman, quote, "It was the founder of the Rothschild dynasty who convinced Weishaupt to accept the Frankist doctrine, and who afterward financed the Illuminati with the aim of fulfilling the Frankist plot of subverting the world's religions." The Illuminati's goals, per Antelman, included undermining world religions, abolishing monarchies, subverting national borders, and promoting a new world order through infiltration of governments and once noble secret societies. This is said to have influenced events like the French Revolution, Russian Revolution, and modern globalism, which I covered in my video, Subversive Origins of Communism, which is linked in the description. Frank's followers infiltrated Masonic lodges and converted outwardly to Christianity while secretly maintaining their beliefs, allowing them to gain influence in institutions like the Roman Church and Vatican. Antelman describes Frankism as a movement of complete evil and labels Frank as one of the most degenerate figures in Jewish history, echoing historian Gershom Scholem's view of him as, quote, "a truly corrupt and degenerate individual, excommunicated by traditional rabbis." In 1759, Frank rejected the Talmud, and many of his followers converted to Catholicism, a move that allowed them to continue their messianic work as Catholics, noted by their reverence of the Black Madonna, which Frank perceived as a manifestation of the exiled feminine divine presence, which the Kabbalah calls Shekinah, and the Virgin Mary was his daughter, Eva Frank. She was declared the messianic leader of the Frankist sect, with some followers keeping small statues of her in their homes. While much of this information is unavailable or labeled as conspiracy theory, there are initiates and those with access to occult esoteric knowledge that have recently come forward with similar takes. Alexander Dugin is a Russian far-right political philosopher. Born into a military intelligence family, Dugin was an anti-communist dissident during the 1980s and is sometimes referred to as Putin's brain because of his ideological influence on Russian politics. Dugin recently posted on X, quote, First, Rothschilds were Frankist and financed Eva Frank, daughter of Jacob Frank, that was considered to be Matronita, Shekinah herself, or feminine messiah in the eyes of cult followers. Soros is part of the Frankist network. That has not much to do with Orthodox Judaism. Soros and the Democrats are essentially part of a large network. They have fundamental economic interests and subordinate politics to these economic interests. They believe it is their duty, right, and mission to reform humanity, which means forcing countries to adopt what they, from Washington, as Democrats, consider right. This leads to the world being flooded with migration and migration chaos, unleashed gender madness. Traditional families better retreat when the American Democrats come, because then there will be pride parades, rainbow flags, transgender movements, gender reassignment surgeries, and a world no longer consisting of men and women, but an unidentified number and kinds of beings. This is the second consequence, and they don't hesitate to use wars to achieve their goals, as they did with the Russian-Ukraine war. We can't allow migrants to simply make a mess of our streets. Let them enter our country without a permit. Let them be violent towards our women. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We can't just sit back and be legal. No, there's a solution. You can't let them in.
All right. God, this shit's getting even darker. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Boy, 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 boy. Dina's supposed to email me something. See, the songs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There is man. Which one do I show? Yeah, this one. I've got one more, and then we'll go to the songs. But there's just so much to choose from. Check out the Redacted. And then number one, the Redacted with Timber Alberino. It's like an hour long. We mentioned it before. You gotta watch that. Oh. And then there's a Masonic DC. There's 3 parts to it. And I watched the 3rd part, and it says Trump's military tribunals begin against satanic force in DC. Cool. But also, there's something else that happened that's crazy.
What?
Oh, Robert Sepper's the man. I mean, his stuff he digs. That's the thing. We learn from everyone. That's the best part. That's all we could do. We learn from one another, and then poof, everything starts happening. So this one came out 15 hours ago. Watched it last night, and I'm like, oh, this shit got crazy. This whole ET situation, a lot crazier.
New York City. Oh my gosh, this was posted a week ago by Post4CPN, and he says, anybody else see this? This was in New York City a week ago in Brooklyn Bridge.
Those are not drones. Not even a chance.
Oh my gosh, looks like the same thing we saw last year. So someone says it's obviously drones. You've clearly never owned or seen a drone. Yeah, it could be a drone show, but at the same time, it could be the same thing that we saw last year. The orbs, the UFOs, that were supposedly coming from within the ocean.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm getting this on video.
Look at the shit.
See, even the police, they're going crazy.
I decided to take a quick look to see if there's any activity going on, and I found out that, well, we have this. First Webb telescope observations of 3i Atlas implies a diameter of up to 46 kilometers, does not feature a comet tail. According to the James Webb telescope, this comet's chemical nature is far from normal. It contains nickel and a series of other chemicals that only if this thing were to be a spaceship, it should contain.
The problem is we haven't detected yet the signatures of molecules of gas around it. All we saw is this object is red.
And we should start seeing this thing in the sky right now in August and September this year. But let's just say that this thing is not a comet. Maybe it's an alien craft. What if it's not the first of its kind?
Quiero que chequen cómo se ve ya el paisaje, totalmente arenoso. Vean ahí, por ahí hay una finca y me parece que lo que se está desgajando es allá, al fondo.
It's been a few weeks since several people started reporting seeing objects crashing into the ground. Meteors, comets, or an alien fleet that is silently arriving on Earth since November last year.
I don't know what to think. That meteor flew over today, Williamston, South Carolina. And this is what I found. And I don't know what that is.
Seems as if there's something going on, and I decided to find out if there's any connection between the alien drones and orbs, this mysterious rock in space hurtling towards Earth that certain scientists believe could be an alien ship, and the sudden rise in sightings of mysterious rocks falling from the sky. I mean, it could be just a coincidence, but what if it isn't? What if this is the beginning of, like some believe, a fake alien invasion? Or what if this is a cosmic event that happens from time to time? So let's begin with the basic, and that would be this video posted 1 week ago by Pose4CPN.
What the f***?
Great question.
It's meta, bro. I'm telling you, it's the AI meta, bro. It's meta. Meta shit.
That, sir, is not AI. Yeah, so that's weird. It could be a drone show. Let's take a look at this specific part again. Look, over here you can clearly see that these objects appear to be behind the building, but when he zooms in, take a look at this. Look, it seems as if these objects are actually in front of the building.
Everybody watching it too. It's meta, bro. I'm telling you, it's the AI meta, bro. It's meta. It's meta.
Yeah, so this was about a week ago. Let's take a look at this. Alright, so 6 days ago we had a drone show in New York City. Let's take a look at this. Alright, so apparently on August 23rd there was a massive show, a drone show in New York City, and it kind of looks like the same place this guy was at.
Those other ones aren't drones at all.
Yeah, that definitely looks different from what they recorded, even though it looks like the same place. I would say this is 50-50, could be a drone show. So let's take a look at what we can find next. Wait a sec, if there's sightings in New York, there could be in New Jersey again. Let's take a look at this. Okay, found this one 9 days ago, long jumping lie. New Jersey drones are still here, he says. What do you think about it? Before you start writing that it's a chopper, first look at the movements. The video comes from a Facebook group a few weeks ago. Let's take a look at it. That's kind of weird, the way that it's tending still, I mean hovering still. Look at that. What?
How it's pointed right at that person, like they know they're watching.
That's not a chopper.
Nope.
This thing is literally mimicking an airplane or a chopper, is that it? Oh my gosh.
Ain't no helicopter.
What the heck is that? Look at how smooth it moves. It's impressive. Yeah, so leave a comment. What do you think? That's not a chopper, is it? I mean, the way it's moving, look, it's flashing a light just like a chopper would. But look at the movement. I'm gonna look at this. There is no way in heck that this is a chopper. Look at that. Yeah. Okay, so found this one 4 days ago in Medellin. Again. Wait a sec, what was that? Over here, look at that. Pay attention. Look at that. What's that? So to me, it looks like these could be just two helium balloons tied together. But in the very beginning of the video, we can see it kind of looks like they're taking directions as if someone is driving them. I'm gonna say 50-50 on balloons. But then again, there's this video that was posted just a few days ago to Reddit. And it also looks like balloons. Take a look.
What is this in the sky, y'all?
What the fuck is that?
What is this? Where's the fifth one at? Right there, fifth. It's in the cloud. They was just about to look like it was about to morph together or something.
Two at the bottom got
It's the, yeah, oh, there it is. Well, did these disappear and reappear? I don't know, I'm tripping. Maybe just went on my eyesight. Those three up there. Bro, what is this?
It's funny how the word morph keeps popping up on these UAP videos. It's like these things are trying to hide from us, or at least from our cameras. The question is, can they actually transform into comets? Or can they look like meteors? For the past couple of weeks, I've noticed several people posting videos of what they believe to be meteors or comets falling from the sky. It's the case with this video posted 2 days ago in Mexico. So first people saw something in the sky and then they heard a loud boom. A few hours later, they see this crater and smoke coming from the ground. Sure, it could be a space rock, no problem there. The problem is that it's being shrugged off as a fire, despite the amount of videos that are popping up right now on social media of people saying that they saw something fall in Oaxaca, Mexico a few hours ago. Okay, so Elmiro Official, I don't know how to say this, she went to the place where she saw this thing fall. This is the part where she gets to the meteor, or whatever it is that her saying fell.
Uy, ya me están pitando. Pues esto se está poniendo muy raro. Me revisaron los papeles, los del carro, y ellos van hacia la zona y me dijeron que no hay paso para allá.
Wait, is he saying that the police is actually making it difficult to go to this place? Am I getting this right? Leave a comment. Okay, so someone actually went there.
Causa mucha reportar este hecho.
Okay, so this is a drone footage of the place it fell.
A esta roca, que generalmente es una roca o un metal.
Wait a minute, I remember seeing something about Oaxaca, Mexico just a few days ago that may actually have something to do with this.
A ver si ustedes saben qué son esas luces.
Oh my gosh, what the heck is this?
A ver si ustedes saben qué son esas luces. Que había lluvia, viento y neblina.
This is kind of crazy. When was this? Okay, so November 2024. This was when the drones and the orbs were kind of... Alright, so found this one in Oaxaca, Mexico a few weeks ago in July.
Now, I'm wondering if that Oaxaca, Mexico was where we found that... Remember we saw on the radar? Where that big round circle and looked like a human genome? Or even like the Aztec calendar is all colored. I don't know where that is in relevance to Alaska, but we'll figure it out.
What is that in the sky? So apparently on August 22nd, a lot of people saw these luminous objects in the sky. And about 2 days ago, this guy, Barreto, posted a video in which he saw these lights amidst this cloud. He says there are no city lights in the horizon, as you can see, nothing. It's pretty dark, actually. And he says that there is no way something could explain these lights in the middle of the clouds. Would you look at that? Did someone actually capture this thing falling? So this thing disappears or disintegrates over here. The impression I get is that when it's kind of getting to this point, it slows down. Look at that. Am I seeing things right? Look at that. It kind of slows down here. I'm not sure. So searching a bit more for these mysterious objects falling from the sky, I found one person in the United States with a very interesting story.
I don't know what to think. That meteor flew over today, Williamston, South Carolina. And this is what I found. And I don't know what that is. It's got a glow to it.
Looks like it.
Feels cold to the touch. If anybody out there knows what this is, let me know.
So this guy is saying that's sky ice. I will tell you need to change your dress pretty quick. Seems like a lot of people agree with him. Guy says that's glass cut from Glass Company in Henrietta, Oklahoma. I have some too good one though. Yep. Looks like it could be just glass from...
It's not glass. He said it from Oklahoma. The guy doesn't live in Oklahoma. But yeah, that glass, but remember he said it's cool to touch and you could see through it. So that sky ice, sky is falling.
Oklahoma. Meteors and objects like that, if I'm not mistaken, they have a special geometric pattern. Just like that. It's not exactly the pattern I see in Heat Rock, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so there's two things happening right now that are pretty weird. One of them is that people are starting to see objects falling from the sky. It's not the first one. This one in Oaxaca is actually the second or third I see in just a few months. And then you got this situation with the Three-Eye Atlas that this scientist, Ivy Loeb, is saying that this thing is not a comet or a meteor. So let's see exactly why are people freaking out about this thing and why they're mentioning the dates of 2026 and 2027.
At that moment, there'd be a new knowledge. Well, I had no idea if this was even possible, you know, but these astronomers run it through the machines and it comes out that that star is going to come up on the horizon in Easter of 2026. And from that point forward, they started remote viewing this date.
What?
And now you hear it all over TV. 2026, that's the big date. 2027.
Easter, April 5th, there is a prediction from Chris Bledsoe that When the star of Regulus is in the gaze of the Sphinx, the world will enter an age of new knowledge. So this is, I'm not sure what this means, but this is exactly when the 3i Atlas comet will be actually passing Jupiter on March 16th. There's also the fact that the composition of this comet isn't supposed to exist in space. And this is something that they just found out 3 days ago. You know what has nickel in its composition in space? Spaceships, not comets or meteors. This is exactly why people are freaking out, and they just found out about this 3 days ago. So the question is, if this thing is not a comet, if it is an alien spaceship, what's stopping these drones and alien orbs that we saw just last year from being some sort of reconnaissance system, or even them possibly phoning home for something bigger to come?
How crazy
so New York's
is that?
putting payphones back. So this was posted on August 24th, just a few days prior to this mysterious object that fell in Oaxaca, Mexico. So it says, possible UFO landing in Mexico.
No sé qué sea, chicos. Estoy aquí, son casi las 5 de la mañana. Estoy arriba de mi carro y de repente salió eso.
Now, do you guys remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind? At the end, where they're flashing all those lights? It was making like a, they were reading it, like it was making that, like the tones and everything. Then people started coming out of the ship.
Pero no se mueve.
Wait a minute, on August 11th, just a couple of weeks before that, a man claims to have filmed a landed craft in Russia.
А у нас тут летающая тарелка зависла. Вон она. И уже долго-долго мы ее наблюдаем. Жуткая, конечно, капец. А у нас тут летающая тарелка.
Yeah, so that's kind of weird because it kind of looks like the same thing that woman saw in Mexico, but I'm not sure. So it could be just a huge coincidence, or there's something pretty weird going on and it's like this hush-hush thing no one's supposed to know. There's one side of the story where some people think that this is possibly the beginning of a fake alien invasion. We've talked about that previously in other videos. And there's another side of the story in which this could actually be some sort of cosmic event that happens from time to time. I'll be taking a closer look into the meteor situation in Oaxaca, and I will be bringing you guys any updates if I find anything. And I'll also be taking a closer look into this 3i Atlas situation and the drones and the orbs, because I have a feeling that by November and December, they'll be back. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, tell your dogs and cats, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, so they had all those drones in New York, and the guy said it was like from last week, right? So then it was in the week of, well, I mean, it could be the, he put that last night because it been last week, so it'd been the 17th to the 23rd, something like that. Well, I saw somebody put September 2nd in there as a big day. It's going to be a big day because in that video also, in the last of the video, where they saw the Mexicans saw the big ship, right? It was like on the horizon. Oh yeah, this is not Bluebeam. This is Bluebeam was going to be used during Hillary's whole thing. We actually have this Project Fire Sign. We actually have the printout of it that it says it in their own document. So I thought about it and I'm like, well, what is in New York that would be so big? Well, remember, they saw the ship on August 11th, right? So the last United Nations meeting in New York City took place on August 29th, 2025. The meeting was part of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which was in session from August 11th to August 29th. Now, here's where it gets good. C before D, right? Remember the whole Day of Days. In the drops, DOD, C before D, right? Following this, the next scheduled meeting in New York will begin on September 2nd, 2025, which is a 9/11, because you have September being the ninth month. 9 plus 2 is 11. 2025 is your standard 9. There's another 9/11, another 47/45. So, including the UNICEF Executive Board and the Committee on Conferences. That's a COC. On September 2nd. Then we see all these drones because, well, those aren't drones because if you saw the picture of the drones and how they're lights, right? You must have had a bunch of like window licking leftists all flying drones doing that. But there were some way out in the distance. They can only go so far. And I don't think a lot of people are going to be like, hey, let's all get our drones out and let's just play with them right here. No. I think New York, they have a lot bigger problems on their plate than playing around with drones. Let's face it. Let's see. Got a little bit more time. Let's see. Well, of course, chaos at Burning Man again. Just lay some napalm down to it. That's all you got to do. Let me see this one real quick. You guys got a little bit more time, right? This one, I do believe it's since it's Sunday. Let's watch this. So this one's 20 minutes long, but it's how Judaism erased Jesus after the temple fell. Now you also have to think, okay, the temple fell. What got built on top of it? Hadrian came along, did his shit. They started getting chippy. Well, remember, everything's got to come out. Be still, I have yet to see or hear anything about Jeff Sessions' deposition. A baby was born at Burning Man. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Yeah. Nice sterile place there, huh? Filled with silica dust and everything. Kids probably got 3 arms. But yeah. Oh, I got this one and pop this one in here. I had this lined up for the 8:31 show. So, oh, and then before we even talk about that, so Nevada having some problems right now. So they hacked the entire state network, DMV, welfare, police systems down, everything like that. So isn't it just odd about the timing of it? So you've got this pedophile that leads the cybersecurity under Bibi for Israel, gets popped in Henderson, and then all of a sudden, the whole world starts getting chippy. Like, why did he get let go? So what do? They pull a cyber attack. Problem is, they said that it was there. They said there was implanted there a couple months before. It's like, well, that's even worse. Because who was put in at 4/1/25? Sigil Chada. Yep, that same big nose, big lip Jew. Look at it. And also you have Miriam Adelson. Right. They do not like America. Let's face it. They don't at all. She said she's even stuck here. What do you mean stuck? You literally run the whole area. So don't say that you're stuck. But now with all that hacking, right? So now what if that was a massive trap too? Said, hey, yeah, let him go. We know where he is. Let him go back. It's like, yeah, run home. Run home, little boy. I'm like, oh, yeah, he'll come back for the trial. It's like, shouldn't you have, like, seized his passport? I mean, if he was going to be a flight risk, I mean, it's not like he was, like, stealing some M&Ms. I mean, he was trying to get with a 14-year-old mentally challenged girl. Mentally challenged on top of that. But, I mean, it was a big sting, so. But they did make the girl mentally challenged, which is par for the course for them. So now you look at it, and it pulls in DEF CON in the drops, pulls everything in. So now we have DEF CON 25, and then we got this DEF CON. But the funny thing is that looking at the DEF CONs and all, well, I could talk about that after this because I have it stacked over here, but I could bring it up after this. But needless to say that during 21 to 24, there sure were a lot of other hacking expos. Because like I said, one of the first ones was Ho 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 Con, the Con, and that was brought to you by the Cult of the Dead Cow. And who is a huge part of the Cult of the Dead Cow? That would be Beta O'Rourke. So how many hackers, how many black hat hackers do we have in our government? I mean, who knows? But yeah, I did put this in there, and well, this video I did put in there in the YouTube if somebody could throw it up top. And yeah, I think we got this one. We got a funny one. Yeah. No, we got, nah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how timing is. I mean, I can't see why not. Oh, this is
like I used to be and think nothing about the destruction of the temple after Jesus rose from the dead. But
also, this Christ Adams, this guy's channel, this came out 3 months ago. I went and checked out his videos. I subscribed. I'm like, this, because it's literally nothing to subscribe and hit a thumbs up. You know, it gives them, you know, more added reach and everything, because you never know where we're going to get this information from.
then again, you might be someone who's always wondered about it. Many Christians don't know that the destruction of the temple did not just end animal sacrifices. It drastically changed Judaism forever. Judaism itself became almost unrecognizable compared to what it had been before. The priesthood was destroyed, rabbinic Judaism would rise, the scriptures changed forever, and Judaism would shift to specifically erase any thought of Jesus being the Messiah. Today, we're going to pull back the curtain on what happened and why it matters even now. Welcome to Between the Lines, where we dive deeper into scripture and uncover what's hidden between the lines. I'm Chris Adams. Thank you for joining me, and let's get into the message. In 70 AD, the first Jewish war ended with the destruction of the temple by soon-to-be Emperor Titus. During this time, Jerusalem was not the place to be. As Josephus writes, based on eyewitness accounts, there was a certain woman that dwelt beyond the Jordan, having boiled her own child and having eaten one half of him and having kept the other half by her concealed. This woman, like many, had come to Jerusalem for Passover, but when the Romans surrounded the city, she was caught inside the city walls. And this time, Israel was in full rebellion, having rejected Jesus as Messiah, having rebelled against the Roman Empire, and having rebelled against God. The word that God spoke to the children of Israel through Moses in Deuteronomy 28:53 came to pass. You shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and your daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you, in the siege of desperate straits in which your enemies shall distress you. This is one of the curses that is mentioned in Deuteronomy 28 when the children of Israel refused to obey the voice of God and his commands. Of course, there was the destruction of the temple. And though many may think that Titus intentionally wanted to destroy the temple, as Josephus writes, that wasn't the case. In the Jewish War, he states that the temple was actually set ablaze by 2 soldiers, and General Titus, as he was at the time, actually ran to stop them, but he was too late. He even writes that as the temple was going up in flames, Titus raised his hands to heaven, calling God as a witness that he was not responsible for the destruction. The destruction of Jerusalem was so bad that those who dug up the foundation found that there was nothing left for anyone to believe that there was anything there to begin with. This fulfilled what Jesus said in Matthew 24:2, "Not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down." And the number of those dead ranges from the hundreds of thousands to over 1 million people. Remember that the temple was destroyed as pilgrims were in the city for Passover. These weren't just the residents of Jerusalem, but Jews from all over the nation. But the destruction of the temple wasn't just physical. The spiritual aftershocks would change the face of Judaism forever. This is what Judaism was coming out of after the destruction of the temple. It was not a good time to be a Jew. It was not a good time to be in Israel. The Roman Empire was merciless in crushing this rebellion. Of course, it all ended in Masada in 73 AD with the mass suicide of Jewish rebels. Without the priesthood, a new power would rise, but it wouldn't look anything like the Judaism Moses had handed down. With the destruction of the temple, you no longer needed the priesthood, as there was nothing for them to do. This is when the leadership authority of Judaism shifted from the priesthood to the rabbis. Specifically, you had people like Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai, who brokered a sort of peace with Rome to allow the establishment of a Jewish academy in the city of Yavne after the destruction of the temple. Zakkai would become very instrumental in shaping Judaism after the temple, especially in how the scriptures were interpreted, as we're going to see in a moment. But as Rome was destroying Jerusalem, Zakkai had the foresight to understand that the temple was going to be destroyed as well, and that Judaism, if it was to survive, needed to transform. So he helped to restructure it to focus on Torah study, communal prayer, and synagogue worship. Zakkai and others did this because after the destruction of the temple, there was a massive theological crisis. With no altar, no priest, and no way to offer sin offerings, how could they still claim to follow God's commands? Well, they turned to scriptures like Hosea 6:6, "I desire mercy and not sacrifice," and Psalms 51, where David wrote that a broken and contrite heart was the true offering God desired. Prayer, Torah study, fasting, and...
Did you notice that all 3 of those, that 6:6 and then 5:1, another 6? Just throwing it out there.
Acts of mercy were reinterpreted as spiritual replacements for the sacrifices, allowing Judaism to survive without the temple for centuries. This was meant to be a temporary change, but as it became clear that the temple was not going to be rebuilt immediately, this became permanent. Have you ever thought about how hard it would be to suddenly have to replace everything you believed about worship? Let me know what you think. Christians, of course, at the time, and even now, point to this being a sign that God was done with animal sacrifice, that Jesus was the final sacrifice. Because even though you may want to replace blood sacrifice with Torah study, prayer, worship, and fasting, as Hebrews 9:22 says, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission. But even though there was this new form of Judaism that was rising from the ashes of the temple, they still had to deal with the problem of Christianity. It was quickly growing and spreading across Israel and the known world, and something had to be done about it. Many Jews were quickly realizing that Jesus was the Messiah and abandoning the old ways to follow Jesus. Although synagogues originally started in Babylon as a place where the Israelites together and worship God and read the Torah, when they returned to Israel to build the temple under Zerubbabel.
Yeah, synagogue started in Babylon. Let that sink in.
They brought the idea of the synagogue with them. It wasn't a replacement for the temple, but an accompaniment for the temple. However, after the destruction of the temple, it became its replacement. Synagogues would be the place where the Jewish people would come on a daily basis for prayer, Torah readings, and fellowship with other Jews. We may think of Judaism as a religion that doesn't evangelize, but that hasn't always been the case. In fact, Jesus ridicules the Jewish Pharisees in Matthew 23:15 for evangelizing, only to make the convert twice as much a son of hell as yourselves. However, after the destruction of the temple, the focus was turned from expanding Judaism to making sure it survived. Of course, later there would be laws put in place that would make it illegal and punishable by death to evangelize and make converts to Judaism. But that's a whole other podcast. So, part of helping Judaism survive, separate themselves from this growing Christian religion, and help create a strong Jewish identity was this something called the Birkat HaMinimum, or translated as curse against the sectarians. This was a specific blessing and cursing prayer that was inserted into the daily Amidah, or standing prayer, that was said 3 times a day. The Amidah contained 18 blessings and later expanded to 19, and the Birkat HaMinimum was one of them. The purpose of this prayer was to identify and expel heretics from Jewish worship gatherings, especially Jewish Christians, who still worshipped in the synagogues. Imagine being forced to stand and curse your own faith in a public prayer. It's kind of hard to wrap our minds around today. After the destruction of the temple, Jewish Christians still consider themselves Jews and still wanted to worship in the synagogue. However, they saw Jesus as the Messiah and they tell people about him. This became a problem for the rabbinic authorities. This prayer became a way to force public loyalty to Judaism, so that Christians or other heretics, as they were seen, would have to curse themselves or be identified and removed. Now, originally, this prayer was to target Jewish Christians, or Nazarenes as they were called, Gnostics, Samaritans, and other heretical Jewish groups. But over time, the main concern were these Christians. This prayer remained until the Middle Ages, when it was softened to drop the part about the Nazarenes and just use the general heretic or slanderers language. This was due to Christian political pressure and a desire to avoid persecution. Even though the language has become even more vague and does not specifically target Christians, the standing daily prayer still includes a curse for slanderers and enemies of God. I do want to take a moment here for you to understand something. Even though Judaism was making these changes to push Christianity away from Judaism, as time went on, Christians did the same thing. The difference was that the Jewish leaders were the ones who instituted this separation, and in many cases, the downright hatred of the Christians. Christians, on the other hand, departed from the teachings of Jesus to walk in love, and did their part to cause a deeper divide between the two groups. I just want to make it clear, it's not as if Christians were totally innocent throughout history for this divide. However, it did start in Judaism with rabbinic leadership trying to separate themselves from what they saw as a heretical splinter group. And if you mention separation, I have to let you know that you don't want to be separated from our upcoming episodes. So make sure to hit that subscribe button and let me know what you think of this episode so far. Did you know that the majority of the people that listen to multiple podcasts right here aren't even subscribed? You don't want to miss what's coming up in the future. Okay, now let's get back to the other giant change that was made. So during the time of Jesus and the destruction of the temple, there was no Hebrew Masoretic text. However, the Greek Septuagint, a collection of translations already in use, was widespread by Jesus' day. However, there was no complete official Jewish Bible. Jewish communities used a variety of Hebrew scrolls. Some aligned with what would later become the Masoretic family. Some aligned with Hebrew base that would become the Septuagint. Some scrolls were a mixture or a paraphrase. So what are these foreign words, Septuagint and Masoretic? Well, these are the two major translation languages of the Old Testament, with Masoretic being the standard Hebrew verse that is accepted by Judaism today and has been for about 2,000 years. The Septuagint was the Greek translation of the Old Testament that first began to be translated around 250 BC in Alexandria, Egypt. This was primarily for Greek-speaking Jews. By Jesus' time, the Greek Septuagint was already in widespread use. The Torah and most of the prophets were fully translated, and many of the writings were available in Greek, though not yet finalized as a fixed canon. It wasn't a single book, but a growing collection of the scriptures that Christians would use to show that Jesus fulfilled the messianic prophecies. During Jesus' time, there was no single official Bible text, Greek or Hebrew. The Jews of Jerusalem used Hebrew scrolls that weren't yet standardized. Some matched what would later be known as the Masoretic text, but others matched the Septuagint, the very scriptures that Christians would later use to prove that Jesus was the Messiah. It was only after the destruction of the temple that Jewish leaders pushed for a single Hebrew standard, in part to distance themselves from Christian claims. And this came in 85 to 90 AD when Jewish leaders began discussions to standardize Judaism in the city of Yavne. This is another event where Rabbi Yohan ben Zakkai would become influential. It was at this council that rabbis began to strongly respond to Christianity. They started standardizing Hebrew scriptures, favoring only Hebrew over Greek versions. They started to define proper books, which later led to the Hebrew Bible canon. Some books they rejected, some they reinterpreted. Many of these books were rejected, questioned, or reinterpreted because they were too closely associated with messianic claims, or quoted by early Christians, or contained resurrection themes. And they started formally to reject the Septuagint because Christians used it to prove Jesus is the Messiah. Of course, the complete finalization of the Masoretic text wouldn't happen for centuries later, but it all started here. And understand that Christians adopted the Septuagint because it was the common Jewish Bible of their world, and because its wording pointed to Jesus so clearly. Jewish authorities would later totally reject it solely because Christians were using it. They weren't rejecting it because it was inaccurate, but specifically because those that they saw as heretics were using it to prove their case that Jesus was the Messiah. Understand that before Jesus came and started to use the Greek version of the scriptures, Jewish authorities were very positive about it and saw it as a miraculous event that the Hebrew scriptures were translated into Greek. It was said that the Jewish translators were inspired by God and that all copies agreed word for word with the Hebrew. Until Christianity started to grow, there was no widespread Jewish rejection of the Septuagint. It was widely used for teaching, reading, and worship, especially outside of Jerusalem. Now, there was some preferences, such as the Temple Scrolls practice and the Qumran writings of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but as far as anyone can tell, historically speaking, this was a cultural bias, not a rejection of Greek. Now, why does this matter, Septuagint or Masoretic? It's because the Septuagint translates key messianic prophecies in a way that clearly supports key claims of who Jesus is. For example, it translates Isaiah 7:14 as a virgin instead of young woman like the Masoretic text. The New Testament writings like Matthew, the Apostle Paul, and the author of Hebrews, and including Jesus, quoted scripture that is more in line with the Septuagint wording than the Hebrew versions that are available. You need to understand that the Septuagint is just as accurate as the Hebrew text that existed at the time of Jesus. The Dead Sea Scrolls, first discovered in 1947 and dated between the 3rd century BC and 1st century AD, showed that multiple Hebrew traditions existed side by side with the Greek. The Hebrew that exists in those scrolls accurately matches the Septuagint, proving that there was no corruption in the scriptures on the part of the Christians. It's important to note that when the Jewish leaders rejected the Septuagint and favoring the Hebrew-only Bible, they were disconnecting themselves from a very large Greek-speaking Jewish world. That Greek-speaking Jewish world had been a major part of Judaism beforehand. Those Greek-speaking Jews, now left out in the cold, so to speak, were more open to the gospel message because they knew the Greek Septuagint that the Christians were preaching. In a later episode, we're going to go into exactly how some of these scriptures that the Jewish leadership didn't like were reinterpreted to try and disprove Jesus as the Messiah. If you made it this far, I want to say thank you, and as a thank you, I want to offer you some free downloads. check the description below and you will find a link to 3 different downloads, a timeline of the destruction of the temple and what happened afterwards, a handout for the scriptures that the Jewish leaders used to transition from animal sacrifices to Torah reading and the other things that they did, and also a quote sheet of what Josephus said about the destruction of the temple and what was going on in Jerusalem at that time. Again, thanks for listening, and let's get back to it. Even though these were the major changes that took place, they weren't the only ones. Rabbinic leaders instituted tighter regulations and rules for daily life. There were stricter rules for the Sabbath, stricter rules for dietary laws, and other areas. Before Jesus, the Sabbath observances followed biblical mandates, emphasized rest and holiness, but it did have some regional variations and less detailed restrictions. Before Jesus, the Sabbath observances followed biblical mandates, emphasized rest and holiness, but it did have some regional variations and less detailed restrictions. However, to counter Christian practices of gathering on Sundays, rabbinic authorities heightened Sabbath regulations and distinctions. New regulations were instituted, such as lighting Sabbath candles. And after the rise of Christianity, and especially Paul's explicit teaching against the necessity of dietary restrictions for Gentiles, Rabbinic Judaism intensified their dietary observances. This, again, was to show a distinct separation between Judaism and Christianity, and make it harder for Jews to fellowship with Christians. And while circumcision was primarily a covenant sign before Jesus, it was traditionally practiced with moderate uniformity and little active confrontation by religious leadership. However, after Jesus, Jewish leadership emphasized that circumcision was absolutely essential for Jewish identity, and it was strictly enforced. They even labeled deviating from it as a sign of heresy and apostasy. It was clear, to be Jewish was to be circumcised. And then there was the changes to Passover. Before the destruction of the temple, it was celebrated primarily to commemorate the Exodus from Egypt, and it involved lamb sacrifice in the temple. After the temple, it moved to home-based Seder dinners and focused heavily on the Exodus, and downplayed any messianic symbolism. Rabbis intentionally stopped eating roasted lamb. Of course, the reasoning was because of the loss of the temple, but it was also rejecting Jesus as the final sacrificial lamb. With all of these changes, what about their hope for a Messiah? Well, that was about to change as well. And that's what we're going to look at next time. Because there was a major event that wasn't even related to Jesus or Christianity that would forever change the Jewish interpretation of who the Messiah would be. You don't want to miss that episode, because we're going to answer very clearly why modern Jews don't even consider Jesus to be the Messiah. If you haven't subscribed, now is the time to do so you don't miss that episode. Make sure to hit the notification button as well. And if you found this interesting, drop a comment and let me know. Thank you for joining me. And remember, if God said it, I believe it, and that settles it.
We're tuning into Between the Lines. If you enjoyed.
All right. See, that one's well worth it, because we gotta find these slippery fucks. That's what you gotta do, right?
Page just begun. A new this page just begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through like a phoenix rising bright and true. POTUS 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Deep state crumbles like a house of cards. The game was rigged, but we played it hard. Awakening spreads from sea to shore. A fragile time, but we're keeping score. The halls creak loud where the whispers spin. Old papers burn, but the truth leaks in. Shadows danced in a smoky room, but daylight cracks and ends the gloom. Oh, the golden age is coming through like a phoenix rising bright and true. POTUS 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Fragile hands hold the world in place. Dreams collide in this fragile space. The birth and pains of a brand new time. just begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through, like a phoenix rising, bright and true. POTUS 47 got 'em on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Deep state crumbles like a house of cards. The game was rigged, but we played it hard. Awakening spreads from sea to begun. Oh, the golden age is coming through like a phoenix rising bright and true. POTUS 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Deep state crumbles like a house of cards. The game was rigged, but we played it hard. Awakening spreads from sea to shore. A fragile time, but we're keeping score. The halls creak loud where the whispers spin. Old papers burn, but the truth leaks in. Shadows danced in a smoky room, but daylight cracks and ends the gloom. Oh, the golden age is coming through like a phoenix rising bright and true. POTUS 47 got him on the run. A new dawn breaks with the morning sun. Creek loud where the whisper
think I don't know if I'm gonna throw another show in here or what. But yeah, it's starting to accumulate, and we got a lot to say. So yeah. Tuesday, well, we'll be back tomorrow on Time Is Out podcast. Tuesday we'll be back here. Thursday we'll be back here. Then Sunday we'll be back here. So I'm not sure about we'll see time constraint wise about popping in a little bonus show or something. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, like I said, pretty backed up with the mind control and all that other stuff, and then now we got Epstein stuff, and we'll see. And then the North Korea